Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda
Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now enter into the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which is a 308 asana sequence. Let us now begin with the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking the presence of our beloved Bhagavan, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next we'll be chanting the Shiva Moola mantra, which is Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. We request all the participants to chant along with us. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Next, we'll be performing the Tattvachamanam, which is the ritualistic cleansing. Now, keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra as the Acharyas are demonstrating, take an Udarni of water into your right palm. Sip the water thrice as we chant the following mantras. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Please wash your hand with an Udarni of water. With the base of your right thumb, wipe your lips twice as we chant the following mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above your upper lip and below your lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, your left nostril. With the tips of your right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear and your left ear. Again wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With the tips of all 5 fingers joined together, touch above your head, the right shoulder, left shoulder and then the heart center. Again wash your hand. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa, creating a conscious resolution for performing the Nithyananda Yoga with the intention of manifesting a yogic body through which we will be able to manifest the state, space, powers, being and super consciousness of Paramashiva. Now, please clasp your hands and place them on your right thigh. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishisthayam Asyam Shubhatito Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Now, please wash your hand with an Udarni of water. Om Apa Upasprisya. Now, we request all the participants to keep your Panchapatram and Uddarnis aside so it doesn't cause any obstacles while performing the asana sequence. Now, before we enter into the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, let us have a quick revision of the 12 components which are the integral part of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. The first component being the asana, which is the physical posture of the body. The asanas allow the body and mind to come into a state of balance and restful awareness where we can enter into the deeper and more subtle dimension of the yoga. The asana aligns our physical body, the sthula sharira, with the subtle body and the causal body, which ultimately aligns us to the cosmic geometry of Paramashiva. The next component is the pranayama. Pranayama is the term that refers to the breathing process. The air that we breathe is just a vehicle in which the life energy comes in and goes out of your body. Paramashiva describes the pranayama as being composed of three processes: the Puraka, Kumbhaka, and Rechaka. Puraka refers to inhalation of the breath. Kumbhaka refers to the holding of the breath, and Rechaka refers to exhalation of the breath. The next component is the mudra. Mudra is a Sanskrit word that means seal, refers to the positioning of the limbs, fingers, or even the tongue in a certain way to seal the prana, the life energy in our body. It is a way of aligning to the cosmic geometry. The next component is the bandha. Bandhas is the internal awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. While performing the bandhas, we'll be performing three types of bandhas during the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which the first is the Mula Bandha, that is contraction of the perineal muscles. Next is the Uddiyana Bandha, which is the contraction of the abdominal muscles. And then is the Jalandhara Bandha, which is tucking the chin to the chest. When all these three bandhas are performed together, it is called as a Mahamudra Bandha. The performing of bandhas aligns our Kundalini Shakti to express through the Sushumna Nadi and awaken all the 7 chakras in our body. Next component is the Karana. The Karanas are sacred dance postures which are revealed by Paramashiva in the Natya Shastras. Performing the Karanas puts us into a state of high awareness of our body, engaging multiple body parts at the same time. Then, next is the visualization. The visualization that we will be performing in every asana fits the context of the asana that we are performing. As we visualize the object, like for the first asana, which is the Sukhasana, we'll visualize Paramashiva in her inner space. As we visualize these deities, animals, rishis, or objects, we embody their qualities. The next is the component of japa, which is the internal chanting of a mantra with a visualization of it rotating around the throat center in a circular way. Next component is the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas. The chanting of the Shastra Pramanas sets a reminder for us that the science of yoga is directly gifted to us by Paramashiva himself, as he has revealed these in the Vedas and the Agamas. Next component is the weightlifting, where it is a chance for us to enhance our yoga practice by adding on weights onto certain postures, increasing the strength of our body, strengthening our nervous system to handle the Kundalini awakening and evolve ourselves into being able to manifest the Kundalini Shakti as powers of Paramashiva. Next component is the mandala. Mandala is a representation of cosmos in the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Will be using the Shri Yantra, the Shri Chakra, as the mandala, where you can see we have projected the Shri Yantra behind the Acharyas. As you are performing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, you can focus on the Shri Yantra, which will align our DNA to the cosmic DNA, which is the Shri Yantra itself. Next component is the Abharana. Abharana is a sacred jewelry, but we will be using the Rudraksha, which acts as a battery for the spiritual energy. It stores the spiritual energy that releases from our body during the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Next component is the Aushadha, which is a sacred alchemy products from the ancient Siddha tradition. The Aushadha combines the sacred herbs and the cosmic force energy, the prana, and infuses it into our body through the Aushadha. Now, having gone through the 12 components of the Nithyananda Yoga, let us enter into the first asana, which is the Sukhasana. Now, being seated in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, bring the index and thumbs together and place on top of the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Tatsukhasana ashaktastat asanam vijitam jena jitam tena jagatrayam. Next, we'll be entering into the Parvatasana. Bring your legs into the Padmasana and bring your palms together and raise them above the head, keeping the elbows straight and engage all the three bandhas. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka, inhaling, holding your breath and visualizing a flame rising up your spine. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash as you perform the japa of Soham internally. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत्कृत्वा अस्थिर रूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादि विलोपनम. Next, we'll be entering into the Halipavasana. Bring your soles of the feet together in the front. Hold the left hand by the right hand behind your back and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव विधियाहु में जानो उभय पकतली संपुट ठानो पिष्ट पछेदो वो करल्या वो दक्षिण कर सो वाम गहावो. Next, entering into the Nagipavasana. Stretch your hands out in the front of the feet and cup the palms, making a halo. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose, visualizing yourself as a snake. पूरव विधि परियागाने नीचौ वीकहूनि भणास्यो लगायी. Next, we'll be entering into the Kokilasana. Holding the big toes with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra, stretch the legs straight out and upwards and then cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto the elbows. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next is the Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas and rotate the arms in a circular motion. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. गोड़ा बाबा पादकी आशमाहिली सोय दश चरण कोबार लौता परिगुल्फ समोज. Next, we'll be entering into the Gajasana. Coming into a tall plank position, press the hands onto the ground and lifting the hips high. Lower the head and then the chest, scooping the body down and forward again and again. Visualize yourself as an elephant as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha, contracting your abdominal muscles. Nyubjam padagre bhumau gritvalambi bhujamastakagre nidhaya. Next, we'll be entering into the Rikshasana. Maintaining the same position as Gajasana, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat the same again and again as you visualize yourself as a bear. एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् Rikshāsanam bhavati. Now, coming into a tall standing position, bring your hands to the heart center in the Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वादिष्टे तथोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Next, we'll be performing the Urdhvaja Karna, which is the first Karna of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Now, entering into the Araimandi position, which is stand with your heels touching and the toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle. Keep the knees bent and both the hands at the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center and then raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Repeat the same the other side. Next, entering into the Balalingasana. Now, interlace your hands into the Sarvavashankari Mudra and pull your knee up towards the chest, keeping the spine straight and engaging all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janurasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, bringing your right foot towards your buttocks, holding it with both the hands. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next, with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of the foot from the inside. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumb joined together in the Bindu Mudra. Simultaneously kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja as you engage the Moola Bandha, engaging the perineal muscles. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricim Veerabhadragam. Now we'll be repeating the Balalingasana on the opposite side. Again, bringing your hands into the Sarvashankari Mudra. Pull your knee towards your chest. Visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janurasi alingya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. Bringing your foot back towards your butt. Hold it with both your hands. And engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now, kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward as you bring your hand forward with your index and thumb joined together in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Ardharechita Karna. Again coming back into the Araimandi position. Keep the left hand at the chest and extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards the chest. And repeat the same the other side. Next, we'll be performing the skeleton dance. Now, shake your body very intensely, randomly, visualizing yourself as a skeleton. Now, let us enter into the Katichinna Karana. Now, again coming back into the Aramandi position. Bring your hands above the head with the arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Repeat the same the other side. Now, standing tall on the tips of the toes and raise your hands up and above the head beside the ears. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree in Tadasana. Perform the japa Shivoham internally. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनौ ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपति प्रिया. Now, entering into Uttanasana, which is from the standing position, lean forward and down, bringing the hands flat onto the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and bring the forehead towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनौ ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपति प्रिया. Now, coming into a tall plank position in Tarakshvasana. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate the head from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasanavastitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kukshim savya kukshim najet tarakshvasanam bhavati. Now, coming down onto the ground. Keep your toes pointed backwards. With your hands next to the chest, raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat in Bhujangasana. Angushthanaभिपर्यन्तं अधोभूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. Now, coming back into the tall plank position, alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest, back and forth repeatedly. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding a breath and exhaling. Gajasana samstito janudvayamakuncha varam varam kartavyam shasasanam bhavati. Next, entering into the Rathasana. From the tall plank position, place one foot in between both the hands. Simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other in between both the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot. Gajasana samstito ekaikam padam puromargena bhramitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. Now, bringing your one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards, bend your knees at a 90-degree angle and bring your arms straight up parallel. Visualize, gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha, engaging the abdominal muscles. Vasishtamata kaundinyam urdhakukkutam ch hashtapakramathotthanam majuram setu bandhanam. Now, flipping over your legs, repeat the Veerabhadrasana on the opposite side, visualizing yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Vasishtamata kaundinyam urdhakukkutam ch ashtapakramathotthanam majuram setu bandhanam. Now, coming into the Vrikshasana, stand tall and bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring the palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, visualize yourself as a tree. Vamorumula-deshe cha jamyam padam nidhayatu tishtettu vrikshavat bhumau vrikshasanamidam viduhu. Now, bring your right foot to the left hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. In front of your chest, visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Garudasanamavakshe yena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshat vinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. Next, we'll be repeating the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now bring your left foot into the right inner thigh. Bring your hands in the Anjali Mudra and raise them up above the head, visualizing yourself as a tree. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, we'll be repeating the Garudasana on the opposite side. Now bring your left foot into the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana. Garudasanamavakshye jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshaadvinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. Next, entering into the Trikonasana, step your left foot back and right foot in the front. Bring your hands parallel to the ground and bring the front arm forward, touching the ground, and your left arm facing the ceiling. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space in Trikonasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now, flipping over your legs, repeat the Trikonasana on the opposite side, visualizing yourself as a triangle. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Nikuttaka Karma. Bring your legs again into the Araimandi position. Bring your hands parallel in front of your chest. Move as you stamp your right heel into the ground, lift your left heel simultaneously and move your hands in a rotatory motion simultaneously. Next, we'll be entering into the Angushthasana. Lower onto the tips of the toes, placing the perineum on back of the heels. Keep your knees together and your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the japa of Sadashivoham internally. Kabandhasanamittyahuhu gorakshasanameva cha angushtamushtikam nyayam brahmaprasaditam tatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Saurasana, performing the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling like the buzzing of a bee. From the tips of your toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in the Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikambadatalam samstapyatve kapadakam. Next, from the sitting, with the respective hand, reach forward and hold on to the big toe with the index and middle fingers. Keep the opposite hand on the back of the heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padam ekam prasarya tatpadagaram samsprishet tatkarena. Let us repeat the Saurasana on the opposite side. Extend your left foot straight and out with the heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikambadatalam samstapyatve kapadakam. Next, entering into the Vidhunanasana. Reach forward and hold on to the big toe with the index and middle fingers. Keep the opposite hand on the back heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padam ekam prasarya tatpadagaram samsprishet tatkarena. Next, we'll be entering into the Brahmajarankarasana. Keeping the toes on the ground, place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep the gap between the legs and back of the hands resting on the knees. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो भूफणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबक तल्या की माहिली आइस माहेरा शेमिली. Next, entering into the Kapilasana, drop down your knees and place your hands on the top of the thighs. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Ubhai pagatale samataraave tinko mahili kor milave. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadragorakhasana. Place the knees on the ground with the toes tucked behind. Sit with the perineum down on the heels. Rest your hands on top of the thighs and gaze to the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. दो भूपगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भू परिधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिक बैसे. Next, we'll be entering into the Suryasana. Sit with the toes tucked and perineum placed on the ground on top of the raised heels. Bring the thumbs and little fingers together in the Padma Mudra and raise your arms straight up above and gaze through the hole between the palms. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. एडी दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने. Next, coming into the Mandukasana, sit with the toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep the hands on the top of the knees and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth. Catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue, visualizing yourself as a frog. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्टे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्. Next, we'll be performing the Uttana Mandukasana. Maintaining the same position as Mandukasana, keep your hands on the back, holding the head with the elbows and lift your tongue up against the roof, performing the Manduki Mudra. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etad bhekavaduttanam etadutthana mandukam. Next is the Simhasana. Now, cross the ankles and sit on the feet. Keep your knees wide and fingers spread on the top. Open the mouth wide and stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose and repeat several times. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ शजान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश प्रसार्य च. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana. Sit with your heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross the hands behind the back and hold the big toes. Apply cross with the hands behind the back and hold the big toes. Apply Jalandhara Bandha as a visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhau Chavrishana Syadho Vitkrameena Samahitaha. Next, we'll be entering into the Kakapusandi Asana. Now, squat and keep the feet flat on the ground with the knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the neck and interlacing the fingers behind. Gaze to the nose. Visualizing yourself as a crow. प्रथमे वेसकूकटठाने दोवो हाथ पगमीच आने. Next, we'll be entering into the Kanipavasana. Now, place the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees on the back of the arms towards the armpits and lean the chin forward and down and gaze ahead. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. आसन को गुण आशीदुष्टा होई तो आची होई. Now we'll be entering into another inverted posture, which is the Kapali Asana. Place the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and bring the top of the head to the ground, forming a triangle between hands and the head. Bring the knees onto the elbows, hips over shoulders, and straighten the legs up and gaze to the nose. Sisha dharti teki pagdo bhumiliva ucha kukare. Next, you can relax now. We'll be entering into the Parsva Mayurasana. Squat on the toes with the legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend legs to side and gaze to the third eye. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam. You can repeat the Mayurasana, the Parsha Mayurasana on the opposite side. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhairaganathasana. Now coming into a tall plank position, stretch the legs back. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands and gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Asana ko gunapiti jayi. Now please repeat the Bhairaganathasana on the opposite side. Asana ko gunapiti jayi. Next, coming down onto your forearms. Lift the chest and head up and gaze to the third eye in Unmukha Pitasana to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatuspadama vangmukham. Next, entering into the Vasishthasana. Rotate the body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up, keeping the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder. Visualize yourself as Sage Vasishta. ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठम् अरीचिहल मत्स्यकम्परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विधं धनुरासनम्. Next, we'll be repeating the Vasishthasana on the opposite side. ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठम् अरीचिहल मत्स्यकम्परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विधं धनुरासनम्. Next, be seated with your legs stretched and toes pointing up. Bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and elbows close to the body. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as Hanuman in your inner space. Dovu karki ubhay hateli korvarli mai lebheli. Next, we'll be entering into the Paschimottanasana. Now, bend from your waist and hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees, and engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji. Sthitvaikasmin padatale karabhyam veshtayetanum. Next, we'll be entering into the Ugrasana. Now clasp your hands behind the head and lean the chest forward and down. Bring the head to the knees and engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space. Swapanibhyam dridham dhritva janupari shironyaseth. Next, we'll be entering into the Marichi Asana. Now, bring one heel to the groin with the knees raised. Reach arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. And visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarayam trikonam cha suttangushtha prasarane. Next, we'll be entering into the Mahamudrasana. Dropping your knee down to the ground towards the side. Reach and hold the front foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe. Now, repeating the Marichi Asana on the opposite side. Bring your left foot close to the groin and reach the arm in and around the knee, the raised knee, and clasp your hands behind your back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Mahamudrasana on the opposite side. Let the knee drop down and reach and hold to the foot, keeping the legs straight. Bringing the chest forward and down, engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe. Next, entering into the Bhadrasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels close to the perineum, with the knees wide, and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham internally. Gulphau Tavrishana Sibantyav Parshayoho Kshipet. Next, we'll be performing the Gwalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body and keep the toes together, heels apart and the knees open. Place the hand on the respective knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Purava Charpur Chokka Khyo Soji Vahi Vidhi Choki Je Soji. Next, entering into the Joni Asana. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring forehead to the feet and gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Dobu Bhagavali Samputakare Sole Meda Aga Medhare. Next, entering into the Midaki Pavasana. Lean forward and down, extend the hands out wide. Place the palms down on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Purava Vidhi Paripakthali Samputa Shola Edi Milirashe. Next, entering into the Siddha Samadhi Asana. Keep your toes together and heels apart. Bring the arms below the shins. Extend out and keep the palms facing up. Bring forehead to the ground above the feet and bringing the toes near to the throat. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Dobu Paktali Sampudakare Sole Meda Aga Medhare. Next is the Chinaki Pavasana. Now, sit and keep the heels together and the toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping back of the hands on the ground. Next, we'll be entering into the Chinaki Pavasana. Do upaka ki edi dharti bhagiva med lagave. Next is the Charpata Chokasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels of the perineum, knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze to the third eye and engage the Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal muscles. Dovu Pagdali Samputadhare Agane Kare Jare Pasare. Next, entering into the Bhairavasana. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together with the knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down to the ground. Keep the knees onto the ground and pull the stomach in and up and place the hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Gulbhau Sampidya Chanyonyam Vitkramenothitam Shanihi. Next, we'll be entering into the Samanasana. Now, sit with the one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in Mooladhara Chakra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samana Asanama Vakshe Siddha Mantradi Sadhanat. Next, Entering into the Apanasana, sit and place one leg on top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards in the sky and keep the hand on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्ततः. Next, we'll be repeating the Samanasana on the opposite side. Sit with the one heel at the perineum, lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samanasana Siddhamantradi Sadhanat. Next, sit and place one leg on top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kevalam padam ekancha skandhe charopi yattatah. Now, coming down into the Gomukhasana, that is, being seated with cross your one leg over the other and aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees and gaze to the nose, visualizing the face of a cow. Perform the japa Om Nithyanandoham in your inner space. Next, Savye Dakshinagulbham to Prishtaparshve Niyojayet. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. From the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes and the index fingers. Relax the shoulders and engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Dachina godo nicho uthane babon tage upar aane. Now, from the Anusuyasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Jimana goda ki sandhi uprida vagoda ki sandhi. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Now, sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot flat on the ground and the knee to the chest. Keep the spine tall and chest out. Gaze to the nose, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. Davo pagamodi edi mahilo gulpha mooladvarni chaide. We'll be entering next into the Naradasana. Sit and place the perineum on top of one heel with the top of the one foot flat on the ground. Interlace fingers behind the neck. Twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye, visualizing Lord Narada in your inner space. पिष्टिजवाम पक्तली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी. Next, you'll be entering into the Matsya Pithagasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and extend the other hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena vamangushtanto grihitam Matsya Pithakam. Next, you'll be entering into the Gomukhasana on the opposite side. Now, sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose as you visualize a face of a cow in your inner space. Savye Dakshinagulbham tu Prishtaparsheni Yojayet. Next is the Anusuyasana. From the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण को ढोनी चौठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने. Now we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana 2. From the Gomukhasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground, gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi, Uprida Vagoda ki sandhi. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana 2. Sit on the ground with one heel press against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spinal tall, chest out and hands on respective knees. Dabopaka edi mahila gulphamula dwarani chaide. Next is the Naradasana. Sit and place the perineum on top of one heel with the top of the foot flat onto the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground behind Swamiji in front of the opposite foot. Visualize Sage Narada in your inner space. Pishti Juvama Paktali Keri Bhuparita Hilaga Beferi. Next, we will be entering into the Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee. Holding on to the opposite shin, extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena Vamangushtanto Grihita Matsya Pitakam. Next, we'll be entering into the Matsyendrasana. Now, placing one foot on top of the opposite thigh, place the opposite foot on the ground on Now, twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः. Now, from Matsyendrasana, bring your left hand towards your big toe, hold on to your foot and bring your right arm to your right ear. Twist your spine, turn backwards and gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Now, put your right hand down onto the ground, twist your back further, visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space as we perform the Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendrapidam Jatara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now, we'll be repeating the Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and place the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring elbow outside of the raised knee. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishtati Yattatah. Next, bring your right hand to the ground, touching the right foot and bring your left hand towards your left ear. Twist your back Further, as you visualize yourself as a camel, asana ko guna jholo jaye. Now, bringing down your left hand onto the ground, visualizing yourself as sage Matsyendranath. Matsendra Veeram Jatara Pradiptim Prasanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Next, we'll be entering into the Padmasana, which is a cross-legged position. Place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva as you gaze into your third eye, at the tip of your nose. Perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasada internally. Asanam Dvividham Proktam Padmam Vajrasanam Tatha. Next, maintaining the same position as Padmasana, cross your arms and hold on to the opposite toes with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा उरु संस्थो प्रयत्नतः. Next, we'll be entering into the Kukkutasana. Now, place your palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Padmasanam susamsthapya nagororantare karo. Next, entering into the Baddhakikyasana. From the Padmasana, rise up onto the knees and place the palms on the ground, fingers pointed towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance. Extend the knees off the ground. Dharamoshtabhikaradvena tatkurparisthapitanabhiparshvaha. You can relax. Now, entering into the Mayurasana. While on your knees, place the palms on the ground with the fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance and extend the legs up above off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Athava Kshemaha Deva Mayurasanam Uttamam. Now you can relax. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing to outwards and forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind the neck. In Parashamudra, visualize yourself as a crocodile. अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्. Next, laying down on the stomach, place your hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमष्टभ्यकरयोः स्थलाभ्याम्. अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमष्टभ्यकरयोः स्थलाभ्याम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Ustrasana. Lay down on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet, pull the feet down towards the ground outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel in your inner space. अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet. Kick the legs back and up and simultaneously lift the chest off the ground and then raise the head, gazing to the third eye, visualizing yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Prasarya pado bhuidandaru karau cha prishte dhritapada yugmam. Next, coming to a seated position, sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line and place your palms on top of the thighs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे. Next, we'll be entering into an inverted posture of Guhyasana and Shirasasana. We request all the participants with either having chronic diseases like back pain or blood pressure, or the participants who are pregnant, to avoid these inverted postures. Now let us enter into the Guhyasana. From the knees, place the forearms on the ground, fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head on the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk the toes forward until the hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together and against the chest, touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dovu hath ki kahuni joji puniha kalai jane doyi. Now, raise your feet up straight into the sky, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In Shirasasana. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva viditam hinaha. Now relax, bringing your knees down, your feet down, and being seated. Now, sit with your hands behind the calves. Before we enter into the Podhyasana, we'll be practicing the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, which is rapid exhalations. Now, sit with your hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up. Bring the forehead to the knees and come to a vertical position with the legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dovu hath pag bahar lyave, goda niche le taharave. Now, bringing your legs up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Visualize yourself as a mace. Uttana shayanam kritva pado militva prasarya. Sit and extend the legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down on the ground beside the hips. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Uttana shayanam kurparabhyam bhumim avashtabhyam. Now, coming into a seated position, sit and lift the feet up, scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep your spine straight and gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagatali samputa karihatasyo paga uchayi. Now, entering into the Unmukha Pitasana 2. Lay down on the back with the feet flat on the ground. Place your palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift your hips up and high, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, that is tucking the chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Urdhve cha januni kritva shavitvordhva mukham tatha. Next, entering into the Shivasana, lay down on your back with the palms facing upwards. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Let the body remain dead. Visualize the body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you in the Shavasana. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Toshavasanam Shavasanam Shrantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your arms and rock your body from side to side. As you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Paramashivoham 108 asana sequence. With this, we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining us today. The next Acharya is going to join very soon, starting with the first jnana of the day. All the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now get ready to continue the Vidya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes, with this, let's move on to the next asana, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. In a comfortable position, which brings ease to your physical and mental space, place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach and then hold your breath. Visualize the fire being kindled in your navel region as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Yathasana Ishtasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथा संस्थां यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now, from the same posture, in a cross-legged position, with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, inhale and exhale as deep as you can, again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पति.
The next asana is Muktasana. As you place your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left foot, keep your hands flat on top of the knees, gaze to the tip of your nose, and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme One of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्पेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
We move on to Siddhasana. Now, maintain the same posture, but shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थाणुसंयमितेन्द्रियो जलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhi Asana. Now shift your gaze down to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपातकेडी जानो शिवनिमदिता सुपोर्णानो.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Buddha.
वामचरणपरिदर्शिनराके एकजुगति आसे विधिधाके.
To move on to Santadunasana. From the same posture, shift your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुणमन की चंचलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, cup one palm over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समाशीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ दोभ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yonyasana. Maintain your legs in the same position and set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. As you lock all the five senses in your face with your fingers, inhale all the way. Close your mouth with the little fingers, the nostrils with the ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणौ यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot under the right thigh. As you keep your hands on the knees and Bindu Mudra, embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमतैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् सदा चोरं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Valmikasana. Maintain the posture but gaze up towards your third eye. As you visualize sage Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayana.
दावापगकी पगतलिपुनि एडिहे जोये.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your hands flat on your knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
वामपादकी पगतलिजा हिमाहिले कोरे.
Shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Hold the body posture and the visualization in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले निलं तत्कालफलदं तावत् केचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Vajrasana 3. As you bring the soles of the feet together in front of your body with the heels close towards your perineum, hold the feet firmly with both hands and push the knees to the ground as you perform Uddiyana Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादः श्रीमन्त्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं तु दक्षिणे पार्श्वपादौ च पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलं भद्रासनं भवेत् एतत् सर्वव्याधिविनाशनम्.
Now keep your legs in the same position. Place your left hand on the left knee and cover your mouth with your right hand as you close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, then close the right nostril as well. Hold your breath. Exhale through the left nostril. And then invert the breathing flow. Inhale through the left, hold your breath. Exhale through the right. In Abhyanta Kumbhakam, as you gaze to your third eye, press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra along the nasal tract if you can. And visualize yourself as a Nagorasana.
पूर्वकः विष्टिको जोयी बाही विधिजोगी जेसोई.
Next up is Kanari Balasana. As you separate your heels, lean forward and place your elbows on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands, gaze to your nose, and engage Uddiyana Bandha. As you exhale all the way and hold your breath in Nithyananda Kumbhaka, visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली बाबा आसन कह्यो हे जैसे याहुम में जाने विदितै से.
Next up is Padasana. With your knees raised, bring your hands between the legs and in front of the feet as you interlock the fingers in Kailasa Mudra. Lift your feet off the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृडनिश्वाससंयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now, hold onto the toes with interlocked fingers and pull your feet towards your chest. Place your chin on your hands, gaze to your nose, and embody the state and space of the king in Gopi Chandasana.
पूर्वविधिपगाक अङ्गुटाकण्टको परासे.
Next up is Uddarasana. Now bring your hands below the legs and interlock the fingers around the toes. Lift your feet up, rest your chin on the soles of the feet as you gaze to the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
Dupagatal Samputane, Ubehastakari Ula Hitane.
From Uddarasana, raise the feet even higher in front of your face in Vishishtasana as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
Dupagatal Jodi Samputukare, Hatudo Vapagavija Anithale.
Now bring your legs over your shoulders one by one and bend your elbows upwards to interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana.
Shirasanam to Vignayam Kakshasanam Param, Grivasanam Chaparamam Bhujasanami Hochate.
Next up is Kalyanasana. Now bring your legs over the shoulders and bend your elbows downwards to interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze at the nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
Doha Tapagambicha Ane Tinako Godani Chetane.
The next asana is Sankatasana. As you bring the top of the left foot on the mat, sit on the left heel and stack the right knee over top, bringing the right heel to the outside of the opposite hip. Keep your hands on opposite knees, gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object, and visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
Vamapadam Jite Mulam Sanyasya Dharanitale Patadandena Yamyena Veshayed Vamapalakam Jana Yugmam Kara Yugmam Vetat Sankatam Asanam.
Next up is Dhenukasana. From the same position, now slide the left heel outside the hip and sit on the ground. Place your hands on the top knee, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize a cow in your inner space.
Anusagi Nagara Panchadam Vrishiram Dagalyamni.
Next up is Machandasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot onto the right knee. Twist your left arm behind your back and reach for opposite thighs with your hands. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana.
Vamajanga Paridachina Thane, Vamahastapishti Dishane, Vaho Dashina Padaki, Hejohi, Taki Nali Tupa Karisohi.
Now untwist your spine, hold on to the feet, and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the mat, visualizing Swamiji in Machandasana too.
Pratamaji Mano Charano Joyi, Vamajanga Parida Kesoyi, Taki, Edi Karisolyave, Bhagri Jugati Orakarave.
Rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
Urmule Dharabadasya Kanishtika Pradesha Kulpam Samstapya.
Now, repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Place the top of the right foot on the mat, sit on the right heel, and stack the left knee over top as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
Vamapadam Chiter Molam Sandhyasya Dharanitale, Padadandena Yamyena Veshayed Vamapadakam.
Now repeat Dhenukasana on the other side. Now slide the right foot outside the hip, sit on the ground, and keep your hands on the knee. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize the cow in your inner space.
Anusagi Nagara Panchadam Vrishiram Dagalyamni.
Now repeat Machandasana on the other side. Now slide the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot onto the left knee. Bring your right arm behind your back, hold onto opposite thighs, and gaze up as you visualize Swamiji.
Vamajanga Paridachina Thane, Vamahastapishti Dishane, Bhagavo Dashina Padaki, Hejoyi, Taki Nali Tupa Karisohi.
Untwist your spine, hold onto the feet, and lean forward and down in Machandrasana too as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
પ્રથમજી મનો ચરણ જોઈ વામ જંગ પરી રાખે સોઈ તાકી એડી કડી સોલ્યાવે બહુરી જુગત યહ ઓર કરાવે.
Now, interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee, and engage Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले दरवादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशकुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Pashasana. Now place your feet flat on the ground with your knees raised. Cross your arms, place your hands on the knees, and press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानुनि उरसि निधाय विपरीतस्ताभ्यां मूलसहित जङ्गे निपद्य.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana from the same posture. Now hold on to opposite wrists, gaze to the tip of your nose, and place your chin on the knees as you visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss.
दो भूपगतलि भूपरिधरे कोरमा हिली ऐसे करे कोर मिलाई उकड़ बेसे जंगा चाटी अग्रनिवेशे.
Next up is Purakatasana. Now bring your hands underneath the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Keep gazing to your nose, your tongue up in Kechari Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे घोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे आमाम सामनाम ऐसे करे आपस में कोहा निपकरे.
Now cross the right ankle over the left with the toes pointing up, gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलत भारी धरती परिटाने दावा पकवरी दचपद आने.
Now extend your legs forward. Raise your arms up with the fingers interlocked, wrists pointing outwards, elbows straight. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लगो सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपति.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes and Dana Mudra. As you bring your head towards the knees, inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly in Nadi Shodhana. As you visualize Swamiji in Arambhasana.
दो पग मिली वापसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला डगोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Vidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees as you bring your arms underneath the shins. Hold on to the feet from the outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम वैद्य दो पाव पसारी कचको उर्दो को गुरुडो यारे.
The next asana is Jyotish. Now join the soles of the feet. Keep them extended away from the body as you bring your hands underneath the shins, palms facing up, elbows on the ground, and place your face on the heels as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your space.
दो येडी मेरी के लीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now, with your legs extended, lift one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. Breathe in Pratyahara Kumbhaka as you visualize the Pranas flowing upwards to 9 points of your body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and your Brahmaranda, the crown of the head. Visualize the prana flowing upwards in golden light as you visualize Swamiji in that space.
पश्चिमतानवस्थितं गतं मेघं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the legs still behind your neck. Hold on to the foot with the opposite hand as you extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze to your nose and visualize that you are endless, infinite, unending Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयिनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll the side onto the arm which is holding onto your foot. Gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिनी एकैकं वालं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Dhrushasana. As you lay on your back, Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hand and rock your body from side to side as you visualize sounding your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जान्ने हृदये पश्चम्बा गङ्गासहितपूर्णीकरद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Extend the other leg forward. Lift the opposite foot behind your neck as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानमस्थितं कृतम् एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward. Hold on to the foot behind your head as you visualize yourself having no end at all in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Antitasana. Roll onto your side, gaze to your nose, and feel in complete control with the leg behind your neck.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. As you lay on your back, lift your legs behind your neck one by one. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you wrap your arms around your lower back and interlock the fingers behind. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
The next asana is Utthitthasana. The next asana is Atmanarmasana. With the legs behind your shoulders, bend your arms upwards and interlock them around your neck. As you gaze through the nose, visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सूर्यो शोभे.
Now we move on to Utthitthasana. As you lay on your back, lift your knees towards your chest and keep the soles of your feet pointing up, extending your arms out to the side at shoulder level. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जो हाथ सीधा सागरे दिवसो उभे पाकरे पकोचाई आगाने आने तिनकी वृष्टि भूमि परिधाने.
Next up is the Jagada Parivriti 1, 2, and 3. First, lay down on your back with your arms extended to the side and your knees raised to the chest. Then, drop one knee to the side, extend the opposite leg down. Step 1. Bend both knees to the side. Step 2. And extend both legs to the side. Hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Step 3. Now visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Perform the Mula Bandhan. And return to the center, repeating all the 3 steps on the other side. Bend the knee down to the side, extend the opposite leg. Bend both knees to the side. Extend both legs to the side. Hold on to the feet. Gaze away from the feet.
तुच्छी भागे क्रियाहि परिकीर्तितः मध्यकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूलकोणमतापि च.
Next up is the Dviparapitham. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat on the mat and hold your ankles as you raise your hips up high. Lock your throat and breathe in Murcha Kumbhakam. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं मन्दपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां विकलानां विविधार्गी जगादनो.
Next up is Paryangasana. From the same posture, now lift your hands over top of your shoulders, fingers pointing towards the feet. Push your body up off the mat as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now lay back down on your back.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now move to the next asana of the sequence, which is Bhutanasana. Now lay down on your back and hold your knees to the chest. Place your hands on the respective shoulders and move your hips in a circular motion. As you breathe probably through your nose and visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling his arm step.
नववच्चरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभोवाणीय हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरं बद्ध्वा बाभेत्वोत्तानं भवति.
Next up is Viparita Karani. Now place your arms flat on the mat and lift your hips and legs up. Point your toes to the sky and move your hips in a circular motion. Lock your throat, breathe in Murta Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले स्पशिरो दत्त्वा केनयेन चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृत्यै चैता सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Next up is Viparita Karani 2. As you maintain the same posture, stop the movement of your legs, point the toes up to the sky and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीतात्या दिव्यादिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य ज्ञानराग्निवर्धने.
Now drop your feet down over top of your head. Let your toes touch the ground and interlock the fingers behind your back in Kailasa Mudra. As you push your hands on the mat, visualize yourself as a flower in Langalaka.
दीवाखण्डेन भूमिं विष्टम्ब पादाग्रद्वयमुर्लमुण्डयेत्.
Next up is Chaita Paschimottanasana. As you lay on your back with your feet over top of your head, hold onto the feet with your hands and visualize Paramashivoham. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashivoham. So,
तानं चयित्वा कुर्वीत हितपश्चिमताणकम्.
next up is Suptakonasana. Now bring your hips over top of your shoulders and then separate your legs, still holding onto your feet. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्तिपुक्षिभागे तदा विपरिकीर्तितः वक्रकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूलकोणमतापि च.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now join the feet back together. Hold onto your ankles and then roll onto your back, keeping your arms and legs straight. And you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
चमानस्तद्गो पादकपुर्यामस्तकरपरौ विप्रमेलतदक्षीणमेलत्सर्वस्य साधनम्.
You move on to Supta Pancharita Paramashivoham. Now lay on your back and raise your legs vertical. Hold onto the big toe to Paramashivoham and then separate your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you keep breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च वृत्तामष्टप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together in Supta Paramashivoham. Still holding onto the big toe to Paramashivoham, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च वृत्तामष्टप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From Supta Paramashivoham, cross your legs into Padmasana. Keep your knees on the ground and bring your hands on the top of your head, holding on to opposite elbows. Gaze through the nose as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्थानशयनं चरेत् पूर्वराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या वक्षासनं शिरोगः
From the same posture, with the legs in Padmasana, place the back of the right hand onto the left palm, palms facing up over top of your head. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Brahma in Paramashivoham.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासनाथे सूर्योऽसोमे उपरिवाचे
Next up is Sarvangasana. As you lay on your back with the legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and your hips up, supporting your lower back with your hands, elbows resting on the ground. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji here in the space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिः पण्डितो यथा
Now lay down on your back and place one foot onto the opposite thigh. Lift the opposite knee towards your chest, extend your arms up above your head, and hold your fingers forward as you tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमसैनो सूदो शिक्षके शिखी सन्ति सुगाके
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side.
प्रथमसैनो सूदो शिक्षके शिखी सन्ति सुगाके
We move on to Vrishabhadachipasana. Now lay on your back and interlock your fingers around your neck. As you lift your legs off the ground, alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest, back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe firmly through your nose.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिर्भिः कन्दरा मत्वा कोर्परो मिलित्वा
Next up is Maruttanasana. As you lay on your back, with your hands flat next to your body, lift your knees up and touch your ears with the respective knees again and again. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्वतानवस्थितिं कृत्वा ध्यानद्वयं पर्यायेण कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्
The next asana is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, with your feet flat, stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
समवच्चरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनि सम्मील्य नाभोवाणीय
Now, lay down on your back and put your legs up over top of your head. Roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and finally lay down in the prone position like stomach in Bhutasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरनुज्ञ भूमौ स्थापयित्वा
As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands next to the shoulders, and then contract your lips, make a whistling sound like a flute on your inhalation. As you visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors who are ready for Dharma on your chariot back in Saratasana.
युद्धशयनं कृत्वा नाभिर्मूमो निधाय सम्पत्स्यां भूमिं वष्टम्ब
Next up is Dehali Ulanganasana. As you lay on your stomach, push your body up into a plank position and jump your feet forward in between the hands and back. Visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Dehali Ulanganasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उत्थानयो बहिरानीय
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat and walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 6-year-old elephant.
अथ जाट्यासनं पक्षे येन जाट्यस्मरो भवेत् हस्तानि भूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः
We move on to the Lodipikatana. Now stand in Arimani posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Raise your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body. Tilt your head back and move it in all directions. Next up is Sarvasana. as you tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your arms close to your body, hands on your thighs, and visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत्तिष्ठे द्रव्यबन्धस्तु पादयोः
The next asana is Pushta Sadhanasana. Now lean forward down and hold on to your toes from the front with your hands and fists. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
वृत्तिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादे संस्थाप्य उत्प्रसारणं भवति
Next up is Ashmasana. From the same posture, hold the feet from the side and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse.
वृत्तिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादे संस्थाप्य अश्वावच्छरीयम् अश्वासनं भवति
Next up is Kapota Nikatadana. Now stand with the heels touching and interlock the fingers in Padasha Mudra behind your back as you pull them down towards your calves. Open up your chest, tilt your head back, and breathe deeply through your nose as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं तं नीत्वा कपोटनिटकं भवति
Next up is the Kalabhuta Karna. Now stand in Adimani and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you bow down to one side, raise the respective heel, and open up your palms again and again. Visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashivoham. Next up is Khadgasana. From a standing position, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Then lay down on your stomach and jump your feet up to your hands and stand up. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
निजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् कटिवासनं भवति
Move on to the Uttanattanam. Now hold on to weights and sit down and stand back up again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize sound in your face.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यं मन्थव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति
Next up is Musalasana. As you stand, raise your arms above your head and jump repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a maze.
सरलं सिक्का ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत्
Next up is Utthaya Chakasana. Now hold on to one foot with both hands and put it towards your chest. As you sit down and stand back up on the other leg, alternating on both sides, gaze to your nose and visualize calmly.
हस्तद्वयेन धृत्वा चेत् उच्चीर्षकं भवति
Next up is Padma. Now stand with the toes pointing to one side and raise your opposite knee up towards your chest. Hold the raised leg with your arm. Keep your hand in the fist and place the other hand over your inner thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Now, visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you extend your hands and one leg forward, sit down and stand back up.
विरिकेण बालेन तातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the left foot against the inner right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize your Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादं वरो दत्त्वा तिष्ठे दण्डाकृते भुवि
Next up is Garudasana. Now Bring the left foot over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Durga.
वित्तानपूर्णपीठश्च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now, place the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Swamiji in your face.
तच्चां वामपादस्य भृङ्गोपरिनिधाय च.
The next asana is Purvasana. Now, hold on to the big toe of the left foot, the Brahma Mudra, and extend the leg out to the side. Rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दन्तरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. As you stand on the mat, lift one leg behind your neck, then sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. And you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing the golden.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Padma on the other side. Now lift the other knee up towards your chest and circle to the respective arm, hand in the fist, other hand on the inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend your arms forward, hold weights if you can, then sit down and stand back up. Visualize yourself as you dance in your Yogya.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side. Lift the right foot to the left inner thigh. Put the hands by the side and visualize a Brahma blessing you.
ब्राह्मणासनम् आरक्ष्ये कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्. एकपादमुरो दत्त्वा स्थे दण्डाकृति भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Lift the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind the calves. With the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva.
वित्तानपूर्णपीठश्च कारणमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and keep the hands by the side as you visualize Swamiji in your space.
चक्षां वामपादस्य भृङ्गोपरिनिधाय च.
Now repeat Virupasana, the pose of horse down the other side. Hold on to the right big toe and extend the leg out to the side, rotating quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्ते दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck as you stand tall, sit down and stand back up.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanata Karanam. In a standing position, heels together. Keep your hands slightly extended away from the body, your fingers pointing one by one. In this relaxed posture, breathe deeply as you get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
With this, we move on to the next asana of the sequence, Gorak Anjali Asana. From a standing position, squat down, bring your hands on the outside in between the legs, interlock the fingers in Bharati Mudra, and bring them in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Nata Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachara Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold your breath, and freely move the prana within your system.
प्रथम जीव होये बाहरे नीचे पुण्य होवे.
Next up is Kanti Asana. From a squatting position, interlock the fingers around your back as you visualize Swamiji here in a space.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यादस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वस्तभ्यात् चेत् काञ्चासनं भवति.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. Bring your heels together, close to your perineum, and interlock the fingers around your lower back. As you gaze to your navel, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Fire.
दो पंक्ति तंगिया की माहिली गौर मिलाई पना पानी ऊपर मर गई थे.
Next up is Varahasana. Now squat down all the way and separate your toes. As you join your hands in Anjali Mudra, place them behind your neck with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the bow avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पतली की माहिली गौर मिलाई पना पानी ऊपर गई से.
Next up is Kritikasana. Now hold them to the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips up high. Bring them to the same level as your knees and you visualize Swamiji here in a space.
पाठे द्वयं लील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनिन्य.
Next up is Pakasana. Now place your hands on the left and your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. As you lean forward, lift your feet off the ground and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as you go.
हस्ताभ्यां मणिमस्तम्भ.
Next up is Siddhanga Kapali Asana. Now place your head on the ground. Form a triangle between your hands and your head as you lift your legs up and then cross your legs into Padmasana. Gaze to the tip of your nose, keep breathing in Jivatara Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji here in a space.
आसन कौगुण कपाल अर्चो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. Come to a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips, toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat of Paramashiva and Guru.
जानर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्. पादौ परिच संस्थाप्य बिलं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
Next up is Vrikshasana 2. Get ready to enter an inverted posture. Sit yourself up in front of a wall. This asana will purify all the 7 chakras. So place your hands on the ground and raise your legs up into a handstand. As you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय बुद्ध्यासनविशेषकान्
From the handstand, gaze towards your third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body in Shivohasana. Gently lower your body down. As you get ready to enter Matsyasana feet, place a hand on the ground, set the feet back, enter a plank position, and then lower your body down to the ground and push it back up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish. Next up is Sarvasana 2. Lay down on your stomach and keep your hands on your hips as you lift your head and chest from side to side, visualizing and moving your body like a snake. Next up is Niralambanasana. Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you. Join your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, as you rest your chin on your hands. Point your toes back and feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा स्टेकुर्परयासुधि मुखमुन्नमुनच्छायि निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now bend your knees and place your hands flat on the ground. Straighten your arms to push your upper back closer towards the feet. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्तकलाभ्यां भूमिं पश्चभ्यां नियाचत्रासनं भवति.
Next up is Vajradasana. Now sit on your heels with the feet flat. Extend your arms out in front of you and place your forehead and your palms on the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपति दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुधीरैरे च पूरकैः.
Next up is Meshasana. Now raise your hips up high. Your hands on the ground in Gajasana position, then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram. Calmly breathe through your nose. Things are different.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं भूमौ ताडयेत् निशासनं भवति.
With your hands on the ground, now raise your legs up. And slowly lower your face towards the ground in Anjasana as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासनसंस्थितौ पादद्वयं ताडयेत्.
Next up is Savantarasana. In a kneeling posture, hold on to the big toes and fold them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize surrounding your inner space as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Dhanantarasana.
मूलवली परिहताकी काकसी चौपनासरा मोरी पगाकी अंगुली मेरु लगावे.
Next up is the Anga Mudranam. From the same posture now, develop your fingers in front. Keep your arms straight and move them up, down, left, right in all directions. Keep massage the various different joints and muscles of your body. As you visualize surrounding your inner space, repeat the movement behind your back.
हस्तयोरङ्गुली गत्वा हस्तयोर्मध्या सर्वमङ्गमं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेदङ्गमोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Garudasana 4. From this position, now rotate your feet so the toes are pointing outwards. Keep your hands on top of your knees, your thighs and calves on the ground, and Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
संगोर्भ्याधरान् प्रीत्य कायोऽपि जानुना जानो परिकरद्वन्द्य गरुडासनमुच्यते.
We move on to Ananda Mandirasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, the toes pointing back, separate your knees, and place your hands underneath your ankles as you gaze through your third eye. Visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अटमक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः हस्तयुग्मं पाददेशे पादयुग्मं प्रदापयेत्.
Next up is Mandukartana 2. Now overlap your feet and place your hands underneath your knees. Press your tongue flat against the pelvis of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a frog.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गोल्पाभ्यां जाह्नग्ने सबलयाकृतिः हस्तोपादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on raised heels. Place your hands on the ground, thumbs touching. Gaze to your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize Narasimha, the lion man of the tower of rockets.
जोगुपनापानुभूय वेशे एली मेलरिविडा निवेशे शुमशरीरनीकटहरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टिकौल्यापे.
Next up is Vishakasana. Now sit on raised heels. Keep your knees on the ground. Cover your mouth with both hands, bring the thumbs underneath the teeth. Close your lips and inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth. In Vishakasana, as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears in Vishakasana.
जोगुपकांकी जेडी जोई गोड़ा बनवान पुंजोई गोड़ा जंगा आदर करी रहे आने वाह इसी विदित है.
Move on to Makadasana. Now place the feet left behind, soles of the feet together, sit on the heels, and bend your elbows, bring your fingers towards your armpits, and imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey face towards your third eye.
जोगुपकतली संपुट आने तिलकी पिष्टि भूम पर डाने मूलद्वारे एड्याम परिल्यावे मूला हाथा ऊंचा तहरावे.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. Now join the soles of the feet and sit on raised heels as you separate your knees. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back, gaze through your nose, and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
परमपनापानिहोय वेशे जोगु एडी गुडा निवेशे गोड़ा उबारा के तीरा आड़े वाये पसारे धीरा.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now, cross your feet and sit on the heels as you place your hand on the ground next to your body. Gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments as you pull your stomach in and up in Kanjanasana.
अंजनासनमा पक्षे यत्कृत्वा सृष्टिरो भवेत् हस्ते पादद्वयं पद्मा हस्तो भूमौ प्रसारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. Now, from the same posture, place your hands on the knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
गुल्पोऽथ प्रशनस्यादो विक्रमेण समाहितो ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं भूमासनमितीरितम्.
Maintain the same posture, but relax your upper back and neck. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji Yogasana.
इदं नियम्य गुल्पाभ्यां विक्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेत् एतद्विधि योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vidyogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring the feet near the opposite knees as you hold on to your calves with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the space of eternal oneness and vital with your Guru.
गोड़ा वाम उभो होई गोड़ा आड़े राखे लोई दजपाद की पानी रहावे पनो वाम गोड़ा गिरयावे.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now stand on the knees, keep your feet flat and hold on to your heels as you push your hips forward and tilt your head back all the way. Visualize yourself as a camel. Next up is Jyotish 2. As you lean back, place your elbows and the back of your head on the mat. Face your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus stone.
Yomu edi samputu kare tole moda swarita ridere panapani ukada hoye bese duli bishi kare tu aise.
Next up is Vidatasana. Now lay down flat on your back, then rise up and lay back down again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all the causes of the forms of your body.
Ganga Pritimomo Nidaya Gango Darayo Uduni Samstapya Pritivam Sambaram Baram Shet Viratasanam Bhavati.
Next up is Kapotasana. Now lean back and bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Try to bring your forearms on the ground as you hold on to your feet and bring your head in between the feet, visualizing yourself as a beautiful girl.
Nerudandagnandi Dardia Sampipada Ishukuman Kapoto Utrasana Vyasa Pujanvita Hitananaha.
Next up is Varasana. Now stand on your knees with your toes tucked. Hold on to opposite arms as you gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashivoham. For this is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashivoham and Varasana.
Januni Bomo Samstapya Hastapyam Bahu Parasparam Dritva Saralam Krishtet Varasaram Bhavati.
Now lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground and sit down on raised heels as you keep the toes tucked. Place your face on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the bow avatar of Jyotish.
Suryam Sandram Vedanani Asanani Katyate Purpuro Bhumo Tapayitva.
Next up is Mundasana. With your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers and then place your head on the mat. Lift your body up over top of the ground. Point your toes up towards the sky. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as the Level-3 as you breathe strongly through your nose in Mundasana.
Ado Mundasanam Bhakshe Sadvesham Prani Namsukam.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Separate your knees and bring your head in between the knees. Hold onto your head with your hands and bring your elbows outside the knees. As you inhale through the nose, exhale through your mouth. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the harmony in Angasana.
Pratama Pagatari Samataharave Kodumahili Ude Milave Panapani Ukada Karabese Jogu Egura Nivese.
Now lay down on your stomach and extend your arms above your head. Hold on to waves as you lift your arms, your chest, and your legs off the mat. Visualize yourself as a lotus in Viparita Shalabhara.
Shalabha Sanabeda Natabe Runda Namake Dandabe Runda Sahide Dandasanam Tatha.
The next asana is Kapalasana, the skull posture. Now place your forehead on the ground and your arms next to your body. Then lift your legs up and visualize the skull, which is representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
Kapalam Bhumo Nidaya Purnam Padam Nayet Kapalasanam Bhavati.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. From the same posture, now lift your legs over top of your head and place your feet on the mat in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
Prasne Pitma Charane Tapya Vaksako Parinitva Prishtade Chena Bhumo Samstapya Akashakapotam Bhavati.
Now come to a kneeling posture and place your forearms on the ground in front of you. Bring your navel towards the knees as you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
Pulparaparyantam hastavadaramastanva januninamosam tuljat vishtet gatakasanam bhavati.
Next up is a Vrishikasana 2. As you bring your forearms on the mat and your hips up high, lift your legs over top of your body and bend your knees. Try to touch the back of your head as you balance and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
Vistivamusta pratiman vipas nirjitvan sushire chukapvidare.
Now sit down on the right heel, keeping the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side in Vrishasana, the full posture. As you breathe in Anuranga Kusumbhaka, inhale forcefully through your nose, hold your breath for a short while, and then slowly exhale again through the nose.
Yamyakulpe padamule vamabhage padetaram viparitam sprishet bhumim vishasanamidam bhavet.
Next up is Lolasana. With your hands on the ground, lift your entire body off the mat and hold yourself mid-air as you cross the toes of your left foot over the right and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Lolasanam sada kuryat vayulolapagatanaat.
Now repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Place your perineum on the left heel to the right foot outside the hip. Visualize yourself as a bull.
Yamyakulpe padamule vamabhage padetaram viparitam sprishet bhumim vishasanamidam bhavet.
Now place the right foot flat, raised against the chest, and sit on the left heel as you tuck the toes of the left foot. Keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize Balagunaha as one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana.
Asana kaugana jalapikara jai.
The next asana is Grahasana, now stand up and squat down. Bring your hands from the inside out through the legs. Hold on to your ankles from the outside and visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भौमो संस्थाप्य जानमध्ये गोचरो संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बहुलपुत्रदेशो धृत्वा दृश्येत् ग्रहासनं भवति.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Sit on the right heel as you keep the left foot flat. Hands on the knees, visualize Balagunasana. Right.
आसनकौगुणदलपिकारजायी.
Next up is Utkatasana. Now step both your feet in and sit on the raised heels. Keep your hands on top of the knees. Hold on to weights if you have them available. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विजास्तिजोस्तियता ऊर्वजान यत्रास्मे पास्तयोत्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajra Sangalasana. Now join the soles of the feet, separate your knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमपनापाणि होई देशे दोवो एडि गुडा निवेशे घोड़ा उबारा के तीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Move on to Anilasana. Now place your palms straight on the mat and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight, gaze to your nose, and visualize you're able to lift up of air alone in Anilasana.
दोवो हाथ भूम परिधाने कौनी जाड़िना बिलग आने पना दोवो आते विधि करे पिष्टि हथेलिया की परिधे रही.
Next up is Padutasana. As you will stand on the mat, being fallen down, and place the back of your hand on the ground. Set your feet onto your hands and walk around, visualizing yourself wearing padukas, walking across the field.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठे गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Utkodhanasana. As you place your hands on the ground in front of you, shoulder width apart. Jog your legs up and let them fall back down again and again. Gaze with your eyes wide open and Shambhala Mudra. Visualize yourself as a rooster and keep breathing in Antaranga Kumbhaka as you engage the perineal floor and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The next asana is Viparita Nidhyasana. Now place your hands on the ground and lift your legs up into a handstand. Then move around on two hands dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
Antarabyam bhumimastagya urdam padagre kurvan.
Next up is Kunjarasana. As you separate your feet, place one hand on the ground, arms straight, other hand on your respective ear as you visualize Swami in your inner space.
Atavache mahadeva Kunjarasanam uttamam karena ikena padabhyam bhumotishte chirakaraha.
Exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
Atavache mahadeva Kunjarasanam uttamam karena ikena padabhyam bhumotishte chirakaraha.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way. Bring your heels close to your perineum. Hold onto your feet and then lift the feet off the ground. Balance on your heels as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree or pious tree that promotes a long life.
Pahnibhyam bhumimastagya astadvayena gulpodhitva dishte gadam bhavati.
Next up is Pavanamuktasana. Place your feet flat, knees against the chest, cross your arms, hold onto the knees and visualize any excess vata being balanced or released from your system.
Gayo tupadayo panimna vasvastani tambake januni vakhyati sadhu sampriti karabandhanai.
Next up is Chaturasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and extend the other leg forward. Place your hands on the ground next to your body. As you lift your entire body off the ground, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
Purvatanam chaturpadam jidam vajrasanam tatha.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. As you hold on to the big toes of Dhanamudra, keep one leg straight and pull the other foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring. Visualize yourself as a bow as you breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Padam gustodupanipyam bhuvitashravanavadihi vinudakarshakaktam dhanurasanamiritam.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now bring the right foot over top of your shoulder and hold the left foot over the right. Extend your legs out to the side, lean forward and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
Vasishtamatakaundinyam murdavukudameva cha.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place the right foot flat and the left foot on top of the right thigh. Bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
Yetat prabedam vakshami karoti yasa chamaraha ekapadamuro badva tangenat padarakshanam.
Next up is Harkamachindasana. Now bring the left foot to the right hip and step the right foot over the left knee. Twist your left arm over and around the right knee as you feel the hand below. Interact the fingers behind your back. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindranatha Master Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां ध्रियते यस्तु पार्श्वमच्छेन्द्रमुत्तमम्
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Hands to the side, other leg extended forward. Lift your body up off the ground, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2. Hold onto the big toes and lift the other foot towards your ear. Visualize yourself as a bow.
पादागुष्टवतु पाणिभ्यां हित्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीडितम्
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Lift your leg over the shoulder. Wiggle out your feet and extend the legs out to the side. Balance on your arms and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मुरुकुकुटमेव च
Next up is Pranasana on the other side. Place the right foot onto the left thigh and bring the left shoulder underneath the waist. Hands on the ground, gaze to your third eye and visualize you are immortal and able to exist on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यथ चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेन
Next up is Tandasana. Now, bring the right foot to the left hip and step the left foot over the right knee. Twist your elbow around the raised knee and bring the hand below to interlock the fingers behind your back. Breathe through your nose, gaze up towards your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra. Don't blink, keep your eyes wide open. As we visualize Sage Vasindranath, Master of Hatha Yoga and Paramashivoham.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जलरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलकण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासितः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं कण्ठस्थिरत्वं निददादिपुंसां पार्श्वाभ्यां म्रियते यस्यो पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्
Next up is Ardha Bhasmadhanasana. Now extend one leg forward and put the other heel against the perineum. Lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. As you lean down as low as you can, breathe in Jiva Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold your breath, and move the retained prana freely within your system by the force of your will. Master the movement of prana within your body. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra, don't focus on anything externally, only focus on the object within.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना जीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानुपरिमस्तकं न्ययेत् अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Next up is Pranashivoham. Now bring the left foot outside the hip. With the top of the foot flat, hold on to the right foot and extend it up in front of your face. Keep your knees straight and visualize yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मुद्रकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतो तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनं वृत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च वृत्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Bhasmadhanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards the perineum, lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot. Visualize Swamiji, breathe in Jiva Kumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना जीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Pranashivoham on the other side. Bring the right foot flat outside of your hip, knee on the ground, and lift the left foot in front of your face. Keep the knees straight and visualize yourself as a crane ground in Pranashivoham.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मुद्रकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रं तोतानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्तानपादं क्रों चञ्च मृगीं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च चित्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position and bring your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands flat on your knees, face to the tip of your nose, and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika.
ज्ञानयोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे मृदुकाय समासीन संस्थितं तत्र चक्षते.
Next up is Purasasana. As you maintain the same posture, cover your heels with your hands. Like your chin to the chest in Galandhara Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage Purasana, the founder of the Naga Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
ज्ञानयोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ दीपौ चाचात्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः अन्तसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासा ब्रह्मोलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुः योगिनावृत्तिकारणम्.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now, bring your left heel against the perineum and place the right foot onto the left thigh. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swami to meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, the avatar. Now, place your little finger below the lower lip, your ring finger above the upper lip. Close your nostrils with the middle fingers, your eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with the thumbs. In Shandapinyoga.
वामपार्श्वगुणौ संस्थाप्य रक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामजगणे.
Now place your feet onto opposite knees. With your hands outside your body, palms facing up on the ground. As you gaze to your nose, visualize plunging your inner space and breathe in Takakanchikumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of a particular crow. Inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nose.
चित्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरिजाननो आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम्.
Next up is Utpakutkutadana. Now rotate your hands at the side of your body, palms on the ground, lift your body up and balance on your arms. Visualize yourself as a rooster.
भाषितमतकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतो तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now bring your hands in between the legs, palms flat, base of the nose, don't lift your body up, stay seated, and you visualize Swami in your inner space in Siddha Harakabhyasana.
प्रथम पद्मासको करे अस्ततो वागोडासन्धिधेरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. Now lift your body off the ground, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
त्रिपुटासनं स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूर्णयित्वा.
Next up is Padmasana. Now raise your hips, keep your legs in Padmasana, and push your hands through the legs, interlocking the fingers in Bharatha Mudra, placing them on the ground in your forehead, on the head as well, as you visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Gold.
प्रथम पद्मासनको करे घोडासन्धिमाहितैरेरे.
Next up is Padmasana too. Now, sit in Padmasana, bring your arms in between the thighs and calf. Bend your elbows up and raise your knees to interlock, to place your hands on the respective shoulders. Now, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
वामी जंग दक्षिण पावा दाहिनी जंग परिवाम विद्यावा.
Next up is Grandibeyasana. Now take your chin to the chest and gaze to your nose.
अथ वक्ष्ये नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिवेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवेत् क्षिप्रं कृष्णवायुनिकेवनात्.
From this asana, now roll onto your back and hold onto your shoulders as you gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
उत्तानगोर्मपीठश्च नैमद्गारुडमेव च पाताजिनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now sit up back in Padmasana. Bring your hands to the legs and place one palm flat as you hold onto the respective wrist with the other hand, lifting your entire body up on one arm. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Paramashivoham.
कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मे बन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand on the mat, lift your body up, repeat Paramashivoham as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मे बन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Gracefully. Sitting in Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlock your fingers, rest your chin on the fingers as you press your thumbs against your throat. As you visualize that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ विपोचाचात्यास्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रम् अवलोकयेत्. गोरक्षासनमित्याहुः योगिनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now sit in Padmasana and place one hand over the other, palms facing up. Place your hands in the lap as you gaze to your nose and engage all the bundles, visualizing strong figure in space.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवक्षस्य स्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. Now gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashiva as you keep your hands on your respective knees in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये उपासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
Next is Karmukasana 2. From Padmasana, hook one hand, index and middle fingers and turn another around the big toe and pull the elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring. Move the big toe round and then repeat the movement on the other side, visualizing yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 2.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्गयोचितम् हस्तमेकं तु जङ्गाय कारुकं पूर्वरोधकं पद्मासने समादाय अङ्गुष्ठं परिधावयेत्.
Next up is Karmukasana 3. As you sit in Padmasana, push your arms behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Now, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bow as you perform Mahamudra Wonder.
कार्मुकासनमाश्रित्य उदरे पूरयेच्छुकं तदवायुर्वशो याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना कृत्वा पद्मासनं मन्त्री वेष्टयित्वा प्रतारयेत्. करेण दक्षिणो नैव वामपादान्तिकं ततम्.
From the same posture, now raise your chest, gaze up, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye destroying anything you thought of in Vidhasana.
पूर्वभ्यामुपरिस्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सभ्यदेशे च सभ्यं दक्षिणदक्षिणे करद्वयं पृष्ठप्रत्य परदीतं प्रत्नयत्नतः.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now lay on your back. Keep your legs in Padmasana and your arms crossed behind your head. Back, holding onto the big toes if you can. Gaze to your nose. Breathe calmly through the nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a snake.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोन्धाने द्योहतपाचाने आने पादा अङ्गुटपकडे आने शोभे कहुनिकुला एपाने.
Now free your arms and legs and pull your knees up towards your chest and circle your legs with your hands interlocked in Parasha Mudra as you bring your chin to the knee, Squeeze your body into a ball in Kailasa.
निद्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान्यष्कृत्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठं तेन भूमिं पतेत् अन्धुकासनं भवति.
As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and interlock the fingers around your neck. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Utpavana.
प्रथमे सूर्योदयेन करावे घोड़ा उबारा से मिलावे विपमा यदि अंकुश सोई करे एक सिमेलरे सोई.
Now bring your hands underneath the heels with the palms facing up. As you lock your throat, lean and mudra kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha in Markata Pitasana.
उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागम् उत्तमयेत् मरकटपीठं भवति.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and extend your legs out. Support your body weight with your elbows on the mat as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikapita.
संगोर्बलहीनस्य उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भक्ते प्राग्विदितेन्द्रियः.
Next up is Navatasana. Now raise your legs up, point the toes towards the sky, and keep your arms flat on the mat for support as you visualize yourself gracefully traversing to Narakaloka unscathed.
दीवागण्डेन भूमिं विष्टम्ब पादाग्रद्वयमोदमुन्नयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Now bring your hands to the lower back for support and then lower your legs down, angle them to engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara and Nithyananda.
नौकावस्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
Now place your hands back on the mat, straighten your legs up, be stable and sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations in God.
तिर्यन्नौकावत्रीवा कृष्णकोत्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your legs down. Keep your hands at the side, palms facing up. As we enter the final asana of this sequence, Nithyananda, completely untouched from any movements of your body and mind. Lay completely still as you pull the Kundalini Shakti up forcefully along the spine in Shakti Chara Mudra. Visualize your body is dead. And Swamiji, the supreme continuism, is liberating you. Into Nithyananda Mahabhagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अतशवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Move your arms and legs. Pull the knees up towards your chest. Roll from side to side and slowly return to a seated position. Congratulations, you completed the 308 asana sequence. With this, we come to the end of today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Thank you all so much for joining us. Let's get ready for the power manifestation up next. Stay tuned as the session is going to happen immediately after this session. Just grab some water and be seated and let's manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. With this, let us now conclude the session with the Purna mantra. Sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and chant along. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukar Paramastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, we welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants back again for the next session which we are going to have today. I hope each of the participants actually enjoyed the yoga session which we had. We went through the Pratama Vinyasa Krama and the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the complete 308 asana sequence. And today we are entering into the day 20 of the Paramashivoham as well. So now let's all move on to the power manifestation, manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. So before that, requesting each of the participants, if you are being seated with us from the Zoom rooms, please keep your cameras turned on and please be seated. And if you're participating with us from the YouTube live, you can sit and give your complete participation throughout this entire 21 minutes of the power manifestation. At the start, we always start with the power manifestation, manifesting the power of third eye. And throughout the day, we have various different levels and various different powers as well that we are going to be guided with, and we are going to manifest as well. But before that, I'll have a question. Maybe you can take a moment to type out your answer, telling that what all powers have each of the participants here have been manifesting across. Maybe this is the third week, it's going to be ending as well. So how many of the participants were able to manifest how many powers? Maybe 3 powers or 4, or even it can be 8, or it can be even 1. But just post your comments on the Zoom chat or on the social media platforms, so the YouTube or Facebook, wherever you're watching us from. How many powers that you have been manifesting throughout this entire Paramashivoham? And let's see how many powers we are going to manifest within the next 24 hours, because we have one more day to go for the Paramashivoham. And let's all be in that very space of oneness to allow Swamiji again to flow through us, so that the power manifestation happens and we manifest multiple powers. So now let's all start with the power of third eye. In the meantime, requesting each of the participants to please put your comment, how many powers or how many each one of you are manifesting, how many powers till today. And in today's power manifestation, we are going to see again reading words blindfolded. Let's keep seeing reading words and then move on to sentences, and then finally reading pages, trying to see how we are able to see, just how now when we are keeping our eyes open, how we are able to see everything just like that, maybe colors or pictures, somebody moving their hand, or some hand gestures, anything. The same way, the third eye should be as simple and as easy as that. That's what Swamiji's vision is for third eye as well. So I hope all the participants are able to get along. Please get your eye bands, pen and paper, as we're entering into the first round of the power manifestation. Please bring your eye bands as well. So in the meantime, let's listen to the Shastra Pramana. Always we begin with the Shastra Pramana, telling that Paramashiva, Swamiji himself tells that every single power manifestation, all the initiations, blessings, dikshas, everything has redirected back to the Vedas and Agamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, where Paramashiva tells every blessings and initiation, power manifestation is given directly by Paramashiva. Swamiji is not somebody who just created it out of the blue or something like that, but Swamiji, who's incarnation of Paramashiva himself, because the science has been lost, he is reviving everything back, and everything has been documented very well in the Vedas and Agamas. So let's listen to the Shastra Pramana, the scripture reference, where Maharaj will be reciting the verse and the translation for this very particular power, the power of third eye.
Yes. So now let's listen to the Shastra Pramana, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. First, I'll chant the Shastra Pramana for all of you, and then I'll chant the translation for this beautiful verse. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmelitalochanaha Kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. The beautiful translation for this verse goes as by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the body and mind, one attains the space of the lakshyam, the goal, and has the sight beyond the eyes. He can see any place or object, and he is in one with the source Paramashiva. This is the beautiful Shastra Pramana that Paramashiva gives in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra to Devi, explaining the power and the technique to manifest the power of third eye reading. So the technique that Paramashiva shares with all of us is very simple. He asks us to bring our awareness to the crown center. The crown center is the seat of the Guru. And when we visualize the seat of the Guru, who is the none other than our beloved Swamiji. He is our Guru. And when we visualize Swamiji, that immense space of oneness happens, and we have the sight beyond the eyes, and we are able to see everything in front of us. That is the most simple technique. And even during the manifestation, just visualizing Swamiji more and more will make you manifest the power more and more. So with this, let's now enter the power manifestation of the blindfold reading.
Yes, so as the Shastra Pramana, the verse was recited from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, and the translation where Paramashiva tells for the very particular verse revealed in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra about the power of third eye. Now let's all keep our eyes closed. Please blindfold yourself. As I said earlier, we are entering into the first round where we're going to see words blindfolded again. Please keep your eyes closed now. Requesting each of the participants to please blindfold yourself. Yes, so now take a moment to remember Swamiji. Be in that unclutched space to remember the Supreme Pontiff of Hindus. Just be in that simple feeling connection. Whatever is revealing, whatever is going to get revealed to me, let it get revealed. Whatever is the manifestation which Swamiji is going to show me through my third eye, let that happen. Be in that unclutched space for a few moments. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. And now with this, we have completed the step of seeing the picture blindfolded. Now start sharing what Swamiji shared, gave the revelations in your third eye. Everything that he gave, whether the colors, pictures or words, share all of them. And when you share these various revelations that Swamiji gave you, you start trusting your third eye. See, when you hold the revelation inside you thinking, okay, I've just thought of these things and that's all, then you don't trust exactly your third eye. Because if you trust your third eye, you will be very bold, you'll be very open and you'll be ready to share. So Swamiji says that when you start sharing the revelations, when you tell outside what you have seen, that is when actually you are putting your trust on the third eye, saying the third eye, this is what you have told me and I'm going to tell this to everyone. So building that trust and will persistence to be having that trust on the third eye, having that belief on the third eye and on what Swamiji has revealed is the first step of the manifestation. So I request all the participants share now what you have seen in this round of the manifestation. Everything you have seen, perfectly fine, you can share even if you have seen just black. And now if you are seeing in the Zoom or in the social media platforms, share what you have seen in the chat.
So now let's all move on to see the image, which is going to get projected for all of us for this first round of the power manifestation. So I request each of the participants, now you can see it for yourself what we have written, what Swamiji has manifested through each one of you, and the actual image, which is now projected. The image is, it's a word which is a battery. That's a word, BATTERY. And there is kind of a maroon background at the behind, and the letters are kind of gold or yellow in color. So similar to what we did in the yesterday and day before yesterday's rounds as well. So the word is battery, and then let's take a moment to see what each of the participants have actually manifested. Yes, so now let's all move on to the second round of the power manifestation. We are entering into the second round as well. Requesting each of the participants, please put on your blindfold again. You can keep your pen and paper aside and keep your eyes closed. Again, take a moment to remember Swamiji onto your third eye. Keep your eyes closed. Keep yourself completely comfortable. If you're able to sit in Padmasana, that's the best posture to manifest powers. Keep your eyes closed now. We're going to again play with words and sing words blindfolded. Let's chant the Mahavakya along as we remember Swamiji that he is manifesting through each one of us. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. And now, start sharing what you have seen during this round of the manifestation, the words, colors and pictures, whatever you have seen. And one powerful cognition you should hold during the manifestation is that the third eye is not just for blindfold reading. So when you do the power of third eye reading, you're not, the goal of the third eye, the goal of the manifestation is not just to see the picture in front of you. The goal is to be in the space of restful awareness, be in the space of unclutching. The more and more you try and put the focus on being in the space of unclutching, you will manifest the power more. The more and more you try to see the word, the more and more visualizations and imaginations will come and block you. So try to be an open box, just a wire, a channel for Swamiji's energy to flow, and don't try to see the word itself. Don't try to see what is there in front. Allow yourself to be a channel and the revelation will happen to you. So with this, let's now, once again, I request all the participants, share what you have seen in this round of the manifestation in the Zoom or social media chat.
Now let's all move on to see the image, which is there for all of us for the second round of the power manifestation. As each of us can see, it's the word Ganesha. Can we see it as the Hindu deity Ganesha? You just even saw Ganesha's form as Swamiji, anything. But the word which is projected for all of us is Ganesha. Similar pattern to how it was in the first round of the power manifestation. Let's take a moment to see what each of the participants have written and see the word, the actual word, which is now projected. Yes, so now let's all move on to the third round of the power manifestation. We're entering into the third round. Requesting each of the participants to please blindfold yourself. Please keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed again. Take a moment to remember Swamiji on your third eye. You can visualize him to any Bhavasamaya Darshan, as we received the live darshan yesterday as well. But Swamiji came and he blessed all of us, raised our consciousness to the space of Paramadvaita. You can even remember that very form of Swamiji. Keep your eyes closed. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. And once again, now we have completed the step of seeing the picture blindfolded, seeing the word blindfolded. Now start sharing what you have seen in this round of the manifestation. Throughout this manifestation, even the smallest thing you have got correct, that Swamiji has revealed to you, and you were a channel for allowing what Swamiji showed you to be revealed outside. And it was exactly what was there outside, what the word was projected also. Be happy and celebrate. That is only what is going to build your foundation, build your will persistence. The more and more you celebrate every smallest manifestation of Swamiji in your life, the more and more Swamiji will manifest in your life. And if you manifested, it's the greatness of Swamiji. And if you haven't manifested, that is also Swamiji's problem. Don't feel that it is you that you have to do anything. So now, once again, I request all the participants share what you saw in this round of the manifestation.
Yes, so let's all move on, quickly see what is the third round and the final round of the power manifestation today. As each of the participants can see, the word is Vishnu. Similar, you can even take it as a Hindu deity, which is there, like how in the previous round Ganesha. This round, the final round, is Vishnu, and the word Vishnu is in this final round of the power manifestation. Yes, so now let's all move on to the next. We prepare ourselves. We're going to move on to the next session now, as we have completed the entire 21 minutes manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Let's take a moment to share your experience, each of the participants' experiences, any breakthroughs you had during the yoga session, or any breakthroughs of any rounds, in the entire 3 rounds of the power manifestation, where each of the participants had in today's power manifestation. Let's take a moment as we want to move on to the next session. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your 3 eyes. Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
राजाधिराजाय प्रशक्यशाकिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे श्यामे कामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः
சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றடி மலனடி போற்றி ஆயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெரும் துறையிடம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவல நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அளவற்றும் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட நிற்கிறேன் பாராய் அருணாச்சல అసలనేనే వారాయ్ అగండ జ్యోతియనే వారాయ్ அல்லல்லிக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் கையினில் சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா செம்பொன் மாழ சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே மண்ணும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியினில் நிறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவா அறவாடிட இசை சூழ்ந்திட திரள் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய் సామగానలో సదా విముక్తి కారణే నాదికేశ దివ్య బ్రహ్మరూపనే మీనాక్షి శక్తి సహిత సుందరేశనే அண்ணாமலை உதித்த நித்யநந்தனே சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே உந்தன் திருவடியை தொழுதோமே வேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிலுமாகினி ஊழியாகினாய் உலகுமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்படை தரு கர்ம வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கர்வம் போக்கி எம்மையாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே எங்கும் மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் உன்னையே கதியன
नित्यानन्दम् परमसुखदम् केवलम् ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतम् गगनसदृशम् तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकम् नित्यम् विमलमचलम् सर्वदी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतम् त्रिगुणरहितम् सद्गुरुम् तम् नमामि. Nithyananda, everyone. We welcome all the participants, every one of you that have joined with us for today's very special program. Today, on this auspicious day of Makara Shankranti, the auspicious day of Pongal, where we all celebrate Shiva Surya, we all celebrate Bhagavan Surya, and it is on this day, all of us, the entire Hindus, celebrate. This is a traditional harvest festival, which is widely celebrated from all the Hindus around the world. And today's celebration marks the beginning of auspiciousness and marks the beginning of prosperity and abundance manifesting in our lives. So we welcome all the participants here with us today. Nithyananda, Manandeshwari, Mahedi Shlak, Nithyanandam. Very nice to have all of you here. Today's day is very, very special for all of us because in the session that we're all going to be having today, we're going to be learning about how to awaken our DNA to manifest that ultimate super consciousness. How do we manifest the best? How do we manifest highest possibilities of us? And now we are going to be understanding. See, today, one of the important things we are going to be understanding is how no matter what happens, never ever get stuck in life. And a very special process. Anybody here, you know of people who are struggling with genetic problems, like they feel that because of some genetic issues, and doctors say that it's not curable. Any of those people, you can definitely invite them to this session today. To take some time and invite all your friends, family members, whoever you feel are struggling with something like this. Take some time to invite them because today we are going to be understanding about what's DNA, how you can reprogram your DNA and awaken the strands of your DNA that are right now dormant. Maestak, you're asking even kids with autism can come? Yes, you can get them along with your parents. They can come and sit, and when the parents also listen throughout the day, they participate in the workshop, they themselves will have much more completion space, which will help the kids' biomemory. And during the darshan, Swamiji will do the healing process. So you can definitely invite them. All right. Let's enter into our very first session of the day. The first session is going to be learning about the 5 elements, the Panchabhutas. What are these 5 elements of nature? Let's learn the revelation now.
Panchabhuta, the air example. I am giving you one example. Panchabhuta is 5 elements, all of you know. The earth, water, fire, air and space. The air, constant level means just the air. Changing level means 80% of it will be air, the remaining 20% some other element will become part of it. Only then it can become changing. Please understand, the cyclone does not happen just by air. Whether the heat or space, something else gets added to that air, water or fire or space. Some other elements become part of that air. Only then it becomes cyclone. The cyclone starts happening. At some spot, maybe the temperature is down, so that is why the vacuum gets happened, the depression happens, then from one place the air rushes to that spot. That is what is cyclone. So in any element, the constant and changing, same way, the earthquake. When the earth is constant, just it is earth. But when the fire inside the earth changes, moves, or water alters itself, or the space gives way, when the earth moves, that is what is earthquake. So the samyama on constant dimension of Panchabhuta and changing dimension of Panchabhuta and all-pervading dimensions of Panchabhuta, that samyama leads you to experience extraordinary powers, feeling connection, making you fall in tune with 5 elements, and through this you can control the elements, and through this you can go beyond the elements and get enlightened. Being unaware. The base from I wanted people to start the understanding is, by the nature of your intelligence, your body can directly produce whatever it wants from the Panchabhutas, means from the sky, from the air, from the sun rays. Sun rays is the fire representation. And from the water, from walking on the ground. It can just imbibe whatever it wants directly. You may need to support very little for the earth element, whatever has grown out of earth, like little grains, little vegetables. Maybe that support you need to add, that's all. Otherwise, your body is independently intelligent to run itself. In that 5 Panchabhutas, only 1 Bhuta you may need to supply a little bit. Supply only required for... First let us understand something about breath. From the moment of your birth to death, the one and only thing which you do without any discontinuity is breathing. Anything else can be stopped. You may be a child, or you may be young man, or you may become old, or you may fall sick, you may eat, you may not eat, you may sleep, you may not sleep, but you cannot stop breathing. That's a basic thing of life. Breathing is the one and only activity which you are doing continuously. Your being is made out of 5 elements. Earth, Prithvi, earth element, your bone, and the base structure is made out of earth element. Next, water, your blood and so many other things in your system. Water element represents the water element energy. Next, fire, which is constantly burning in your Manipuraka. Next is air, breath, prana, breath element, the air element. The 5th is ether. Ether is your mind, where your visualizations are happening, where your thinking is happening. That space is ether. 5 elements are there. And Tantra says, if you can directly work with the subtlest element, you will achieve enlightenment immediately. Working with earth means, then you have to move to the water, then you have to move to the fire, then you have to move to the air, from there you have to move to the ether. You have to move from one step to next. You can see one will be subtler than the other. If you go deep, it will be subtler and subtlest. The earth and the water will have form, and the fire is formless form. Air and the ether will not have form. Fire can lead from form to formlessness. These are the 5 elements. If you can work with the subtlest, straight away you can become enlightened. You can reach the cosmic energy. You can reach the Atman. From Atman comes the Akasha. From Akasha comes the Vayu. From Vayu Rabha. From Vayu comes the Agni. From Agni comes the water. From water element comes the Prithvi, earth. If you can work with the subtlest element straight away you can reach the enlightenment, the inner space. Here the subtlest element is Akasha, ether. But the big difficulty is you cannot directly work with ether. You cannot directly work with ether. You cannot directly work with your mind. The more you try to work with your mind, you may create suppressions and more difficulties. That's the reason Shiva is straight away working with air, little less subtle, but which is practical. You may have a question, how can I become enlightened? Just by watching my breath. How can I become enlightened? Just by going into the space where my breath is taking turn. How enlightenment is possible? Logically, you may not understand, but when you go deep, it happens. It happens. Human beings as such cannot work directly on the ether, on mind. The thing which they can directly touch is only the breath. And breath is the bridge between you and the universe. It is the bridge between your body and the mind. You can see very clearly. Till breath, you are only body. After the breath, you are mind. If you see all the 5 elements. Till the air, you are only body. Whether it is earth, water, or fire, or the air. All these 4 are only body. But after the breath, after the air, after the prana, it is mind. The ether is mind. The breath is the bridge between your body and mind. Your matter and spirit. Body is the matter. Spirit is the energy. Breath is the bridge between your bodies. Please be very clear. Constantly you are connecting with the universe. You are relating with cosmos through the breath. Once the breathing goes in and before it turns out, it touches your inner space. Let it be very clear. Every single breath is directly managed by your Atman, not by your mind. Let it be very clear. That is why even if you forget, you go on breathing. It is not under the control of your mind. It is under the control of consciousness. Every single breath, you go and touch your inner consciousness. You straight away go and reach your inner consciousness, then come out. Every single breath is directly related to your inner consciousness. That is the easiest method to reach enlightenment. Let me be very clear. With any other technique, you have to do something. Here, you don't have to do anything. Just be. And automatically you will be taken into the space where the enlightenment is happening. Automatically you will reach the space where consciousness is your nature. Automatically you will enter into the space where you are in Shiva consciousness. Every moment you are reaching the space of Shiva consciousness. You are entering into the space of Shiva consciousness without even your knowledge. Only thing, all you need to do is just be with the vehicle which goes into the inner space of Shiva consciousness. If you just keep quiet and sit in the train, that is enough. Your breath is the train, vehicle, which is going into the Shiva consciousness every moment. But the moment it goes near the Shiva consciousness, you feel a little suffocated and you say, no, this is not for me, let me get down, you get down. And when the train comes back to your station, you get into the train and come back again. Just before the turning up, there will be always a gap where you don't breathe, where the breath is not happening, where it is taking turn. If you can relax in that gap, if you can be aware of that gap, a sudden explosion of consciousness is possible in you. You may think, how can I achieve enlightenment? Just by watching the gap between the breaths. Please be very clear. Your breathing and your thinking are directly connected. They are directly connected. If you observe the length, breadth and depth of your breath, length, breadth and depth of your breath, it changes according to your thoughts. Let me be very clear. Every single thought changes the length, breadth and depth of your breathing. Length, breadth and depth of your breathing can never be the same with two different thoughts. Every single thought brings a change, a slight change, maybe in length or in breadth or in depth of your breathing. Every single thought is associated with a particular length, breadth, depth of your breathing. So your breathing is not same as you think. You can see this obviously when you are caught in some emotions. Emotions like anger, you can see your breathing totally changes. Emotions like lust, you can see that your breathing is totally different. The emotions, when you are caught in the emotions, you can see how your breathing changes. You think only in the high emotions, your breathing changes. Not only in the high emotions, even in ordinary thinking, even in an ordinary way of thinking, every thought has got its own length, breadth, depth of breath. Be very clear, every single thought brings its own change in your breathing. If you work on your breath, straight away you work on your mind. If you work on your mind, you are straight away working on your breath. But the difficulty is you can't work on your mind. You cannot work on your mind. It is too subtle. It is too subtle. You cannot do anything. Try your best to work on your mind. End of the day you will feel only bored or tired. One more thing, if you observe, if you stop breathing, you can't think. Your thinking will stop. Even for a moment, stop breathing, thinking will stop. And if you stop thinking, breathing will stop. You can't stop thinking completely, but you can enter into the space where breathing is not happening in you. You can beautifully enter into that space without any side effect or after effect. The only byproduct or side effect will be enlightenment. Whenever the incoming breath takes a turn, as outgoing breath, it is. And whenever the outgoing breath takes turn, becomes the incoming breath, again you experience the neutral space. Your breath moves in only a circular way. It is not parallel line as you think. Because it goes in a straight way, you think it's a parallel line. It's not parallel. It takes a turn. Parallel lines never meet. Your breathing and mind both are very closely associated. The prana and mana, prana sarira and mana sarira are very closely connected to each other. If the prana becomes slow, the number of thoughts per second also reduces. Along with the length, breadth, depth of the prana, thoughts per second also reduces. Please understand. The length, breadth, depth of the prana or the breathing is directly related to the number of thoughts which you are having. If for example here, if the prana is slowly coming down, slowly going into the inner space, to take turn. This is the space in which it takes turn. It's an ingoing, incoming, outgoing. This is the prana. Along with that, mind also slowly slows down. Very slowly slows down. But the difficulty, you are afraid of losing your mind. You are afraid of losing your mind. That is why you never keep your awareness in this zone. This is like a neutral zone. If you know driving, you can understand. Whenever you shift gear from first gear to second gear or second gear to third gear or any change, you have to come to neutral zone. Only after coming to the neutral zone, you can change the gear. Even if it is from first to second or second to third or third to first, whatever it is, you have to come to the neutral zone. Same way, the incoming breath taking turn as outgoing breath. This turn, this zone is a neutral zone. This is neutral zone. You are afraid of this neutral zone because in this neutral zone you are empty. You don't have any identity. The biggest fear human beings have is fear of losing identity. Fear of losing the identity. I tell you, even fear of losing death is not great fear, like fear of losing identity. Fear of losing death itself is nothing but you don't know how you will be after death. If you are very clear, you will be in some way, you don't have the fear. Here, you are not very clear about how you will be after death, how you will be after you leave the body. It is the identity, the fear of losing identity that is much worse than fear of death. Here, when you pass through this neutral zone, when your breath stops, your mind also stops. You do not want this space. That is why you just jump this space. You never keep your awareness. You are never aware of this space because you do not want to lose your identity. If your mind stops, you will not have identity for a few moments. You will lose your identity and you always think you are only identity. You exist just only on identity. When you feel your identity is lost, you feel you are no more. That's the reason whenever you come to this zone, you just take a jump. You are never aware of this zone. Every moment this zone is happening in you again and again. Whenever your incoming breath takes outgoing as outgoing or outgoing takes as incoming, this is also neutral zone. But you are afraid of these two neutral zones. You just take a jump. You do not want to be aware of this space. Every moment when the incoming breath takes as outgoing, outgoing takes as incoming, you are afraid of this neutral zone because in neutral zone you don't exist. In neutral zone your identity is lost. You do not want to be aware of losing your identity. You do not want to lose your identity. You are so obsessed with your identity. You are so caught. You are completely caught with your identity. You do not want to even remain for a moment, even for a kshana. You do not want to be without your identity. Constantly you are protecting your identity. But the big problem is your identity is completely social. It is not existential. It is just comparative reality. It is not existential reality. Whatever you think as your identity, your money, relationship, your age, your sex, whatever you call as your identity, it is just societal, unsuicidal. Societal, unsuicidal. It is not the existential reality.
It is just comparative reality. But the big thing is, you are afraid of existential reality and trying to protect your comparative reality, but you think you are protecting something which is. It's a real fun actually. You are trying to protect which is not against which is. Which is your reality, that neutral space, that gap. Which is not is your comparative reality, your identity. You are trying to protect your identity against your reality. That is where you miss the whole game. That is why our life is a big failure. You are trying to protect which is not, you are trying to fight for which is not against which is. See, the light has got an existence. It has got positive existence. But darkness doesn't have positive existence. It exists only in a negative way. It doesn't have positive existence. You are trying to protect which doesn't have positive existence against which has got positive existence. In this space, in this zone, the neutral zone, the inner space or consciousness is the reality. It is a truth. It exists in you every moment. Every moment when your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, you are in that neutral space. You are in that consciousness. But you neither wanted to experience nor feel comfortable with that zone. You are so caught up in your identity, especially with the Western culture. Surrender means death. Just by hearing the word surrender, people get frightened. But you don't know, you are trying to protect something which doesn't have basic existence. You see, all your identity is what your mind. This is what is your identity, the mind. This is breath. It's a breath and it's mind. Mind is nothing but your identity. Again here, outgoing breath, mind. This is the zone. Neither breath is happening nor the mind is working. This is the zone where both stop. When your breathing stops, when your mind stops, you experience the zone of consciousness. This is what I call neutral zone. The difficulty is, if your mind doesn't feel comfortable, if your identity doesn't feel comfortable, then naturally you just jump this zone. You do not want this zone in your life. Constantly you are trying to avoid God. Constantly you are trying to escape from God. Constantly you are trying to escape from consciousness. The main thing, you need to feel comfortable with that neutral zone. The more you feel comfortable, more you feel protected, more you feel secured with that neutral zone, you will start experiencing the neutral zone again and again. When you start experiencing the neutral zone, you will stay in consciousness. And if your identity is based on the outer world, you will not feel comfortable in that neutral zone. Person who feels comfortable in the neutral zone will be constantly rejuvenated. That is what I call eternal bliss. Constantly you will be energized. Understand? It's like every moment you are sent to a high plane. Every moment you are high, every moment if you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, every moment you get high on prana. Prana means the life source, the life force, the energy or the consciousness which is the base for your existence. Let it be very clear, the word prana does not mean air. In Sanskrit, the prana has got deeper meaning. It is not simply air, it's like air. Air is a product delivered from the outer world. Prana is the energy which you receive from the product. If you can be comfortable in that neutral zone, every moment, again and again, you will be rejuvenated, flooded with energy. In this lower neutral zone, when the incoming takes outgoing turn, you are flooded with energy. When the outgoing takes the turn of incoming, you are flooded with intelligence. Please understand, as I was saying yesterday, incoming is life, outgoing is death. Incoming breath is life, outgoing breath is death. This is the lifeline and this is death. With the life, you are flooded with energy. With the death, you are flooded with intelligence. If you are unaware, you will miss the energy and miss the intelligence. Every death teaches you. Every death. One more thing, when I use the word death, I don't mean only the physical death. If you lose some money, suddenly you lose $1 million. Some part of your being is dying. That is why you feel so much of pain. Your identity as a millionaire is dying. Same way, even if you don't have good relationship with your parents, if they die, suddenly you feel emptiness, the pain. When you watch both the gaps, when you are aware of both the gaps, you will be constantly flooded with energy and intelligence. If you go a little deep, you will understand one more important thing. Every moment you have thought and energy, 0 and 1. The whole binary system is based on this only. The whole binary system of 0 and 1. The thought and energy, energy and thought and energy. The energy and thought both are directly related. Actually, for a moment you will be flooded with Icha Shakti. The next moment you will be flooded with Kriya Shakti. One moment you are flooded with energy, next moment you are flooded with intelligence. Constantly, these two are playing the game. This is the game of Shiva and Shakti. This is the whole cosmos, matter and energy. Constantly in your inner space, Shiva and Shakti are dancing. The matter and energy are dancing. If you can be aware of the gap, you will experience the eternal consciousness, the Shiva consciousness. Icha and Kriya both are dancing in your inner space. If you can be aware of the gap, you will achieve the Jnana Shakti. The Icha Shakti and Kriya Shakti, both of them are just dancing. The energy is enjoying itself. Energy is expressing itself in your inner space. If you can be little aware, if you can feel comfortable with the gap, suddenly you will see that Jnana Shakti is awakened in you. Here, let you understand, again and again and again you are flooded with energy. You are flooded with energy. When you start experiencing this inner space, the neutral zone, the source of inspiration will not be the matter for you, it will be spirit. Please understand. As long as the source of inspiration is your identity, you are driven by your identity, you will try to strengthen your identity, which is not there. Which is not there. See, your identity as a rich man will be alive if you are among the poor people. If you go and be with the rich people, what will happen to your identity? It will be lost. Your identity as a young man will be alive if you are with old people. If you are with old people, what will happen? Your identity will disappear. Be very clear. Your identity is completely relative. It is comparative. It is not reality. If you are comfortable only with inhaling and exhaling, you will be strengthening your identity. Your inspiration source will be your identity, and you will be working to strengthen your identity. Means depth to depth. If you shift your comfort zone, if you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, if you start witnessing, if you start observing these two neutral zones, and if you are relaxed in that neutral zone, you will start creating a new source of inspiration for you, which is not your identity, which is not matter. Please be very clear. As long as matter is the inspiration source for you, as long as your identity is inspiration source for you, you cannot be alive, active eternally. You cannot be alive or active eternally. You will be entering into the space of death again and again, because matter cannot be alive. Matter by its very nature is not alive. If you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, the spirit will become inspiration source for you. You will be driven, you will become active, alive again and again by the spirit, by the energy and intelligence. Energy and intelligence will become source for your life. Whenever you are flooded with energy, whenever you are flooded with intelligence, you will be able to receive it. You being flooded with intelligence and energy is what I call God consciousness, experiencing Shiva. Do not think experiencing Shiva means somewhere you will see a big god with that forehand and a snake and with a trident. That is not experiencing Shiva. Experiencing Shiva means you being flooded with energy and intelligence. Whenever you are flooded with energy and intelligence, be very clear, you are experiencing Shiva consciousness. You may be aware or unaware, but you are experiencing Shiva consciousness. The first level pranayama is just regulating the four actions, four flow. Going in, staying in, coming out, staying out. The second stage of pranayama is elongating. I can say the second stage, I am putting it now serially, elongating that four stages. The third stage of pranayama is stopping in any one of that four stages. The fourth stage of pranayama is, because of being centered in some object internally or externally, if your breathing stops, that is what is fourth. So being centered either on external or on internal object can lead to the stoppage of air movement can lead to just prana going in and settling into your system. This is the fourth stage of pranayama. Please understand. Concentrating on external object or internal object. And because of that, if your breathing movements stop, you will experience the stage of breathing without thinking. Breathing may not happen, but your thinking will not be there. That stage, I can say, is one of the most powerful pranayama. The fourth stage of pranayama. In this stage, you will be able to create anything you want, because all the materials are created out of prana. You will have access to that base material. It's like if you have clay, you can make anything which can be made in clay. Same way, if you have a prana under your control, you can make anything you want, because everything is made out of prana. All the materials made out of prana can be made by you if you achieve this state of stoppage of breath by being centered, your awareness being centered on something internally or externally. Inhaling, holding, the prana which was held in your body, that prana spreading all over your body, and exhaling and cleansing. Inhaling, holding, spreading, exhaling and cleansing. These are the 5 life breath movements, Pancha Pranas. Prana, Vyana, Udana, Samana, Apana. 5 movements. If these 5 movements are balanced and proper, naturally your body will be in health, your mind will be in a balanced space, your consciousness will be soaring higher and higher and higher. Understand? Hundreds and hundreds of good positive effects on your body, mind, consciousness will happen in your system just by balancing this Pancha Pranas. Samyama and fire have a lamp. Please understand, when you do samyama, have a lamp lit by ghee. Don't use any other oil, don't use candle, don't use any other type of fire, just lamp used with ghee. You may think, what is the difference between ghee lamp and other oil lamp? The material you use and the quality of the fire are actually related. If you gaze at the lamp used with ghee and gaze at the fire created by kerosene, you will see the difference. So for samyama, always use lamp of ghee lamp. 1 feet away, keep a piece of camphor. Do the samyama. Let me give you the exact instruction. First feel
You are inside that light, the flame of the lamp. Then visualize that flame is inside you. First 21 minutes, you inside the flame. Second 21 minutes, the flame inside you. Third 21 minutes, feel that camphor is also inside you. The flame, camphor, you. All three are inside same space. I am not telling you some story. Really the camphor will catch fire. When the samyama happens, the camphor will catch fire. This is the samyama on fire. Please understand, I am not teaching you this samyama to do some extraordinary power or show or magic. This samyama will heal all the digestion related, stomach related problems. All the problems related to digestion. Constipation, loose motion, and all problems related to digestion. Intestine, Jadaragni in Sanskrit. Jadaragni means the fire which is there in you constantly to transform all the food into energy. Any food you put inside, that gets transformed as energy. Jadaragni. Jadaragni will be healed. Please understand, this samyama is more for physical healing. Actually, the extraordinary power also will happen. That happening may give you a lot of inspiration, that's all. Second samyama, have a bowl of water and have a small dhruva grass floating on it. Do the same thing. Like feel you are one with the dhruva grass first. Second, feel that dhruva grass is one with you. Then give any command to move left, right, center or anything. Whatever you say, the dhruva grass will listen. When the dhruva listens, samyama is perfected. All the blood related disease in your body will be healed. This samyamasana does not take ages, don't worry. Don't think 12 years you have to practice, no. Maximum 10-15 days. Because these are all possible samyamas. Only thing you understand. Usually when these samyamas are all taught to you by a person whose biomemory has experienced it, immediately your biomemory catches it. That's all, nothing else. One samyama on fire, next samyama on earth element. Please understand, this dhruva grass floating on the water is not water samyama, it is samyama on earth element. Dhruva represents earth, matter. Third samyama, sit in front of a mirror, gaze at your own third eye, feel the reflection is you are the reflection. The reflection will disappear, mirror will be empty. This is the samyama on space, means thoughts. When the reflection disappears in the mirror, mirror is empty. The samyama on the space has happened. These three samyama you can practice even without my direct supervision. Even then I don't want kids to practice this samyama. After 18, you can practice even without my direct supervision. There is no side effect. But only thing you need to be careful about where you keep the camphor. Only the camphor should burn. Things around the camphor should not be burning or flammable. Camphor should not create fire accident. Those things you need to take care.
The next two samyamas, samyama on the water and samyama on air, I'll explain, but better don't practice. Do it only in the direct supervision. Sit near the river, feel just one with the river. This samyama will actually liberate you from all the 1, 2, 3 problems. See, earlier when I described this dhruva, I said water. Sorry, just make correction. The dhruva samyama is the samyama of earth element that will heal all the disorders related to bone and bone marrow, not the blood flow. When you sit with a river and do samyama, only then all the disorders related to blood flow gets healed. And same way, samyama on the air. Have some hand fan or a electric fan which creates a strong air flow, the current. Do samyama exactly on the flow of the air. Feel just like that air flow, you are also flowing. Feel one with that air flow. How the air is flowing like a beam, feel that your body is flowing like that, and both are one and the same. There is one more samyama on these 5 elements. You concentrating at the same moment on the fire in the stomach, blood flowing in the heart, bone marrow of the knuckle. Please understand this, hand joint, this area's bone marrow. Bone and bone marrow of this area, the entrance of Kurmanadi. And the eternal sound you experience in your ears when you close your ears. If you just put your hand, you will have that eternal sound. And all the thoughts happening in you. These are the 5 elements inside your body. Understand? The bone and bone marrow of the Kurmanadi represents the earth element in your body. Blood flowing in the heart represents water element. Fire in the stomach represents fire element. The sound you hear in the ears when you close your ears with both hands represents air element. Thoughts you are having represents space element. If you do samyama on these 5 also, you will be able to fall in tune with the Panchabhutas. As I said, all these samyamas make you fall in tune with Panchabhutas. Maybe I can guide you into this samyama for few minutes, so that you can fall in tune with all the major 5 elements in your body. You can get healed and fall in tune with the 5 elements. Just sit remembering. You can put your hands on your ears, hearing that sound, being aware of thoughts, fire in the stomach, the bone structure of the knuckle, and blood flow of the heart. All 5, just be aware. You may be feeling, oh, where will I concentrate? You may be running around all 5. Even if you run around between all these 5, that's great, no problem. But nothing 6 should be allowed inside you. Just run around with these 5, no sleeping. Bring your awareness to the sound in the ears, thoughts in the mind, fire in the stomach, blood flow in the heart, bone of your hand joint, where your right palm joins the hand, this part, the entrance of Kurmanadi. Bring your awareness on all these 5. Your awareness should be between these 5. You can remember any one of these 5 or all these 5 or 2, 3 of these, no problem. In that samyama, remember just these 5. Don't bring 6th object to your mind.
Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. I welcome all of you to this power manifestation session. How are all of you doing today? Today, we are going to be manifesting a very exciting power of connecting to all of the five elements of nature, being able to connect to the nature around us and manifest the power of having control, having oneness over Vayu, which is the air. So, before we start, can all of you go ahead, take a few moments? Just in the previous session, we beautifully learned, Swamiji beautifully taught us about how to connect with the Panchabhutas, the five elements of nature. So, what did all of you understand from that? Can all of you take a few moments and share the powerful cognition which you got from that session? Okay. So let's go ahead and start. So today, the power which we are manifesting is the power of Vayu Shakti, as I said. Vayu Shakti is the power to be able to experience oneness with the wind element, also known as air bending. The first thing which we need to understand is that to manifest any power, we need to manifest oneness over nature, not power over nature. Unfortunately, your unconscious mind always tends to think that naturally we'll be pushed to manipulate and control the things around us. Manipulation is not manifestation. There's a clear difference between black magic and white magic. Yes, even by manipulation, you can only have power over nature, and that too for a very limited time. So, if you're finding it hard to understand this, let me explain in a simple way. So, if I have 2 cups of water, in 1 cup, I'll take oil and pour. How much ever oil I pour on that cup of water, will the oil ever mix with the water? No, right? That is what happens when you have power over nature, when you have control over nature. It's like oil and water. I can pour how much ever oil I want, it'll never mix with the water. But if I take another cup of water and pour it into that same cup, it will definitely mix, right? Because both are one and the same. They're from the same source. That's what happens when you have oneness over nature. When you have oneness over nature, you become a part of the nature. You don't control or manipulate it. That's why you'll just become one with the nature and be like water and water. How many of you are able to relate to this? Can all of you post if you're able to relate to this, or just wave your hands? Okay, great. So every time, the first thing which you need to understand is every time you play with the wind, it can be stopping it, agitating it, or aggravating it. When you do it with the mode of oneness, when you do it with the space of oneness, you will gain more and more power over the wind. It's like just talking to your best friend, how you'll be so casual that immense friendliness will be there. Right now we're so insensitive to the nature around us, we're so insensitive to everything around us. We don't feel like the nature or the panchabhutas is a part of us. Like how I'll move my hand, I feel like this hand is a part of me, isn't it? All of you can also do that. But if I tell you to move the wind or control the wind or the rain, you'll feel like, how can I do that? I can't. That's because we've become so insensitive to the nature around us. We've lost that sensitivity. So, when you do whatever, when you play with the wind, when you do it from the space of oneness, you will gain more and more power over the wind. And not only that, the wind will reveal more and more of its secrets to you. You might be thinking, what? Wind reveals secrets to me? Yes. See, all of these Panchabutas, this nature is alive and it all comes from the same source, Paramashiva. When you connect to the wind more and more, it'll be like you're talking to your best friend. You will just know, just by saying, uh, just by commanding, can you please, slow down, or can I want more wind? Just you'll be able to talk to the nature around you and be able to control the nature around you. He will sit and confess to you. He will sit and talk to you. Hanuman was my son. See, when I gave birth to him, this is what happened. This kid is so powerful. He went and tried to swallow the sun, and I have to go and meditate for him to heal. And he will just sit with you like an old friend and open up himself to you. You will start having that immense friendliness, that oneness with Vayu Bhagavan. Okay, I hope all of you know this story of Hanuman. Hanuman is actually the son of Vayu Bhagwan, the wind god. So that is the story. There's a story where Hanuman, as a very young child, he will think that the sun is a mango. He will look at the sun through a tree and he will think that it's a bright and juicy mango. So Hanuman will want to eat it and he will fly towards the sun to catch the sun. So this is a very famous story, well known. So that is why the story is mentioned here. How many of you know this story? Can you put a message in the chat section? How many of you are familiar with this story? Okay. See, Paramashiva explained this whole science of enlightenment and manifesting this experience and powers. The first understanding which we need to have, no power is a power. It is only the confirmation of your oneness with that object. See, as I said before, whenever you're manifesting these powers, you're never manipulating anything. It only is a proof, the confirmation of your oneness with that object. Only then you can manifest these powers. For example, if you're able to stop the wind or make the rain shower, it is not your power over the wind, not your power over the rain. It is the oneness which you have with the wind or rain. It is a oneness which you have with the nature around you. That immense friendliness, showing that you've started breaking that conditioning that we are separate from the nature around us. And this truth is very important for the manifestation of this power. Because from a very young age, we've been taught that we're separate from the nature around us. And many of you will be able to relate to this. Aren't you? Like, you have been taught from a very young age that, like, now, let's just say you haven't heard about Swamiji and this is your first time you're attending this program. If I tell you you can control the rain or the wind, will any of you believe me? You'll all be like, what? That's impossible. What kind of joke is this? All of you might be thinking like that if it's your first time, because we've been so conditioned to think that we can't control the nature or have oneness with the nature around us. We're so conditioned to think that we're separate. But that is what we have to break over here. When we understand that we are manifesting oneness, that the nature and us both are from the same source, and just with that oneness we can command the rain to come or command wind to come. That's when we break beyond this conditioning and manifest this power. How many of you are able to understand this?
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
See, when we believe that when you stop the wind, it is your power over the wind, that is when we start becoming arrogant. We start becoming abusive, arrogant, and egoistic. But when we start believing that whenever we're able to control the wind, it is our oneness over the wind, then it becomes a power manifestation.
We start having so much of love, friendliness with the wind. As I said, it's like you're talking to an old friend, sitting with Vayu Bhagwan. Hey, how are you doing today? Do you have anything to say? It's like talking with an old friend. That immense friendliness that's coming out. And Vayu Bhagwan himself will start revealing more and more deeper secrets about himself to you. Because what are friends? If you have a best friend, you continuously explore each other, you continuously talk to each other. That immense friendliness is there. Just imagine how you are with your best friend. You'll tell everything to her or him, and you'll be so friendly with each other. And you're continuously understanding and exploring deeper sides of your friend. Just like that, you'll start establishing that connection with the wind and the nature around you. Okay, so with such a beautiful, powerful cognition, let us enter into the Shastra Pramana. All of you know the Shastra Pramana is the scriptural reference for this power which we're going to manifest. So, Bhagwan Paramashiva says, when the yogi, through remaining in Padmasana, can rise in the air and leave the ground, they know that he has gained Vayu Siddhi, the power of the wind element, which destroys the darkness of the whole world. Okay, so let us now listen to the Apta Pramana. What is the Apta Pramana? Apta Pramana is the experience of our ancestors, the Siddhas, Rishis, Munis, all of the gods and the goddesses who have manifested and experienced this power. So, this Apta Pramana goes back to the time of the Hindu epic Ramayana. So, in our Hindu history, we have two main epics, which is the Hindu Purana, the Ramayana, and the Hindu Purana, the Mahabharata. These are one of the great Puranas from our Hindu history, and both are both are part of the lives of two of the greatest incarnations of Bhagwan Mahavishnu, Bhagwan Parandama. That is the seventh incarnation of Mahavishnu, who is Bhagwan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, and the eighth incarnation, who is Bhagwan Sri Krishna. So this goes back to the time of the Ramayana. During the battle, Lakshmana, the brother of Bhagwan Sri Rama, was fatally wounded. So the physician says that only a certain herb, the Sanjeevani herb, can heal Lakshmana, and that they have to get that herb before sunrise. So Sri Rama turns to Hanuman and tells him to fetch the Sanjeevani herb, which is a sacred herb which only can heal Lakshmana, and it is all so many miles away, and they have to get it before sunrise. And Sri Rama knows that Hanuman can do it. Hanuman, out of his pure, immense devotion for Sri Rama, at once flies, yes, flies, not walks, not runs, flies to the Dronagiri Parvata, which is the modern day Uttaranchal, which is in India, and carries the entire mountain. So Hanuman flies across thousands of miles and carries an entire mountain which has the Sanjeevani herb and comes back in time to save Lakshmana. How cool is that? And this is not some fable or myth. This is real. This is true. This is our Hindu history. And this has happened before. Our ancestors, these gods, goddesses, it used to be a day-to-day lifestyle for them to manifest these powers. Being able to fly, being able to grow in size or shrink in size, or being able to lift heavy weight, being able to do all of these, being able to manifest all of these powers was a day-to-day lifestyle for all of these beings. And now it's gonna become a day-to-day lifestyle for all of you also. Okay, so with this, the first level which we are going to manifest is turning off a flame using wind. So I request if all of you can take a few minutes and go and get a lamp. It can be a candle or a small pipa, a lamp. Get it and come ensure to turn off all of the fans, close the windows in your room, and keep that lamp in front of you. I'll give all of you 5 minutes. Can all of you quickly, sorry, not 5 minutes, just 2 minutes. Please go ahead and get the objects and come.
Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Okay, I hope all of you are ready with your items now. Okay, so the first power is playing with the wind element and turning off a flame through your third eye by manifesting the wind. So this power manifests when you connect yourself from the space of oneness with the nature around you. Okay, so as I said, keep the lamp in a place where there's no winds. Okay, connect to the wind element. Feel that extreme love, that friendliness towards the wind around you. Start feeling that extreme friendliness, like you're talking to an old friend. Connect to the wind around you. Bring that friendliness. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Chant the Mahavakya. and start looking at the fire through all your three eyes intensely. Connect to the wind element, talk to it like you're talking to an old friend. How you talk to an old friend? "Hey, how are you doing? Any news?" Like that. Connect and request the wind with that space of oneness. Remember, not power over wind, oneness with the wind. With that space of oneness, connect to the wind around you and manifest that wind to come and blow off the flame, which is and turn off the flame which is in front of you. Okay, so this is the first round. I request all of you to continue chanting the Mahavakya. Come into the space of listening. Come into the space of oneness. Any doubts, any questions, if you have any questions or doubts, just surrender it at the feet of Swamiji. Don't let any of your logic, any of your, any questions pull you down. Don't let it control you. Just surrender everything to Swamiji and start manifesting. Okay? I request all of you to start now. Please start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, all of you can relax now. I request all of you to slowly relax, open your eyes. Yes, please go ahead and start sharing whether you were able to manifest or no. I request all of you to also post in the chat section whatever you were able to manifest, what was your experience while manifesting, how did you feel while manifesting. Please go ahead and share that in the chat section below, and we'll be moving on to the next session. Okay, and I request all of you to take a moment. Please do reach out to your family members and friends. Enrich them. It's not too late. And today we also have a very special satsang from Swamiji. So go ahead, enrich all of your family members, friends. Call them, give them the opportunity to have this experience, and post your experience in the Kailasa's Paramashivoham Facebook page. With this, we'll be moving on to the next session, where we'll be learning about the Akasha Tattva, the space dimension. So all of you stay tuned for the next session.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
length, breadth, depth, time. You say you know only these four. Where does this four exist? That is what is space. These five are called unit dimensions. Carefully, not dimensions, unit dimensions. Centimeter itself is not enough information for you to understand how many centimeter cloth you need. For example, you go and ask the tailor, I want to stitch, how many meter cloth I need? He says, meter. Meter means what? Tell me how many meter? Meter is only a unit, not quantity. Length, breadth, depth, time, space, these five are unit dimensions, not actual dimensions. The permutations and combinations of these five, length, breadth, depth, time and space, permutation combination of all these five, playing around, understand, that is what is the 11 dimensions. The permutation combination of all this playing around is 11 dimensions. Understand length, breadth, depth, time and space. Actually, when the length, breadth, time gets activated in the space, listen carefully. When the length, breadth, depth, mass gets activated in the space, it generates time. And its velocity in the space produces certain friction which is called time. Mass, when it produces certain velocity in the space, the generated is called time. Space, kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only. So, what he left it for us to understand, from that, the word kasha only is there. So, let's use that. That's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I'm going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasada-Shiva. See, these simple words: feeling suffocated, irritated, I'm not okay with all these simple words. Only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space becoming experience, few incident. When you started using these words, cherishing these words, and manifesting those experiences in your space, just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. if a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, ideation, irritation, simple words. How teenager kids, how they pick when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this. I can't digest it. Hell with it. Better to die than living like this. All words. They pick up while, and when they use that ways, they generate that as a you yourself have done this against you. First time when you did this crime, try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, called freedom. You chose the experience. After that, you, even if you don't choose the word, experience does not leave you. That's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you. All these phrases, there is tons. All these Jerry phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time, manifesting them as reality, you had a choice not to use those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage, experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what, I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Sometimes people tell me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language, because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand the Damaru of Mahadeva, dancing in the space of Chidambara, generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember one or two incidents and write, so you will understand when you started doing the same against you. Using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space. And same way, even when you use the good words, generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa, kasa. You are an adult. You can choose your words. Try to write both experiences. Stand. How initially the word you generate, space, manifests reality. These three words. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two, Akasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, If you don't manifest what you want, reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. Space where you live. The state. Space where you are, now all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha. Am I right? So this is called Katakasha. You manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is the space inside the mud part. The mud part has no use. The mud part has any use? Space inside. No, you are saying Gatam. No, Gatam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use Gatam. Gatam music for us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha. You exist. Tahara Vidya. Tahara Vidya means the knowledge of enlightenment science. Now, whatever I am talking to you, all these is Tahara Vidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara. Grounding you in your soul. Atman. Enlightenment is called Tahara Vidya. Where you are is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive, your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling enhanced, expanded, joyful or suffocation, all is with. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned, sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened, because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. People who were flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? The words you utter, that creates that you operate, that makes your space as or Chitakasha. Chitakasha, consciously space, means if you are all the words consciously tuning to your life's goal, you create Chitakasha. If you are uttering why without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions and manifest default reality by fault, that is called Katakasha. Listen. Default reality is Katakasha, conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha, and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists, that you don't know anything. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space. Only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the Vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagratam. I will be using this word many times in the satsang also. individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist, and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Understand, the Katakashic existence is called accidental existence. You need to use your will persistence ferociously. You need to break the laws of Katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your Vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. More tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics. He will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking Katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Katakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive. Because you are breathing, you are made to believe you are alive. Like ups and downs of the wave gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area, even though there is no independent individual energy exists. Listen, will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned, pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released is Shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept unused. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will. To manifest will persistence and will, you need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Understand, past, the good news I have for you, past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me, does not matter. Or yesterday only you entered the program, does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience, I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel, listen carefully, after the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and makes it into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Signs of initiation. Diksha. This word Diksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for Diksha. If I have to translate exactly the word Diksha into English, breathing life, infusing life. The frequency of your will existence raised to the level of frequency of will persistence to become the realization of will, reality, realization. Understand? Taharakasha, breathed, Guru breathes life into Taharakasha. With that you start that will persistence. With the will persistence you start manifesting. Not only powers, even the life as you want. Katakasha becomes Chitakasha. Listen. Gap between one thought and the other thought is space. Here. Gap between one Big Bang, another black hole is space here. Listen. Listen carefully. LBD, active. LBD, active. on the space generates time, anything gets active on the space generates time. Space is the canvas on which all these four exist. Listen. Whenever a mass rotates, it creates gravity. Whenever LBD gets active, it generates time. Where all four exist is space. Because you have space inside, you are able to perceive everything. Because there is a space in the cosmos, all the generation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation happens. The space here, Chidakasa, perceives everything. Space here, Parakasha, allows everything to happen. Little more. Little more. Eyes receive information, digitize it, I should call bio-digitizing. Sense it, it hits at one space and the response comes back. For example, you see the snake, response of let's run away or beat. The spot where this information hits and the response comes back is called space, Akasha. The spot which responds to information is space. If the thought, the gap between one thought and the other thought is too little, you do not perceive the existence of space. If there is a more gap, you perceive the existence of space. It's like if you are taking 2000 files, quickly you have to come back. If you are taking only 2 files, you can spend time with him. Ability to spend time with him is called luxury, Lakshmi.
Just like gravity has its own logic, consciousness has its own logic. Brahmanda, cosmos, is Pindanda, the body you are carrying. If you decide we all need to know decisions are not a logical thought current. It is Sankhya, multi-dimensional logical force. Sankalpa is not one more thought or idea you have. Listen carefully. Conscious visualization is impacting your inner and outer reality in multi-dimensional way. Conscious visualization is the Sankhya, multi-dimensional logic, way, I will repeat, listen. Conscious visualization, Satya Sankalpa, is the way
you can impact your inner and outer reality drastically. This powerful cognition is the Sankhya multi-dimensional logic of consciousness and Parashakti. We all underestimate the power of conscious visualization. Do not underestimate the power of conscious visualization. Because conscious visualization directly impacts the space, Akasa Tattva. Akasha Tattva is powerful enough to manifest what you want in your life. Multi-dimensional functional logic of Akasha Tattva, space principle, the space power. I will reveal it to you now. Listen. What I am revealing now will become reality to all the beings who declare their integrity to me. Listen. If you want, take few seconds and consciously declare your integrity to me. It does not require you to give your money or any precious things you think as your possession. Nothing need to be renounced. Be very clear. I am putting it very clearly. Now, you declaring your conscious integrity to me does not require anything to be, anything which you like or love as your life to be given away. Conscious integrity is the Sankhya multi-dimensional logic, methodology through which you connect your spiritual umbilical cord connection to me. Whoever connects whatever Paramashiva has revealed to me, I can share that to you. You can receive that to you into your system. Hinduism is all about Guru-disciple tradition, Guru-Sishya Sampradaya. All the great things are revealed through the Guru-Sishya Sampradaya to the world. I tell you, whenever you declare your integrity to a Guru, all his realizations and experience, expertise, Satya, Satya, Shaktis become yours. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chitakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, If you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live. The state. Space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha. Am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Katam. No, Katam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist, Taharavidya. Taharavidya means the knowledge of enlightenment science. Now, whatever I am talking to you, all these can be classified as Taharavidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence, tahara, grounding you in your soul, atman, enlightenment, is called tahara vidya. Where you are grounded is called taharakasha, the space of your life, alive, your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. So, welcome everyone. And we had a very powerful initiation on the power of space, Akasha Tattva. Yes, how many of you clicked with this? What are your understandings? What are your powerful cognitions? What is it that you say, wow, I would really want to practice this and manifest my realities from here? Please post in the chat. Actually, this Akasha Tattva is the key which Swamiji gave us to manifest all our realities. It is for whatever you want to manifest, whether it is you manifesting a certain, if you want to manifest a certain reality, or if you want to, you want to get something, if you want to become an SJP, if you want to manifest a job for you, anything it is. When you use this technique, when you use this tattva of Akasha Tattva, at that time you will be able to manifest all of it. Swamiji gave this key for us to be able to manifest it. And Swamiji very beautifully explained also how this works. So the mass and the velocity is what, when it creates friction, what is generated from there is time. And if when a thought is stuck in the space, at that time it creates an experience. So basically, whatever thoughts you have inside you, whatever ideas you have inside you, whether it is how you speak to yourself, or as Swamiji told us, the language which we use, the thoughts, all of that is stuck inside us. Means that is what continuously runs inside us. And it runs inside our space. And when it runs inside our space, that is what we manifest as an experience, because that is our Chidambara, our conscious space. Like a space in which you literally drop cognition thoughts, and that comes out as a reality. You create that as a reality outside you. So when you continuously have thoughts, cognitions, words, all of that becomes a reality because it enters into this Chidambara. As Swamiji says, that the Damaru of Mahadeva dancing in the space of Chidambara is what manifested even this whole cosmos. The whole cosmos was manifested from this very Chidambara. So that means all of us have to understand how powerful it is. We have to understand how powerful this Chidambara is, and that is what is inside all of us. So whatever we think, whatever cognitions we have, that is what we manifest as a reality. So it is very important that we change the cognitions we have. When we manifest what we don't want, because of the cognitions which run inside us, we manifest Katakasha, means the mud pot. How a mud pot will be. It is literally just mud. Actually consciously see that, okay, this is not what I want. So this is not what I'm going to think. These are not the cognitions which I'm going to hold. And at that time you manifest your reality in your breathing space. That is the Chidakasha. I hope all of you are also able to understand and click with this. So I'm sure all of us want to have that space of Chitakasha, right? From Katakasha to Chitakasha. And of course, it is just simply possible after we get initiated by the Avatar himself in this very powerful truth of how we can manifest our realities when we work on the words we are continuously uttering and the thoughts we are having inside of us. And Swamiji has given multiple ways of how we can work on this, right? How we can manifest our realities, how we can be aware of the words we are. If one very simple tool with a very powerful thing which Swamiji gives is integrity. Integrity is where any word I am uttering to myself, I will complete it. I will bring it to completion, right? So we will be so aware of the words we are uttering to self and to others that we will never leave that space of something which we do not want. Please understand, as Swamiji very beautifully says, when we do not start to utter any words, we have a choice. We have a choice whether we want to have that experience in our life or no. But once we start uttering those words, and that becomes an unconscious part of us, and then that becomes an experience of our life, that is when we need to be aware. We need to be aware. They may come. Do not worry. Just drop. Swamiji has given tools and solutions for everything. So, after we get initiated by the Avatar, we will be so aware. You will see a very powerful transformation, a lot of awareness happening inside of you. You will know what words you are uttering. You will know how you are creating and experiencing the reality all of you are experiencing. And then you will simply see, okay, this is where I am creating this. Let me drop it. Anything which is done consciously is 1,000 times more powerful than the unconscious things which goes inside our inner space. So that is the power of conscious decision. How Swamiji says, deciding in now that I will persist and we will be able to manifest. So how many of you decide now to persist and create what you want? That conscious decision, that Satya Sankalpa is very, very powerful. Again and again, Swamiji keeps reminding us and inspiring us, initiating us into this power of consciousness in different ways, the conscious resolution we do. So I request all of us to please get ready, and we are going to do a short exercise now.
So before we enter into the exercise, I would like all participants to see this slide which is being projected. Over here, all of us can see the Swamiji very clearly defines what is Chidakasha and what is Katakasha. Katakasha is what we are going to be completing with, what we are going to be coming out of to move into the space of Chidakasha. Means when we are able to continuously generate the space where we are uttering our words consciously and tuning to our life's goals. We are creating our conscious reality. That is the Chidakasha. And when you are uttering some words without knowing or out of compulsions, and you feel you manifest a default reality because even though you don't want it out of your unconsciousness, that is the Katakasha. So that is what we are going to be completing with. Most of us spend majority of our time in the Katakasha. We see people outside, we see things happening outside. According to the situations, we create thoughts, cognitions, we say words, we do different actions, which is not what we really want to do, which is not what we consciously decided to do. But we have to stop doing that. We have to complete with that habit which we have. So, as Swamiji says, that when you are initiated by the Guru, at that time you can use your conscious will
And with that will, you are able to manifest something in your space consciously. And that is what we are going to be doing. So I request all the participants to please pen down 5 negative statements that you commonly use in your life. For example, it can be a statement like, I am feeling suffocated, or I am irritated, this is very irritating, or I cannot handle this. All these strong words, all the ideas and experiences which you generate in your inner space. You can pen down all of those 5 main negative statements. Please take a few minutes to pen them down. What are the negative statements you are uttering? Let us all bring them into awareness.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and
Nithyananda, to all the participants, we are sincerely apologizing for the technical glitch. And I hope all of you have finished penning down the 5 negative statements. If you are done penning it down, please do post in the chat. You can post yes in the chat. Or if you have some doubts regarding it, you can post. And we are going to be moving on to the next step of this exercise. So now, next to these 5 negative statements, all of you are going to be penning down 5 positive statements. 5 positive statements that you use in your life, and the experience of those statements have deepened since the first time you have used it. For example, you, after doing puja, you feel very peaceful. And you say that statement inside you. Whenever I do puja or whenever I do seva for Kailasa, I feel so fulfilled. Whenever I listen to Mahavakya, I instantly get de-stressed. All of these positive statements, all of the powerful cognitions, something which you actually experienced, which you actually saw as a reality for you, and you actually repeat that inside you. And you see that the experience which you had the first time when you said the statement compared to the experience which you're having now after repeatedly seeing that statement would have become stronger. The experience would have become more solid. What are those 5 positive statements which has really worked for you in this way, which you are really able to experience in this way? Please start writing them down. Please understand this is a very important exercise for us to cognize, understand, and bring into our awareness how powerful are the words. We will see it as a subjective experience for each one of us when we do this exercise. So I request all of you, please sincerely sit and write this down. All the participants can continue penning down. Deeply look inside and see what is that incident which you actually have this experience with. What is the experience which is which is so strongly there in you? It is very powerfully there in you. It can be anything positive. It can be that you feel like getting up early in the morning really makes your whole day go well. That is what sets your day right. Waking up at 4 o'clock really helps you build your system. And this was your experience. You would have been getting up, and you would be getting up even now, and you actually have the experience. Or it can even be the smallest thing, like drinking juice or having harita ghee or watching satsang, any of this. But it has a very powerful experience. It has a very powerful print on you. All of these incidents, the most powerful experiences, the 5 most powerful experiences which you have in your life, which has really impacted your cognitions. You'll see that just by becoming conscious of these experiences, of these positive thoughts, you will start manifesting them more and more. Means you will consciously repeat them inside you. You will consciously keep those powerful cognitions inside you. And now we have also written down all the negative cognitions. So that will also help you in being aware. Whenever any of those negative cognitions come up in you, you will catch it. You'll be like, no, this is coming up in me. I should complete with it. This is not what I want to manifest. So this is not the cognition I'll have. You'll be able to catch it.
Yes. So now, once all of you have finished penning down, we're going to be moving on to the power manifestation. And actually, all of you will see that now the power which we're going to be doing, what we all just learned of always using the powerful cognitions, always having the powerful thoughts inside you, because your Chidabhasha, your the mandala inside you, your conscious space is what you manifest as a reality. What you hold inside you is what you manifest as a reality. So we'll just be using that same technique. You're going to be connecting to yourself in the space of oneness. In this round, we are going to be manifesting the power of air bending, where all the participants will be making a feather float using the wind. So, what you have to do is you have to connect yourself from the space of oneness with nature. You have to hold that powerful cognition inside your Chidabhasha, that I am also one with Swamiji, and the whole nature, the whole Prakriti is also a manifestation of Paramashiva's Damaru, as Swamiji said, which is also one with Paramashiva, one with Swamiji. So we are in the space of oneness. Me, you, all of us are in the space of oneness with nature, with the whole existence. So you like how you just move your hand, knowing that yes, your hand is one with you. You just have to give a command. You just have to think. Just a thought is needed that okay, I want to take this glass of water, and your hand takes it. You don't need to sit for 2 hours and do different techniques to do that, right? It's just a thought because you are established in that space of oneness. You just know it that yes, my hand is one with me, I can do it. In the same way, you're going to establish yourself in the space of oneness with the whole nature around you. We are going to connect to Vayu Deva. You're going to connect to the wind in the space of oneness, and just by your thought, just by your command, you're going to be bringing the wind. You bring strong wind so that the feather on your hand actually flies. So I hope all of you are excited for this power.
How beautiful and how powerful. Immediately, as we receive this very powerful initiation of manifesting what we want in our space as a reality, we internalizing it, we completing it, and becoming aware of how important our words are, how powerful our space is. It is the time to manifest it as a power manifestation. So I request all of you, please do not miss on this power manifestation. It is a complete circle of receiving the initiation, listening to the higher powerful cognitions, internalizing them, and now manifesting them. So let us all sit and manifest. Manifest how simply with the deep connection with Swamiji and initiation by Swamiji, we will simply be able to manifest this power.
I request all the participants to please bring a feather. If you have a feather, or if you don't have a feather, any light object, a feather like object which you have.
in E equal to mc square, Einstein is trying to maintain the speed of the light as a constant. Listen carefully. Speed of the light or time is not constant. I'll tell you what is exactly constant. Consciousness reflecting on the space, the fifth dimension of the universe, consciousness reflecting is constant. In all our consciousness, Paramashiva is reflecting in all our inner space. Paramashiva is reflecting. That is constant. Understand? These 5 elements and 5 dimensions are related. Length, breadth, depth, time and space, earth, water, fire, air and space. These 5 are connected. Listen carefully. When Paramashiva, cosmic consciousness, reflects in your inner space, that reflection is constant in all beings. Not speed of the light or time. Time and speed of the light is not constant. But the way superconsciousness, Paramashiva, reflects in your inner space is constant. Means the way cosmic consciousness dances, reflects in your pure inner space. The way Sadashiva dances in your Chidambara is constant. All the beings who feel Aham, he exists in that. That is the only constant. Understand? From that starts the will persistence. Manifests the will persistence. Whoever gets back to that source from which he is reflecting, all of them fall into that space called oneness, which is constant. Paramashiva is equivalent to the will persistence decision to look at the source by the reflection. The constant in the cosmos is feeling of Aham. There is nothing in the cosmos which does not feel the Aham, including stone, Stavara, Jangama, everything feels the existence of Aham. When Mahadeva, Paramashiva says, Vyapakam, anything which feels Aham, he is in that. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. The pure consciousness reflects on the space. That reflection is individual consciousness called Aham. The frequency of that reflection is constant in everything. But the side effect of that reflection, will persistence, is not constant in everything. Reflection is constant. Will persistence is not. So based on your will persistence, your life is decided. Are you going to spend 80% of your time in time related, or depth related, or length related, or breadth related existence of you? Neither length nor breadth or depth or time is low or wrong, but you not knowing the source vision, your reality, which is constant and playing in these other dimensions, there is every possibility you will get lost. If you remember your cosmic identity, if you remember the constant in you, which is your Chidambara, where the cosmic reflection Paramashiva, cosmic source Paramashiva, is dancing in your pure heart, Anandagandha, your inner space. Listen, cosmic Paramashiva is like a sun. Your pure inner space, that space, Chidambara, Akasha, Antarakasha, Chitakasha, is like a mirror. That sun reflecting in this reflection is called individual consciousness, Pratyagatma Chaitanyam. That is the constant in all beings. This constant's first side effect is will persistence. That is not constant in all beings. The quality of your will persistence decides whether your life is going to be stuck in time or depth or breadth or length. You remembering which is constant in you and which is not constant in you will not put you in a delusion where you make permanently damaging decisions of your life due to temporary mood swings. Guru is the person constantly resides in the constant and supports your will persistence to get back to your constant. The higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers. Unexpected positive turn of the events and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, you can name it as power, you can name it as a God's grace, you can use any name you want, but the greater science, the cosmic science is the higher dimensions entering into the lower dimensions. For example, length, breadth, depth, time, space. If the space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, depth manifests everything time wants. Understand? This length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive. able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. Please understand, the length dimension is responsible for your logic, rationality. The breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel the emotions, feeling connections. The depth dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, powerful cognitions about life beyond your logic and emotions. So understand, every dimension, when it enters into the lower level dimensions, it manifests intense power. Now, I want you to understand, time and space is independent intelligence and power. I'll give you simple understanding, very raw, crude, down to earth, simplest understanding. You just try to internalize this one understanding. I'll help you to go through the whole initiation and make you manifest this power. I commit with you. Just understand this one. Time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel bad, pain. How much your skin is alive, that much, I should say little more than, much more than that, time is alive skin of the cosmos. Listen, where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from cosmos. Understand this? Where your skin ends, exactly that is the spot time starts. Time is the skin of the cosmos. Time is the skin of the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you, same way the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is the space. Your skin is alive. Your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space. I'll give you some of the important, powerful cognitions about space. Just if you internalize this, you can use the power of space in your day-to-day life in a very practical way, simple and very practical way. First, space is a living entity. It's not emptiness, it's not dead, it is living. Second, it is very close to consciousness. Third, the space you are carrying inside you, where the thoughts manifest, is directly connected to the space where this universe is established. Chidakasa, your conscious inner space, is directly connected to Mahakasa, where this universe is established. The space where this universe is established is directly connected to the space, your inner space where you are established. It means you have absolute ability to influence, inspire, directly intervene with the outer space on which the world is established. Any mass has a power to influence the space. When you are able to influence space through which you can influence anything which is established in the space, and just by sheer power of thoughts, you can raise, lower your mass, through which you can influence the space, through which you can influence anything established in the space. Please understand. When you meditate on cognize something very heavy, higher than your brain can grasp, your space becomes powerful, that can influence the space outside, and anything established in the space outside. Thoughts can travel using space as medium. Anything which has a mass can influence space, through that can influence anything established in the space. Let me be more clear and straight. Just through your thought, power of cognition, the power of your inner space, Chidambara, you can influence anything established in the space, whether sun or the moon or the universe or the black hole or the Big Bang, anything established in the space can be influenced through the power of your inner space. Every time you hold a space for something, if there is an incompletion, the reality you created collapses. So again you will have to complete this incompletion and hold that reality back. So listen. So it cannot be called as creation. I wanted every one of you to provide intense listening, because one of the major mistakes we are doing in the science of creating space, and why we go on losing confidence over our space or blaming ourselves, oh, the space creation and all works sometime and doesn't work sometime. I want you to learn this nitty-gritties of space creation. Once you create a space, if there is an incompletion, the whole space collapses. Don't think if you just complete that incompletion, that space runs. No. You have to recreate again. So whenever you find an incompletion, complete that incompletion and drop and recreate the whole space again. Only then it gets its own individual energy, intelligence, inspiration. If you want wealth, you create the space for attracting maybe $100 million. After you created the space, after 2-3 minutes, who is going to get fooled by this space creation idea and all? Maybe by teaching the space creation idea, he might have become what he wanted to achieve, but we have not got anything. Some foolish, stupid thing. The moment that incompletion comes, but you are so intelligent, you catch that. You catch your SDHD and complete with that and drop. After you complete and drop, you think that space you created earlier is by itself powerful. No. Once you complete the incompletion, again you will have to visualize step by step and create the space, because when you complete the incompletions and drop them, along with that, the visualizations you created earlier also goes away. The science of space creation is, it's a self-Kundalini awakening process. Understand? The science of space creation is a self-Kundalini awakening process. You can awaken your Kundalini on your own right, on your own energy, on your own intelligence. You can awaken your Kundalini on your own. The science of space creation, the science of creating the space, can awaken your Kundalini on your own. Most powerful, greatest sacred secret greatest Satya, I should say this is the greatest alchemy I can contribute to all your being. So please listen. The logic, length, dimension of your existence, in that if you understand about oneness, it is imagination. Breath, the heart dimension of your existence. If you are able to grasp oneness in that level, it can be visualization. of oneness. The depth dimension. In that, if you can grasp oneness, that will be declaration of oneness. In time dimension, you just need to manifest ferociousness. So, this imagination about oneness, visualization about oneness, declaration of oneness gets into your space, your Akasha. That is when the Mahasadashivatva, that is where the Mahasadashivatva manifests. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space. The flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. Listen, no power can manifest in you if I have not entered into your space. Even if you manifest one power once, be informed, I have drilled you already up to your space. Kailasa celebrates the manifestations of his space. The manifestations of the length, breadth, depth. Manifestations of the length, breadth, depth is so superficial. So superficial. They are not worthy. Manifestations of length, breadth, depth is too superficial. They are not worthy. They are not at all worthy. Manifest the space. Celebrate your capabilities based on your power manifesting abilities and space.
space creation, just by the power of space creation itself, using power, you can manifest any of the desires you want. As Swamiji says very beautifully, your skin connects to the skin of the cosmos, which is the time dimension. And your nervous system is connected to your brains, with your brain. So, whatever you create as your space, whatever you create, whatever ideas, whatever desires you're creating, it's nothing but relating. It touches the nervous system of the cosmos, which is the space dimension. As Paramashiva says very beautifully, Paramashiva is the cosmic consciousness. He reflects that same cosmic consciousness in your very inner space. And that reflection is the constant in all the beings. So, your conscious inner space is directly connected to Mahakasha, meaning the universe, the place, the space where the universe is established. It means you have the absolute ability to influence, inspire, directly intervene with the outer space on which the world is established. Is everyone understanding this? The cosmic consciousness which is there in the world, you reflect that same cosmic consciousness in your inner space. And whatever you think in your inner space, it reflects in the cosmos. As Swamiji says very beautifully, what is out there in the microcosm, it is there in the microcosm. What is in there in the microcosm is also there in the macrocosm. So, all of us need to understand that we are nothing but the miniature version of the cosmos, of the space. So, when you are accessing this very consciousness which is there inside of you, you have the ability to influence it, you have the ability to inspire it, you have directly intervened with the outer space on which the world is established, because you and the world around you are nothing but made up of consciousness. It is the same consciousness as made the world which is there around me. It is also the same consciousness which is there in me, which is sitting in my inner space. So, when I access this space, when I access this consciousness, you have the freedom to manifest whatever you want in your life. Not just whatever you want in your life, but the best of whatever you want in your life. Yes. So, but all of us need to understand one thing. Your will persistence to reflect the source vision is not constant. So, based on your will persistence, your life is decided. Guru is the person who constantly resides in the constant, your inner space called Chidambara, and supports your will persistence to get back to your constant. Swamiji very beautifully says that E is not equal to MC square. Why? MC is constant. MC is not separate from E, which is energy. Same way, your will persistent is constant, but you are not making it constant. That is why Guru comes in our life. We connect to Guru to keep this will persistence again and keep it alive and constant for us to manifest whatever we want in our life. So now here a question comes, why space creation does not work all the time? Well, all of you been like, I'm pretty sure that all the participants who's watching us live right now, all of you seeing that, but how does space creation work for us? Yes, we have many of them attended
many completion exercises. We have declared, we made a conscious decision. We have even created space for it. But still, why it's not working for us? You need to understand one thing. Once you create a space, if there is an incompletion, the whole space collapses. Complete that incompletion and recreate the whole space again. Only then it gets its own individual energy, intelligence, and spirit. Understand one thing. For example, now river. Take an example of a river. A river is flowing. Okay. The river is flowing is the space creation which you have created. For example, you want to manifest enough of wealth, so you can offer seva to Swamiji. Okay. So now from point A to point B is the river. So now the river is flowing continuously. And you suddenly put a dam. Won't the water flow the other side? The same thing which is happening in us. Our inner space, the intention which you have made, the space creation which you have made, it is like a flowing river. But we have blocked it because of our incompletions. This is not just one incompletion, any incompletion. It may not necessarily need to be related to that space creation. Can be any incompletion just to stop the thing. So obviously, now if you put a block, if you put a dam, obviously the water will not move to the other side. So, what we should do at the point of time? Remove the rock, remove the blockage, remove the dam, which is not letting the space, which is not letting the water to flow. As soon as you remove the blockage, the river continues to flow. And it joins with the sea and then joins to the ocean. This is the whole cycle of the water. Same way, even our inner space. Our inner space is like a flowing river. But why it's not manifesting water space creation we have created? It's because of incompletions which we are having again and again and again. Most of the time, what we do, instead of completing with all the existing incompletions we are having, we create more and more incompletions. It's like you have a bottle. Your inner space like a bottle. You have already put some incompletion water named, let's say you're pouring some juice named incompletion juice. Okay? And you fill up water. Then one day you decide to complete it and you complete. Now bottle is empty. And again, and then few days after you get one more incompletion. Now the bottle is filled up to half. Then again you do completion, make it 0. Now after few days, what do we do? Instead of retaining the completion space, we again fill the incompletion juice. It becomes 3/4. Then again the space of Swamiji reminds you the space of completion. Again you make it 0. Then few days after, what happens? You get more and more incompletion and you fill up the bottle till the brim. And this is like almost like touching your tip. Then at the point of time, Swamiji reminds you saying, only completion will work for you. Nothing else will work. Only through the space of completion, even all your desires also will manifest. And you realize this, you do completion again and you drain the bottle now. 2 days again after. Instead of retaining the completion space, we add more and more incompletion. Now, you have overflowed the bottle. Instead of retaining the space of completion, remaining the bottle empty, we fill ourselves more and more and more and more the incompletion juice and let it overflow. This is what happens in the inner space. Instead of completing with each and every incompletion which you're having, we decide to bottle it up again and again and again and again and again until the time where it explodes out from the bottle and to the point where it overflows out from your inner space, where you're not able to control it. So what is the easiest way to stop this? Whenever an incompletion arises in you, start completing. For participants understanding, many of us, many times we have space created for manifesting whatever we want. But why it's not happening is because of due to some of your incompletion which is still there in your inner space. As soon as you remove the blockage, you will see whatever you created a space for, you will immediately manifest as a reality for you. As Swamiji says very beautifully, what he ordains is sustains. When Swamiji is speaking about this, when Swamiji is revealing this ultimate truth of space creation, that means it is going to manifest for all of us. Just through the space of space creation alone, you'll be able to manifest whatever you want in your life. I now request all participants to pose any questions, any doubts, clarification you have. Please feel free to post in the chat section. Okay. Now, let us spend time with ourselves. As Swamiji says very beautifully in one satsang that the quality of life is measured as to number of time minds dying. Not the number of times your body getting rejuvenated, but the number of times your mind getting rejuvenated. So, through all this Paramashivoham, Swamiji has designed specific internalization exercise where you're going on rejuvenating your mind with new powerful cognition. So, when you rejuvenate your mind continuously, when you take the next birth, obviously, in the next birth, you'll be having a conscious life. You live a life which is very conscious. So let us now, I request all participants to choose any one reality which you want to manifest in your life. It can be any reality, whether in the field of health, wealth, relationship, your career, anything. Because all participants to choose one reality which you want to manifest in your life. That you are very eager to manifest that reality, that you really want to manifest that reality. Choose that reality. Okay. Now, all of you are choosing one reality which you want to manifest in your life. Okay. Now, the second step is intensely create a space inside of you for the reality to manifest by visualizing that reality in the present moment. Meaning, bring your future possibility into the present is space creation. For example, one of the realities which you want to manifest is you want to become a billionaire. Now, create that space inside you that you want to manifest a billionaire You want to manifest that you are becoming a billionaire. Visualize you are becoming a billionaire in the present moment in your life. You can, like many of you can also visualize, like if I'm a billionaire, the kind of house I'm living, the kind of lifestyle I'll be living, anything. Whatever makes you feel that you are becoming a billionaire. You can think that. You can visualize that. Understand, Swamiji says very beautifully. Power of visualization itself can make you manifest your reality. So, when you visualize it, immediately it converts into power for you to manifest it in your life. So, request all participants, you can go all out to visualize the way you want to manifest the reality in the present moment. You can be as creative as you want. Visualize it. You can go to extremes for visualizing it. Just visualize that reality manifesting in your present moment right now. Okay. Now, all of you have visualized how this reality is going to manifest for all of us in the present moment. Now, while you are creating the space inside yourself, while you are creating the space for a chosen reality which you want to manifest, if any incompletion, self-doubts, impossibility are arising in you, are coming up inside of you, complete with them immediately. As these self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, all the impossibilities, incompletion which you're having are nothing but a block which you're putting on the river. So, if any of these such things are arising in you, immediately decide to complete and go back to recreating a space which is there inside of you. Go back and create its same space. Create its same reality which you want to manifest. Once you're done completing, go and visualize whatever you want to make this reality manifest for you. if any incompletions are arising in you during the space creation process, immediately decide to complete with it, as these are barriers. These are blockages in your life to manifest the reality which you want to manifest. Immediately complete with it. Once you're done completing, go back to the same space of space creation. Now, keep doing this same process till you're able to create a space for a chosen reality without any interference of any incompletions. Then, the space which you have created, the intention, the space of which you want to manifest that particular reality will just manifest as a reality for you. This is the science of space creation, which Swamiji has beautifully have revealed it to all of us, saying, just through space alone, you have the ability to manifest whatever you want in your life. Now, Continue to manifest, continue to do this step until you have established that space creation without any incompletion. And once you create the space, you will see what you have created for, the space which you have created for, will immediately manifest as a reality for you. Please continue to do this for a few more minutes. Yes. Now, all of you have created an intention, a powerful space to manifest what you want as your reality. You see, just through the space creation alone, you'll be able to manifest what you want in your life as a reality. That is the science of space creation. For example, if you want to wealth in your life, you create a space for attracting wealth. Maybe let's say $100 million you want to manifest. After you created a space, you think, who's going to be fooled by the space creation idea and all this? All this is not going to happen. The moment the incompletion arises in this, catch your STHT and complete with that and drop it. After you complete and drop, now you think that space you created earlier by itself, now you yourself think, the space you created earlier, is it powerful enough to manifest it? No. Once again, complete the incompletion. Again, you'll have to visualize the step by step and create that space womb again. Because when you complete the incompletions and drop them, along with it, the visualizations you created earlier also goes away. So, this is a three main process which Swamiji is giving for all of us. First, create the intention, the reality which you want to manifest. Second, during the space intention, if any incompletion arises, complete with those incompletion. Third, redo the whole space creation process again. Redo the whole visualization step again. You will see your visualization power alone has the power to manifest whatever you want in your life. So all participants, this is like a technique which Swamiji has given for all of us to manifest whatever realities you want to manifest in your life. You can also give this technique to your friends and families also to manifest whatever realities you want. You can invite them to Paramashivoham program so that they learn various different techniques revealed by Swamiji to manifest the best realities in their life. With this, we'll be moving ahead to the power manifestation session. Now, with this intense space which you have created to manifest a reality, the best channel, the best medium through which you can channel that energy is through power manifestation. So, in this round, we'll be making a light object, an example like a feather, float using a wind. If you have a very light object, you can say like if you have a feather, it will be good because the feather is really light, and when wind gushes, when wind is blown, usually the feather flies and it drops, right? Now, using the power of wind, using this power, make the feather afloat in front of you out of your conscious will, out of your conscious intention. All participants understanding? Today, throughout the whole day, you'll be manifesting the power of playing with the 5 elements. Now understand these 5 elements which you have. The earth, fire, the earth, water, fire, air, and space. These 5 elements are there in each and every one of us. They represent one component which we are having in ourselves. So, now I request all participants to sit and take an object. As Swamiji says very beautifully, this power manifests when you connect yourself from the space of oneness with the nature. Meaning, when you want, let's say, when you want to manifest this power, connect in the space of oneness, means connecting with Swamiji in a space of oneness with nature. Swamiji and nature, and command the nature to listen to you. That is this power of commanding, playing with the nature. To give an example how Swamiji manifests this power. So, one day what happened, this incident happened during the period of 2016 when Swamiji was preparing the whole Adinam for Sadashivam program. As all the participants knew, the amount of preparation Swamiji did for Sadashivam program was really mind-boggling. Even till now also, the kind of preparation Swamiji's made was extraordinary. So as Paramashiva is revealed in the Agama, Swamiji did the ground level by drawing the Kurma Mandala, plowing the land, then making the whole tent stuff. Every single thing was done as per the Kamikagama. So, one of the days, the construction team came to Swamiji saying, Swamiji, we are running short of water. We need to create more bore wells within the Adinam so that we can have enough water, not just for the Adinavasis alone, but even for the participants who are coming and staying for the program. There will be enough water for them to use. And they gave like 8 points for Swamiji, and Swamiji just went there. What Swamiji did was, usually the land in which Adi Kailash has been made, hardly any water was there. So this is why they reported Swamiji. Swamiji said, don't worry, I will take. So Swamiji went to the exact spot where this water, where they marked the borewell to be placed. Swamiji just stood in front of it, connected to the water element which is there in him. Swamiji just connected to the water element. In oneness, Swamiji connected with the water element which is there in his body. Now, in that space, Swamiji connected to the water element which is there outside in the ground. Both of these water elements are same. So, in oneness, Swamiji connected to the water element which is there inside of him and outside of him, and just commanded water to come out in this region. And Swamiji said, okay, now dig this area, you'll get water. 50 inch they created, 50 inch they dig, 50 feet they dig. Immediately they found enough of water supply for the whole Adinam. This is how you just by using this, just by connecting in oneness with Swamiji, you can manifest whatever you want in your life. Just through the space of oneness alone. Now all the participants, you have kept an object in front of you which is very light, and I request you to place it on your palm. Make sure the area which is sitting has no winds. There's no strong winds for it to blow away. Now, connect to the wind element, which is extreme love and friendliness towards it. Bring the space of oneness within you. Connect to the wind element. The wind element which is there inside of me. It is the same wind element which is there outside, which is the wind for all of us to experience. Now, the space of oneness will immediately experience extreme love, friendliness towards the wind element, towards the air element.
With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyā.
Now, remember Swamiji in your third eye. Connect to Swamiji in the space of oneness.
Mahamahavagyā, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi.
Again, start chanting the Mahavagya along with Swamiji.
Wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyā. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Because all participants to relax. Slowly open your eyes. And now I request all participants to head to Facebook and post your powerful conclusions, your understanding about space creation. How just by creating space, you can manifest whatever you want in your life. Power manifestation experience also there. So I request all participants to take few moments during the session and during the power manifestation.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
As all participants do, post your understandings, your understandings, your powerful cognition which you got on this amazing revelation that Swamiji gave on space creation. Now, we'll be entering to one of the most important sessions and exciting session where Swamiji is speaking about cosmic DNA. Well, all of us have heard about the normal DNA which is there in our body. But what exactly is this cosmic DNA? And what are the side effects? What are the benefits do we get by awakening this cosmic DNA in all of us? We'll be directly listening this revelation from Swamiji.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The Linga Purana describes the beginning of creation when Brahma the creator asked Lord Shiva to create some beings to trigger the process. Lord Shiva created beings in the replica of his own form and personality. These immortal and most powerful beings are known as the Rudras.
Rudras are the completion of Mahasada Shiva.
Their bodies are so strong they can never be disturbed by any hormones, emotions and feelings.
Their bodies, life and space is completely dedicated to Mahasada Shiva. They have the very DNA of Paramahamsa Nithyananda. They expand and celebrate themselves as Mahasada Shiva.
It will be struggle. So catch the macrocosmic DNA, allow that to open up. Life DNA, allow the Jivatman DNA, self DNA to open up. That will lead you to the ultimate. Your body evolved various levels from amoeba to fish, fish to monkey, monkey to man, and still it is evolving. This process is called mutation and natural selection. For example, based on the situation, for your survival need, your body goes through a process called natural selection, and your DNA gets better and better with this natural selection process. Unfortunately, still human beings are not realizing the truth. You are totality of the evolved body and descended consciousness. Please listen. You are totality of evolved body and descended consciousness. You are not just evolved from monkey, just an evolved body. Evolution theory is not wrong, but not complete. Listen to the truth. How the body evolves with the process called mutation and natural selection. That's the words scientists are describing as a reason for our body, our system evolving, and DNA having breakthroughs. Just like evolved body, the descended consciousness have its own process. Descended consciousness has its own process. In the body, it's called natural selection. In the level of consciousness, I'll give this process, the equivalent of the natural selection process happening in the level of superconscious descending. I'll give the title of, listen carefully, conscious decision. In natural selection, you have to select from available options. In conscious decision, everything is possible for you. There is no limited options presented in front of you. There is no such thing as here there are million options, choose from this. No. Only in the body level, physical level, million options are presented and you are asked to choose anyone. That is what is called natural selection, based on the situation, survival of the fittest, and multiple reasons you do natural selection. But the descendants of the superconsciousness, it's a conscious decision. The good news is this moment you can decide to be liberated. There is no step by step. This moment consciously you can declare, I am unclutched. Then the pure superconsciousness will just blast your whole body and DNA and alter it to the level for the super consciousness, Paramashiva, to manifest his glory. First thing you need to clear, stitch, heal within yourself is through your conscious decision, make even natural selection process as conscious decision. In natural selection process, stop giving cheap options to yourself by becoming vegetarian and by bringing a living Hinduism lifestyle, charya, in your life. Making yourself organic, vegetarian, eating as Paramashiva reveals, doing yoga as Paramashiva revealed, connecting with Paramashiva through the kriyas like puja, homa. All these gives right higher level options for your natural selection process. But the conscious decision, if you start practicing, it gives you a real breakthrough. You are not functioning anymore with the natural selection process. You start functioning in conscious decision process. It's not that your DNA gets as a better DNA. It just gets a breakthrough DNA. Paramashiva's DNA. Understand? Whoever experiences that conscious decision in their very core DNA level, they are incarnations. It is possible for you. It is possible for you. Decide, continuously hold that conscious decision, you are Paramashiva. And tell Paramashiva, Prabhu, Mahadeva, I know you reside in me. I invoke you with all my being. Please open up. Let your conscious decision capacity manifest in my DNA and upgrade myself from the natural selection process to conscious decision process. Listen. You do not need anything more than consciously deciding Paramashiva. He is waiting to manifest in you the moment you decide him. But if you allow this conscious decision process of Paramashiva in you, by invoking him, connecting with him, declaring oneness with him, declaring your integrity and allegiance to Mahadeva, Paramashiva, just the very declaration is enough because he is waiting. With the declaration, he rushes into you, gushes into you. He just opens the floodgates and explodes into you and changes your DNA's natural selection methodology to conscious decision methodology. Understand, when your DNA decides to shift from natural selection to conscious decision, you manifest powers. Because power manifestation is a breakthrough, not growth. So understand, anything which you think not possible. Pen down 25 items. Why you know? Actually you have 25 heads. In your real sense, Paramashiva. 25 independently intelligent tracks running in your brain is a normal standard for any Hindu DNA. Listen carefully. If you are born Hindu or initiated by me, your DNA is Hindu DNA. Listen, we have proved through multiple scientific researches and documentation. When I initiate you, your very mitochondria cell energy goes up. The deeper layers of your DNA gets awakened. If you want, go and see the scientific studies and researches, observations we have documented. So listen, because when I initiate you, I make your individual self connect with your higher beings in the parallel universe like Swargaloka, Mahaloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka. I've spoken only about the three lokas, Swarga, Maha and Jana. Later on, I'll speak about the other lokas. Listen. A normal, common Hindu, practicing Hindu, I should say this word, a practicing Hindu has 25 independently intelligent tracks available for his brain. Infusing consciousness into the dead DNA structure was a science available in Indian tradition. In Chennai, Mylapore, there was a Chettiar girl, Pumbavai. She died in the snake bite. So her remains, relics was preserved by her father in a pot. So Thiruñāna Sambandar, a great saint who knows the science of DNA. Among the modern day saints, modern day means, sorry, I should not use the word modern day, among the recent day saints, in the Vedic tradition, 1000 years means recent days. The recent day saints, this Jnana Sambandar and Tirunavukkarasar, these two have shown physically the science of DNA in their life, doing miracles. That they showed that they had a power over a DNA structure. He gave life. He infused consciousness into the DNA and liberated her. Because whether you like it or not, want it or not, our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. You can see. So, if you elevate your consciousness, naturally like Bhagirath, you will infuse life into the DNA structure of your ancestors and raise their very frequency. If they are in Pitruloka, you will promote them to a higher level. If they are in Bhuloka, you will elevate them to higher consciousness. I can explain the whole Mahabharata, how this one liberal action and conservative reaction, just that with that one quality Krishna played the whole drama and won the Kurukshetra war. Sometimes he lost the battle but never lost the war. Abhimanyu's issue, they lost the battle. Krishna did shed tears, understand? Because Krishna is one of the important Vishwas. He wants this whole Bharat to be ruled by his DNA. And he wanted his DNA to be the source of Bharat, which is the right decision, which is the right thing. So it is through Abhimanyu it is going to happen. When Abhimanyu died, he had tears. But fortunately, already Abhimanyu's wife was pregnant. So he won the war, but lost the battle. He would have produced few more kids and managed the country in a much better way. In Abhimanyu's issue, Krishna lost the battle. Abhimanyu's issue was not just Arjuna's son. It was Krishna's ambition too. It is through Abhimanyu, Krishna was getting the best DNAs collected, the best Kshatriya and Krishna's intelligence. The Yadava, understand? It is Kshatriyas, Yadavas together formed Bharata, and the whole Bharat is ruled by Kshatriya Yadava DNA. You see the Parikshittu and Dhananjaya and the whole, the original DNA is the perfection is achieved in Parikshittu. That is why I tell you we can never be destroyed, because Parikshittu has built the tendency even to withstand the Brahmastra. Understand? Bharat can never be killed. Bharat can never be killed because the whole DNA process itself went through the Brahmastra attack. Of course, don't be lazy for that. But I want to tell you the truth, it cannot be killed. Because the DNA itself has gone through the test. If you know Mahabharata, you can understand what I am saying. Research reports. The most profound research proof of past life connections is documented by National Geographic DNA Journey, Genographic Project, they call it. Diba Ilmes, a past life regression therapist, wrote, "One of my clients is a 39-year-old woman, a computer engineer in Turkey. At first meeting, she mentioned that she had an attraction to Russia. Since childhood, she found herself as a woman in Russia. In first past life regression therapy, she sent her DNA samples to Genographic Project to National Geographic. The results show the origin goes to Russia." In DNA, understand. In the second regression session, she found herself as a young woman in a small village which she called Lapland. She had been killed by German soldiers along with the entire village. Evidence showed that Lapland was an area in Sweden, and the German soldiers had killed all people in Lapland in the late World War II. Again, the National Geographic Genographic Project showed her DNA connection to Lapland. I completely agree with it. I can give you from my own example, my own life, the extraordinary intelligence I showed in the knowledge of the Vedic tradition, Puranas, the Upanishads, or the traditional scriptures, and the memory I exhibited before even the age of 10, without even being trained in any formal way. Of course, not just my family, the whole village, Tiruvannamalai village is a witness for the extraordinary way of me expressing the stories, the Upanishads and Gita and Yoga Sutra and whatnot. So I can tell you, this revelation is truth, And Of course, Bhagavad Gita says, Bahuni me vyatitani janmani tavacharjuna tanyam veda sarvani natvam vetta param tapaha. Krishna says, you and I have passed many births, O Arjuna. Difference is, I can remember all of them, but you don't know yours. A research by Caroline from Galactic Foundation. They have a website, galacticfoundation.com. They say, dormant DNA activation activates the dormant portions of the brain. Average person with one strand of activated DNA use only 10% of brain capacity. So DNA activation increases the capacity of the brain. And this is one truth, how the activation of DNA, the second strand, third strand, the next strands, activates the capacity of brain. There is another one research, Dr. Rick Strassman states, so his research says, DNA activation in turn activates the pineal gland, Anya Chakra, located in the middle of the brain, at the back of the third eye region. It is called seat of the soul. Inside the pineal gland is the master cell, which is the master key to all our functions, from color of our hair to the way we wiggle our feet. Beth Coleman, his research, this master cell in the pineal gland has the youth and vitality chromosomes responsible for aging process. Activation of this gland leads to increase in melatonin secretion responsible for anti-aging. Melatonin is anti-aging hormone. And there is another one research, Wellness Research Foundation. They say telomere is a portion of DNA that governs an aging process. Each time when a cell divides through the course of evolution, a small portion of this telomere is not copied to the other cells, making them shorter and shorter over time. This is the cause for aging. Aging is defined as per the science. I will define aging as per the consciousness. I will add my own experience on this line. There is another one beautiful research conclusion by Philip D. Minton and Mr. Alciard. He says, telomerase is an immortality enzyme that controls aging process by rebuilding the telomerase. But gene controlling this telomerase is switched off. Activation of telomerase enzyme leads to anti-aging. So these are some of the Shastra Pramanas, means the Pramanas from the ancient rishis or modern rishis. Now I will add Atma Pramana, my experience, to what it is. So it can be a Apta Pramana for you. The more and more life is added to your life, more strands of DNA is awakened. There are two things. When you are deeper, more strands of DNA are awakened, you will have a complete freedom to live or not to live. Understand? I am not all for living long. I am all for you having freedom to live long or not to live long. When the deeper strands of DNA
more strands of DNA is awakened, you will have, first thing, depth in life. Second, freedom about length in life. So awakening the next strands of DNA directly leads you to awareness. The intense awareness directly leads you to the awakening of deeper strands of DNA. But it's a vicious circle. Understand? It's a vicious circle. When you try to awaken the DNA, you feel you don't have enough awareness. If you try to have enough awareness, you feel enough strands of DNA is not awakened. How to break the vicious circle? That is where the role of the master's play comes in. That is where the master's role comes in. Transmission of lamp is needed. Person whose all strands of DNA is awakened can easily, physically transmit and awaken your next level strands of DNAs. Second, third, fourth, fifth. If only one strand of your DNA is awakened, you can easily awaken at least next 5. If already 3 is awakened in you, you can easily activate next 10. Sorry, totally 12. Next 9. You can activate the whole thing. So pushing you to the next level happens by initiation. That is what exactly I am doing in Inner Awakening. Taking you step by step. First, removing all the fear engrams, then greed engrams, then deeper engrams related to matter, removing the mud in which you are stuck, and through initiation awakening all strands of DNA so that you can have wisdom and anti-aging. So process with the master, Upanishad, process with the master is the only way for growing younger and growing in wisdom. The inner awakening will awaken the DNA. I think I can name it as DNA awakening. Inner DNA awakening. Inner awakening leads to DNA awakening, and that naturally leads to more awareness, growing younger and growing in wisdom. The scientist Daniel Winter and his heart coherence team found proof that human emotions can reprogram your DNA and shape your immune system. The whole NSP is proved just this one statement, through this one statement. NSP is all about reprogramming your human emotions, removing your fear, removing your useless, tiring desires. This truth says your human emotions can reprogram your DNA and shape your immune system. When these emotions are removed, the unnecessary emotions and samskaras are removed, your DNA is reprogrammed, immediately your immune system also gets sharpened. That is why people walk out of chronic diseases, deadly diseases, incurable long-term diseases, the disease which needs long-term drugs and therapies. Even from those diseases, people just like that walk out. Why? I have seen thousands of people walking out of cancer in NSPs. Just 4 days. At least few thousands I have seen walking out of cancer. And 90% of the people who attend the program, I have seen walking out of depression. 90% walking out of depression. The remaining 10 also does not want to walk out. It is the depression. They have too much of vested interest in their depression. I have seen. Almost all spiritual tradition stops with awakening the non-mechanical parts of your brain. That's all. They stop with it. Siddha tradition is the first science, spiritual science, which has dived deep into the realms of awakening the deeper strands of your very DNA. Making new man is possible only through Siddha tradition. Of course, Siddha tradition is not separate from Vedic tradition. I can say a small secret mystical group which was doing higher parts of research and development in Vedic tradition can be called as Siddha tradition. Nobody has done so much work, so much of research and development. Nobody has revealed so much in the line of awakening the deeper strands of your DNA. Siddha tradition works with such powerful process. Straight away, they work with death to awaken your deeper strands of DNA. Always decide for life. You have a right to live. With this context of Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Even if you have not achieved that context, decide to live and align that context to you more and more. Because you have not yet achieved that context, don't decide not to live or against the life. No. Decide to live. Declare, decide, my DNA, I have the authority to reprogram, deprogram, program as I want. Decide to live. And even if one corner of you has self-doubt, I have decided many times not to live, what to do? I don't care. Now I am deciding to live. And whenever those decisions against life comes up, I'll clean it up, but I am declaring and deciding to live. Kurvan neveka karmani jijivishetchadagum samaha. As a disciple of Upanishadic rishis, as a follower of Upanishads, declare Kurvanne veka karmani jijivishet chadagum samaha. I decide to live. My decision is for life. From now on, not only consciously, even unconsciously, subconsciously, I will not entertain decision against life. I'll entertain only decision for life. Even 1 year or 2 year, the kids who practice this yoga systematically, properly, their very DNA structure changes to Mahasadashiva's DNA. Every Kundalini Rajju and every Shiva Stamba is literally Sadashiva's Murti, Mahasadashiva's Murti. Through yoga, literally,
your DNA can be altered to Mahasadashiva's DNA. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Magato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Magato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. All my disciples and all my Sri Kailasas, all my Adinams and Ashrams, temples, gurukuls, every person and every place associated with me should radiate the power of unclutching. Absolute peace-centered powerfulness. Peace-centered powerfulness in the very air, in the very garden, in the very entrance. All our temples, ashrams, Adinavasis, devotees, disciples, anyone follows me. Understand? This is the brand. Your 3 eyes should radiate the peace-centered powerfulness. People should know, what is this? So much is going on. Our devotees should be in a space. No sudu, no sornai, no bothered, any titting, any abusing, no sudu, no sornai, no bothering, no disturbance, absolute peace, love, joy, bliss. Titting, mouthil, blood vending, getting earsil, no blood vending. Titting, mouthil, blood vending, getting ears, peacefully existing. Understand? No sudu, no sornai, no problem. Is brand of Nithyananda. Neither violent nor agitated or powerlessness. Absolute peace. Peace established in powerfulness. Powerfulness established in peace. That's a space of Sri Kailasa. Understand? I want to tell you. All the devotees whom I really love sincerely, who are in love with me, learn this secret. I tell you absolutely. With all my integrity to Paramashiva, I promise. Paramashiva is real. Sri Kailasa is real. Kalabhairava is real. Nandi is real. Ganapati is real. Subramanya is real. Parashakti is real. Vishnu is real. The space of Sri Kailasa is real. I tell you. It is just to tell this to all of you and inspire all of you. Give you the glimpse of this experience so that the virtuous circle will start in you. See, once I give you one experience, then you start moving towards the Paramashiva. Then he gives more experience. Then you start moving towards him more. This is what I call virtuous circle. Pushing this virtuous circle to start is what is the job of Guru. And maintaining the virtuous circle and increasing the speed is job of the Linga and Sangha. Understand? That is why I sincerely request all the viewers, please register for Atmalinga Mandala process. Coming December 14th and 15th, we have 2-day Atmalinga Mandala process and Vishesha Diksha initiation. All of you will receive Atmalinga made out of the space of Kailasa. Understand? When the space of Kailasa is brought and made into material, matter, it becomes Spatika. And the Kailasa energy, Sri Kailasa energy, is filled in that and given to you as a gift. Send an email, register programs.nithyananda.org/Atmalinga. It's completely free program. You can come to any one of our Sri Kailasa all over the world, any one of the ashrams, temples, gurukuls, universities, adhinams, and receive the Atmalinga. Understand? Peace-centered powerfulness is the fragrance, breathing space of Sri Kailasa, Paramashiva. Bring extreme peace, peace-centered power manifestation, peace-centered powerfulness. More and more completion inside, more and more unclutching inside. Throw all the rubbish out through cathartic processes, detox processes. Do samskara dahana kriya, do mrigasharira vasa. All these are detox processes. Do nirahara samyama. Unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. Unclutching is such ultimate. As I said, it makes you altogether a different metal. I have seen how unclutching makes people powerful. Somebody sent a message. I want to know what is being taught in Nithyananda Sangha. All the devotees and disciples, men, women, especially women, are standing so strong for Swamiji. What is being taught? Simple, unclutching. Any titting, any abusing, any negativity, any false, any rumor, no sudu, no sornai, no agitation, no disturbance, no agitation, no powerlessness, no violence. Titting fellow while bloodwanding, getting person ears silent peacefula irnding. Absolute powerfulness centered peace, peace centered powerfulness. Not the peace out of weakness, no. Powerfulness, peace centered on powerfulness. Anoraniyan mahato mahiyan. The consciousness which is atom inside the atom and universe more than the universe, that starts growing inside your body when you start developing the practices which raises the peace-centered powerfulness. Understand? Peace-centered powerfulness starts growing in your life with these 5 things. Detoxing methods like samskara dakana kriya, mrigasharira vasa, nirahara samyama, unclutching, completion. Do all these practices. Deeper and deeper peace-centered powerfulness will start growing. Peace-centered powerfulness makes you different metal altogether. It changes the very structure of your DNA, molecular structure, biomemory, muscle memory, the very quality of bioenergy. There are 4 situations in your life where consciousness is directly influencing your DNA. When you are hungry, when you are angry, when you are lusty, when you are about to fall sleepy, too tired, just want to get lost, withdraw. These 4 situations, your consciousness directly influences the DNA. The door between the consciousness and DNA is open. During these 4 situations, if you use these 4 situations, you can detox, remove all the unconscious ideas, words you stored inside you, and you can pull them out. Add Mahavagya. Powerful sounds, Mahavagya, inside you. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham with the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavagya as connection point. Let Mahavagya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience Kailasa. This Mahavagya is directly from Kailasa. Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made? That sound. Sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I am repeating. If Mahavagya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. Ultimate superconscious mutation. Understand? The strands of DNA, components of DNA is kept together through sound. So, if you want superconscious mutation in you, the sound through which your DNA is kept together need to be dismantled and the ultimate sound need to be inserted. Understand? You need to disconnect the threads with which your consciousness and DNA is bound together and alter the connecting point, the sound, into highest possible sound. What kind of a sound is used to bind your consciousness and DNA strands together? That decides what kind of a powers you are going to manifest and what kind of a life you are going to have in your body. Same way in the inner awakening, every session is to turn on, activate the DNA so that the experience can be transmitted as it is. There's one more very interesting bit of information I have. It's from psychedelicadventure.com, website psychedelicadventure.com. Scientists irradiated DNA with laser light. On a screen, wave pattern was formed. The wave pattern still remained even after removal of DNA. It infers, point 1, the energy from outside of space still flows through activated wormholes after DNA removal. Means, once the initiation is given, even if you are not physically around me, the connection and energy transmission constantly goes on. This is the secret. DNA can create magnetic wormholes which receives bits of information outside time and space. That's what we call consciousness. So till the wormholes are created in your DNA, you need
an outside master. Once the wormholes are created in your DNA, you don't need outside master there. Outside guru sits inside you as antar guru and teaches you. He sits inside you and goes on supplying the knowledge. And another one important information, the last punchline. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Whatever I downloaded through my wormholes and DNA can be transmitted to you without using my words, without you seeing or listening. Just if your DNA is activated or turned on. That is what I call initiation, Upanishad. Only in the beginning you need to listen to my words. If the DNA gets activated or turned on, no need for words, no need for ordinary way of teaching. Just the transmission, the initiation, energy darshan is enough. That is what I was telling yesterday. Initiation is like an intense downloading into you. The knowledge and consciousness and information in this biomemory, in this DNA, is just transmitted. That is why these acharyas, once they are initiated, our trained teachers to go around and take classes, once they are initiated, there are thousands of information they never learnt from my books or heard from me, starts expressing through them. The answers which they would have never heard from me or read from my books suddenly starts expressing. How? This is the science. If your DNA is turned on or activated, these bits of information which gets downloaded through the wormholes created in DNA can just be transmitted without any conventional methods. This is what is happening during every initiation, every process in inner awakening. This is what I am doing in our Vidyalayas, in our Gurukuls. Scientists Gracefully and France found out the DNA can cause patterns in vacuum, producing magnetic wormholes. Please understand, it's a new word, wormholes. Wormholes are tunnels like connections between areas in universe through which DNA attracts bits of information outside time and space and passes them on to our consciousness. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Let me add my own experience for this. They say, the scientists are saying that DNA can cause patterns in vacuum producing magnetic wormholes. That wormholes can attract bits of information outside time and space.
See, all the incarnations of Vishnu gives a breakthrough in DNA level. Like your DNA's natural selection process is pushed to the next level. Like amoeba takes a jump and becomes a fish. Fish takes a jump and moves to tortoise. Tortoise takes a jump. If you understand the logic of the cosmos, you will have so much power. So much power. Your DNA
will be just empowered, fully awakened. Listen, fully awakened. Whether it's a powers or the state, space, listen intensely, whether the state, space, powers of Paramashiva or Paramashivatva itself. Your DNA, your biochemistry is capable of spontaneously, simultaneously slipping into the parallel universe, parallel multiverses, and face yourself. Please understand how spontaneously your biochemistry is capable of giving you the experience of the dream state and waking state. Same way your DNA, the awakened DNA through initiation. Once your DNA is awakened through initiation, its biochemistry, its bioenergy is capable of giving you spontaneous, simultaneous experience of yourself in higher lokas. Anything from any of you, I have nothing to ask from you. I have something lot to give you. All I wanted is understand these simple things. You are more than your body. You have something called consciousness. That consciousness is a pure reflection of Paramashiva. I can put this enlightenment DNA into that consciousness. It can seep into your regular DNA, physical, biomemory, muscle memory, bioenergy. And you can start manifesting these powers intensely. All these are not stories. Understand? What is it that constitutes an enlightened being as enlightened being? The DNA. Please understand the one line, a simple line, decision to be big. Please get it? Decision to be big. Decision to be bigger than anything you know. Decision to be bigger than anything you know will end only in Advaita space. I put it in a very colloquial way. Decision to be bigger than anything you know. The consciousness of the fish, through the natural selection process, evolves in its DNA levels through various mutation. Understand? No DNA mutation is an accident. It is surely for the sake of better way of existence. By the very tendency of the consciousness is expansion, survival and expansion, living and enriching. The very DNA's programming is integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching. It is integrated to its existence and authentic to its experience of identity, I, and it takes responsibility for further expansion, enriching. Because of the fundamental quality of the consciousness, consciousness goes through a natural selection process in the DNA mutation. And fish becoming tortoise is an example for this conscious natural selection process. Second, conscious artificial selection. Example for this is human beings breeding various types of dogs, various breeds and varieties of dogs. First, you understand the dogs fear, greed, and intervene artificially in its natural flow of life, and through the external intervention you start breeding various varieties based on your needs. Dog breeding is conscious artificial selection process. That's an example. Third, beyond these two, something called conscious selection process. You, human being, consciously choosing consciousness as the foundation of your very existence and liberating yourself, enlightening yourself. Moksha and Jivan Mukti, becoming the reality of your existence, is conscious selection process. Understand? For this process, an incarnation happens. Incarnation happens to make the human being's DNA understand the conscious selection is possible and it is good. Bringing that great news to the humanity is the responsibility of an incarnation, avatar. Avatars happen for this vision. Whenever there is a serious
So powerfully, Swamiji gave us the powerful cognitions on the DNA of the cosmos. What is that cosmic DNA that Swamiji has revealed to each and every one of us? Swamiji said, when you have even 2 strands of DNA, see, generally we have 2 strands of DNA, of which only one is even active. Of those 2 strands of DNA, the one strand which is active, it's like you have a computer with no internet access. 16 MB RAM, 16 MB RAM, and only a few programs running within it. This is how you are when you have only 2 strands of your DNA, of which itself only one is actually active. But once your DNA is active, all 12 strands of your DNA are activated. It's like giving an internet connection. You can access anything by your intent and your intuition, as Swamiji revealed. This is actually one of the most powerful signs that Swamiji has given to each and every one of us. See, generally, modern science also says that each one of us have only 2 strands of DNA awakened, active, and in those 2 strands itself, only one is actually functioning, active, creating our world the way we know it to be. But actually within you, you have 12 strands of DNA, You have 12 strands of DNA. And when all of them are awakened, you manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Till then, you are like having just your PC without any internet connection, 16 MB RAM, and just a few programs downloaded. How much ever you push it, it's only going to run to a certain extent. Am I right? But once your DNA is active, you can access anything just by your intent. Can I request all the participants to post in the chat? What did you understand from this session on DNA? This is actually one of the most powerful sessions where Swamiji is revealing about that cosmic DNA within each and every one of us. I request all the participants to post in the chat Ma Jenny Tran, Ma Alejandra, Ma Priyatma Surupini. I request all of you to post in the chat. What was the powerful click that you got from this session? Totally, how many strands of DNA do we have? And how many are we actually functioning with? See, Swamiji says usually for a normal man, say 6 strands of DNA get awakened throughout their life. Okay? Due to different breakthroughs they have, we have people, child prodigies, people who are good in gymnastics, people who are maths whiz, all these kinds of different things, right? We have. That is a maximum of 6 strands of DNA awakened. But when you cross every strand, you will think, oh, am I doing what is right or am I doing what's wrong? It is very painful. Oh, maybe am I wasting time? Many people have this thought when someone aims very high. When someone puts aims very high for something, immediately what do they feel? Am I wasting my time? Maybe I'll never be successful. This is not for me. It's just a one in many chance. These are the kinds of thought currents inserted into us. Yes, Ma Priyatma Surupini, we have 12 strands of DNA hardwired in the human. Our human body is actually meant to manifest the ultimate. And DNA from the space, or our DNA, which we have to awaken. Okay. Ma Katerina, you're asking, is this the DNA from our space or our DNA which has to awaken? Actually, Ma, it is our own DNA that is already sitting hidden within us that we have to tap into to awaken. It is there within every being. We are hardwired with it. But it takes the initiation of an avatar. As my stack you have posted. An incarnation needs to happen for us to awaken the higher possibilities. And he does it through initiations. That's exactly right. See, in the ancient times, in the Vedic period of Hinduism, every family had one incarnation, one enlightened being guiding them. So that's why every child would go to Gurukul, whether it is the most advanced, the most prestigious person in the kingdom, the king itself, the king's child, or the last worker in the side of the palace, his child. Both will go together to Gurukul to have this cosmic DNA awakened. It was an enlightened civilization which lived during those times. But Swamiji reveals after the 6 strands are awakened, then it is a very smooth process. When you get 6 strands awakened, it will always be a pain. You'll always feel, am I doing it right? Is what am I doing going to be useful for me? But only after the 6 strands, when the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th gets awakened, that is when you see breakthrough happening in your life. Just let's understand more about how exactly to awaken the DNA strands. Okay, Ma Priyatma Surupini is saying, what is the scale to measure what strand of DNA is awakened in me, Ma? Actually, there's 2 ways. In one of the satsangs, Swamiji reveals about when you cross which pattern, which strand is awakened. And so that is one way, but also Swamiji has revealed, you can, yes, Ma Katerina, you're asking how do we know if it's awakened? You can actually, Swamiji has said, he will medically prove it. That when your DNA is put to the scientific study under a microscope, it will clearly be able to show that the higher strands of DNA are awakened. So it's actually a physical phenomenon, Ma Priyatma Supini, Ma Katerina, all of you, it's actually a physical phenomenon which can be measured under a microscope to see which strands of your DNA are active. But Swamiji reveals that when you start power manifestation, all 12 of your strands are awakened. If you are manifesting powers, if you have manifested even one time, just know that it is only after your 12 strands of DNA are awakened you can manifest powers. An incarnation is one for whom 12 strands of DNA are active. But until we get fully established in the space, the manifestation is happening from all 12 strands. But we fall back. But the more and more we do these processes, connect to Swamiji, it will become permanently awakened. So now, remember who you are really. That is Swamiji. See, Swamiji is not somebody outside. Paramashiva is not somebody outside. He is who you are really. So when you are trying to remember who you are, you will start feeling like a lump. One part is the identity which I am showing to the world. Okay? When you're feeling, okay, who am I? Think, who am I? Let's say you are a very successful businesswoman. Okay, just an example. That will be the lump which will come up. I'm a successful businesswoman. Then one part will say, no, this is not me, of course, because it keeps changing, right? Before you became successful, you are not a successful businesswoman. Tomorrow you can go bankrupt and you will no longer be a successful businesswoman. So do this process, all of you sit right now and try to remember who is it that you are. Any identity that comes up, look at it. Is this really me, that me inside? Or is this an external identity? Let's say you're not able to maintain a certain identity. Let's say, take the identity of a very lovable person. When you feel that this identity is bringing you suffering, people are exploiting you, people are using you because you seem to be very lovable, then you will change, right? You will drop that identity and you will pick up the identity of a hard person, a no-nonsense person. Sit and talk to yourself now for a few minutes. What is me? This is a very important process. If you're all understanding this process, can I have a yes from all of you in the chat? I request all of you to post in the chat if you're cognizing this exercise, where you're going to ask yourself, Swamiji says, take one energy cycle, one cycle of time, 21 minutes. Just talk to yourself and see, what is me? Any identity that comes up, ask yourself, Does this change, or is it really me? Because the me inside from the time you're born till now has not changed. Your body has definitely changed. You're not even having a single cell that was in your body when you were even 1 year back. Your entire body rejuvenates itself in 1 year. So your body is definitely not the same. Your mind is definitely not the same, right? Just even if you go 4 years back, the mind you had, or take when you were a child, when you were 10 years old, the mind you had and the mind you have now when you're 40 years old has nothing to do with each other. So you're not your mind. Are you your identities? Your identities change. When you were a child, your identity was I'm a school kid. Now your identity is I'm a working person. Like this, your office identity keeps changing. So just ask yourself, what is me? Without any presumptions, do the pure questioning for this exercise. Shall we start now? I request all of you to sit straight. Just pen down. You can just go through this whole process. Yes, Ma Istak and Ma Priyatma Surupini. Thank you, Ma. Just go through the whole process and see what is me. Let us start. As you're doing the process, if you have any questions, even from the whole session, if you have any questions, you can post it in the chat. Any doubts coming up, any feelings, you can always post it and I'll be happy to answer. Just look in. What is your identity that is giving you? Who is it really that you are? That makes you as you. Look at that. This is the pure questioning, the pure seeking. That is what leads to enlightenment, leads to the ultimate. So just do this process. See, Ma Katerina, you're asking, can you tell me as one example, what is you? See, Ma, actually the ultimate answer of who am I will never come as a word. It will only come as an experience. But just to give you an example of how the questioning should be, as Swamiji says, first you think, okay, who am I? I'll say, okay, I'm a student. I'm a physics student. I am a mother. The first thing that comes up, who am I? Let's say I'm a mother of 3 children. Now, when you think about that, does that identity not change? Can that really be you? Like really who are you, who I am? Because before your child was born, you were not a mother, right? Same way, let's say your identity comes up as I am a very careful person. But let's say for some reason, either you're not able to sustain that identity anymore, or it's starting to cause you a lot of suffering. You will drop that identity, you will change. So that cannot be you. Then who am I? Am I this body? I cannot be this body because this body is also changing. The body I had as a 5-year-old is not the same as I'm having as a 50-year-old. So then this body cannot be me because the me inside is still the same. Like this, it is pure questioning. It will never have an answer. Every answer you have to question it. It will lead to an experience. Are you understanding this, my Katerina? You will not get an answer. You will only get an experience in the end of this process. Okay, Ma Priyadarshini, you're asking, how should one practice conscious visualization? See, actually, Ma Swamiji, we learned this in the previous Jnana itself, where Swamiji revealed the power of space creation, how to create a space. See, Swamiji says, just few days back in the darshan, Swamiji revealed to all of us, right? Your conscious decision has much more power than your will. Your will has more power than your mind, and your mind has more power than your body. But the thing Swamiji says is, when we are doing conscious visualization, when we are visualizing a reality, when the doubt comes up, when the incompletion with it comes up and we complete it, we forget to recreate that space. So Swamiji says the key is for conscious visualization to manifest your reality, when you create a space and complete with all the incompletions coming up, the most important thing is to recreate that space. Are you understanding this, Ma Priyadarshini? It is about consciously visualizing it as if it has happened already and completing any incompletions coming up and recreating that conscious visualization. The recreation part is what we generally drop. And Swamiji says it's very important till no incompletion comes up about it, no doubt comes up about it, to keep recreating. And the time when you create the conscious space and no incompletions come up about it, that is when it manifests as your reality. Yes, thank you, Ma. So first see, who am I? The person which can be changed is not you. So then who am I? Whenever you feel you are hitting a dead end or a suffocation, increase the seeking, intensity, passion, and look again. As I said, this is pure questioning. The answer will never come as a word, even as a thought current. It will always come as a conscious experience. So wherever you feel, no, I'm not able to do this anymore, there's no way forward after this, just increase your intensity to experience yourself. That will just clear any blockages you are feeling. So let us now take some time and do this.
Continue to look in. Any answer coming up, dig deeper, and dig deeper. Look in. Just increase the seeking whenever any block is coming up. Continue to do the process intensely. Look in and do not stop with anything other than the ultimate. If at all you feel stuck anywhere, if you have any doubts or questions, you can post it in the chat. I'll be happy to answer. Ma Katerina, did it answer your question, Ma? Did you understand what exactly it means to search for what am I? can post a yes in the chat if you understood, ma. Okay, ma Virupaksha posting you difficult to do the exercise. Who am I? An 8-year-old. Let's meet till next year. See, Swamiji is saying here, ma, who we perceive as who am I keeps on changing, right? When you say you're an 8-year-old till next year, so that cannot be really you, ma, because the same you is the one who's experiencing the body of an 80-year-old and the body of an 81-year-old and the body of an 8-year-old, right? It was the same being inside. This is a process for pure questioning, where you're questioning a question that can never lead to an answer. It can only lead to an experience. See, Swamiji says, who you really are is actually Swamiji. It is Paramashiva. But we do not realize that, we do not cognize that. When we do this process of trying to look into who am I, we awaken all the 12 DNA strands within us. That makes us experience ourselves as Paramashiva. See, Ma Katerina, you're saying you have just a few words for yourself. Those few words itself, Ma, what do you, when you look into those few words, are they permanent or are they changing? If they're changing, they cannot be you, because the you in you is always the same. The mind may change, the thought currents may change, the body may change, but that core identity, it is me that went through all those experiences. It is me who had those different bodies. It is me who had those different minds, does not change. So we're trying to see who that me is. And when you feel you are hitting a dead end, as Swamiji says, just increase the intensity of the seeking and look again. Ma Priyadarshini, I see you're asking, what is the difference between who am I and Sohamasmi? See, Ma, who am I is the pure questioning. Sohamasmi is the experience of, even as I worship, I am him. Soham means I am that. Asmi means me. Even when I am me, I am him. It is the experience of the space of oneness. Actually, if you sincerely do the process of who am I, the answer will always come as Sohamasmi. Are you understanding this, ma? Priyadarshini, ma? Yes, the answer to who am I will be Sohamasmi. Ma Gunya, you very beautifully posted. I lose myself in all, and I am Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. That is very beautiful, Ma. That experience which you have is what is who you are. Yes. Now you can all relax. And we are going to be entering into the space of power manifestation. You can actually continue to do this process when you're doing power manifestation. Swamiji reveals that when you do power manifestation, it is nothing but you connecting to your higher source, who you actually are, which is Swamiji, Paramashiva. So continue to do this process as we enter into the power manifestation session. From today morning, we have been experiencing different ways of oneness with nature, by which you have the pure space of oneness with the five elements, not a power, but a persistence to work with them. So in that same space, after the element of air, we'll be now working with the water element. We'll be working with the water element. So in this round, what all of you are going to be doing is to move the water. You can measure the movement in the water by placing a thread or a leaf, a straw, something which will float in the water on the surface. So I request all the participants to get a cup of water and keep it ready. Just post in the chat yes once you have your cup of water ready. I'll give a few minutes for all of you to get your cup of water and come. Yes, ma'am. We'll have a few minutes now for all of you to get a cup of water and either a thread or a leaf or something to put inside the water. Something that will float on the surface of the water. I request everyone to get the cup of water with a tiny piece of thread, straw, something thin that will just float in the water. It can be a piece of rubber, a grain of rice, just something that you can put on the top and it will float in the water. So do we all have it? Can I have a yes from everyone in the chat if We have our manifestation, our water ready. Okay, thank you, my Virupaksha. Okay, Mahagama Priya is ready. What about the others? My stack, Ma Katerina, Ma Priyatma Surupini, Ma Priyadarshini Chakravarti. I request all of you to get your water and keep it ready. And yes, if you have it ready. Okay, let us enter into the manifestation now. So just put your object inside the water. Let it go to whatever level. If it floats, if it sinks, anything is fine. Just let it go. And now you're going to connect to Swamiji. Connect to your source. See, Swamiji very beautifully describes that source of you is actually oneness. The closer you go to the source, the closer you will realize that other things are not separate from you. So just focus on looking at the source. You will automatically see the manifestation happening. See, manifestation is just a side effect. The actual thing you want is the space of Sohamasmi, the experience of who you really are. Just command the object to move. Sit straight, chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and command the object to move. The minute you have done that, unclench. Be completely unclenched, completely connected to Swamiji in the feeling connection. Let him manifest whatever he wants. You will just see how the manifestation happens. Let us start. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And let Swamiji manifest. This experience of oneness with the water element. Continue manifesting. Any doubts, questions arising about the manifestation, you can post in the chat. Just continuously look for that source within you. Let Swamiji reveal whatever he wants to. He will manifest. The movement. Very important, ensure you're taking a recording. Many times the eye will miss the subtle movements. Just let the video capture it so that you can recognize, see your own manifestation. Have a few more minutes to lose ourselves in the space of Swamiji. Let your identities just dissolve. Be you, because you are Paramashiva. When you just be yourself, that is when the ultimate space of manifestation will happen. Slowly relax. You can all open your eyes and stop your video recording and check the recording. How has the manifestation happened? Just look at it. And more than that, try to see. Look at what is the answer you got, the experience you got for this pure questioning. Do share in the chat, in the Zoom chat, and on Facebook. Go and share your experience. If you took the video recording also and the movement happened, share the video also of your manifestation. Throughout the day, as you are doing it, look for that experience of your space dimension, the reflection of consciousness on your space dimension. Bhagavan Nataraja, Sadanrithamurti, is the embodiment of that space dimension. Look for that within you. When you look at the more subtler, the space dimension, leaving whatever you perceive as the length, breadth, and depth, you will see beautiful manifestation starting to happen. So now, as we move into the next session, all of you take a few moments to give your gratitude to Swamiji. Share this experience. What a difference it is making to all your friends and family. You can share it on Facebook, in social media, and let them also experience on this auspicious day of New Year, of Makara Shankranti, Pongal, when the new year as per the solar calendar is starting. Let this be the space with which we start our new year.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Now, in that space, let us enter into the next session. It's a very important and special session. You're going to be understanding about Bhagavan Nataraja. What does his cosmic dance do? What is the cosmic dance of Bhagavan Nataraja? Let us now listen to these higher powerful cognitions from Swamiji.
Kalbhairava did not stay in that very form for a long time. He just, see, each of Mahadeva's action is considered as one incarnation. When he came out and destroyed Daksha and his Yajna, that action is Virabhadra. When he came out and destroyed the arrogance of Brahma and gave him Shivoham experience, that action is Kalabhairava. That is why Kalabhairava Jayanti is done as per the Tithi. It is Mahadeva himself is Mahakala and Kalabhairava. It is just his different actions. So his action of coming down to remove the ego of Targavana rishis, that only is considered as Dakshinamurti. Dakshinamurti is not separate from Mahadeva. His action of coming down and with a begging bowl, that is Bhikshadana, and his action of teaching enlightenment and giving the experience of Shivoham to Targavana rishis is Dakshinamurti. So his action of seducing all the Rishi Patnis is the Rishabharuda. If you see there is a form of Mahadeva, most handsome form, the Rishabharuda, where he just seduces all the Rishi Patnis and the Rishis were shaken because that is the only weak point they had. They were so proud of everything else. So he wants to expose their weak point to them. So that form, that action is considered as Rishabharuda. So each of his action assumes one form. Given one form, and same way, his action of Ananda Tandava becomes Nataraja. Nataraja is not separate from Mahadeva. When he dances, he is Nataraja. When he sits in Samadhi, he is Kailasanada. When he removes the arrogance of Brahma and gives him Shivoham experience, he is Kalabhairava. When he removes the arrogance of Daksha and gives him Shivoham experience, he is Virabhadra. So these are various forms of Mahadeva. And when he stands shaft and blesses Brahma and Vishnu and gives them enlightenment, then he is called Arunachala, Lingodbhava. So each of his action is considered as one incarnation. You can see him, touch him and speak to him. Kalabhairava is one of the most powerful expression of Mahadeva. Most powerful expression of Mahadeva. He is the energy on which all the memories are stored. All the memories are stored. Space is the energy where all visualizations are stored. Time is the energy all memories are stored. Cosmic record keeper. All the word documents are kept with Kalbhairava. All the visual documents are kept in the space. The space, embodiment of space is Nataraja. So Nataraja keeps all the visual documents and Kalbhairava keeps all the Word documents. So anything happened, happening, yet to happen, you can just ask Kalabhairava, he will pull it out and give the whole record. And moreover, most powerful expression, easily accessible. The moment you call, he will be there. See, Paramashiva's ferociousness is represented by the Kalabhairava. Paramashiva's knowledge is represented by Dakshinamurti. Paramashiva's ecstatic cosmic dance is represented by Nataraja. So Paramashiva's various energies are represented by various forms. His Shukla, the semen energy, which creates this universe. I'm in such a state now. I'm going to make too many important revelations. The multi-dimensional logic of the cosmos I will reveal. Surely the binary logic cannot understand what I am trying to tell. Binary logic will not be able to, because it is not matured enough, it has not grown up enough to catch the cosmic reality. Understand? If you can grasp a being, conscious being, creating the principles of creation, creating the principles of creation, not just creation, creating the principles of creation with one hand and sustaining the principles of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation, and rejuvenating in one hand. The principles of creation, principles of sustenance, and principles of rejuvenation, and principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. Through one hand, manifesting the principles of manifestation, manifesting the principles of sustenance, principles of rejuvenation, principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. Through the other hand, sustaining, not just sustaining what is created, sustaining principles of creation and principles of sustenance. Other hand, not just destroying or rejuvenating, rejuvenating even the principles of rejuvenation. And through the thrown up leg, liberating, and the leg which is pressing the demon, Muyalaka, pulling beings out of delusion. Not just pulling beings alone out of delusion, pulling even the principle of creation, maintenance out of delusion. And with the leg which is thrown up in the air, giving liberation not just to the beings, even to the principle of creation, maintenance, rejuvenation,
pulling out of delusion and liberation. Doing all this not only without stress, in ecstatic dance. Just even if you grasp intellectually this, you will grasp Nataraja, the Ananda Dandava, cosmic dance of Nataraja. That is the meditation, ultimate meditation, connecting with Paramashiva, Nataraja. Ananda Tandava, bliss dance, Nataraja, who manifested from Ishana space of Ishana face, PHASE, face, space. Listen carefully. All the other four, Satyojata, Vamadeva, Satyojata, Agora, Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, all these other are FACES, faces, and PHASES, spaces of Paramashiva. Ishana is face, space, space. FACE, PHASE, SPACE, all three. Chidambara, from the Ishana space, Nataraja manifests. Nataraja is the liberating principle, Mukti Tattva. Understand? Cosmic dance, Mukti Tattva of Nataraja, cosmic dance of Nataraja. Is the ultimate liberating principle. I will map it to your prajna now and support you and make you manifest this as a reality. Listen carefully. I'll bring it down to my prajna and manifest it in all your prajna and make it into vijnana. Listen. Paramashiva, when he was dancing, suddenly one anklet falls, but he is not stopping the dance. He doesn't feel stuck. He doesn't bother about the so-called perfection. Understand? He is an absolute perfectionist. But when he is dancing, perfectionism does not stop his action. Perfectionism does not put him in inaction. If you lived around me, you will know exactly the meaning of this word. I am an absolute perfectionist, but my perfectionism will never stop me starting my projects, starting my work. I will not even miss putting the jewelry on the throne, but when I started this whole Sri Kailasa project, I did not even have my own land. People who live around me, they know how perfectionist I am, but my perfectionism never stops me starting new projects or venturing into projects. He continues to dance and Adisesha rushes and ties himself and makes himself as an anklet, and Paramashiva continues to dance. This is the key. Perfectionism, which does not make you stop or feel stuck and capped, is the liberating principlic action. Understand? You cannot see more perfect than Paramashiva's Ananda Tandava. But when his anklet falls, he doesn't wait. He continues. In your life, either you give up perfectionism or you give up beginning, initiating, continuously moving. In these two, you give up any one. That is what is delusion. Listen, feeling stuck is the only sin in the life. Cosmos does not feel stuck just because of its nature of not feeling stuck. It manifests the space of perfectionism. Understand? Listen to what I am talking intensely. Intense action. Start 10 projects. If you are stuck, feeling stuck in one project, go on be doing other 9. By the time you're pushing the other 9, this feeling stuck will dissolve. Understand there is no such thing as stuck in reality. It is always only feeling stuck. Eschatology does not exist in Paramashivoham Jnana. Everything is ontology. There is no end. Understand that. There is no end. Paramashiva Tandava of cosmos. Its perfection is because it doesn't get stuck. Stop feeling stuck. Stop being stuck. You will manifest perfectionism. Understand? Don't give up on perfectionism, but don't stop actions. Binary logic teaches you, if you want to be perfect, start late after preparing everything. Multidimensional logic teaches you, only by your action you will reach the perfection. You will manifest the perfection. Do not give up on perfection, but do not stop acting. Understand? Enlightenment is ultimate, not final. It is constant happening. In few days you will see the whole satsang background and the way it is going to be relayed. It's all going to be next level. The whole background, LED screen or the high definition or the volume quality or the different mics, all that thing set. It's going to be next level. But I don't wait for all that to get set and then start the satsang. Then I'll never be able to start. I know the great Shiva Bhuta Ganas work around me. I just start the dance by its intensity. Perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection manifests. Not imperfection to perfection. No. perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection manifests. Listen carefully. Understand? One thing Arunagiri Yogeshwara has made it as my DNA. Continuity. Nitya. Nitya Ananda. Continuous. I tell you. Stop feeling stuck. Stuck. And stop stopping. Stop only stopping. As long as you don't stop, feeling stuck is only feeling stuck. If you stop, you will be stuck. I still remember. When I used to go to Polytechnic from Thiruvannamalai to Kudiyatham, sometimes I had to cross this Pachakuppam railway crossing. That's one place. It's not on the way between Thiruvannamalai to my college, but sometimes I will have to go to different places from my college. I will not even be sitting in the bus because usually that crossing takes half an hour or 1 hour. Multiple trains will cross. So on the railway level crossing, the buses will be stuck for half an hour, 1 hour. I'll take ticket only up to the Pachakuppam cross and then get down, walk, cross the level crossing and go to that side and catch the next bus and move. I'll say that I'm not interested in getting stuck. I'm ready to walk. You have to walk 10 minutes from level cross to the bus stand. I'll say that is okay, perfectly all right. Instead of wasting 1 hour, 10 minutes walk, I'll catch the next bus and ultimately I'll reach the place more than 1 hour earlier. Understand one thing. Do not be stuck in anything. Nothing is a bad decision in your life other than being stuck. Being stuck is only delusion, only trobhava, only negativity. Epistemology of the human nature. Understand? The origin, nature, methods and limits of human knowledge. I am teaching you the epistemology of Paramashivoham, essence of epistemology of Paramashivoham. Be like Nataraja, continue dancing. Continue dancing. Continue dancing. Be Nitya, eternal. Nothing is wrong decision if your whole life is seen together other than feeling stuck or being stuck. nothing is wrong decision. As long as you are flowing, 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 flowing. Nothing is a wrong decision. As long as you are flowing, flowing, flowing. That is the beauty of life. Dance. If you see your body as third person, you will dance as Nataraja. Your body will just fly like a feather. You will be so light. If you can jump 50% of your height, you will be able to see your body as second person. Only if you can see your body as third person, you can jump full height of you. If you are 6 feet and you can jump 6 feet during the dance, you have mastered the art of seeing yourself as third person. Only if you see yourself as third person, you can jump your full height. Your Rudraganya will be ordained as Rudraganya during Meenakshi's time only if she can jump like a feather or full height and land on the floor like a feather. And there cannot be any pain, even the pain feeling in the muscles or body. There's a beautiful incident during Meenakshi's time happened. Two Rudraganyas of Paramashiva had little feeling that who is the best dancer. Then Meenakshi conducts a small experiment. She gives flower bouquet to both of them and they are expected to dance with a flower bouquet, holding the flower bouquet in the hand. They danced. In between, one Rudraganya dropped the flower bouquet from the hand because in both flower bouquets there was scorpion. If you hold the flower bouquet lightly during all your moments, Scorpion did not feel any pressure or suffocation. So the Rudraganya was mastered the science of seeing the body as third person. She held the flower bouquet so graceful that Scorpion did not even feel that somebody is holding. So it did not get agitated. It was relaxed, resting. But the other Rudraganya was not mastered. She mastered maybe the body movements, but not the conscious way of holding herself. So she held the flower bouquet a little tight. Maybe she was a little suffocated inside. And jealousy suffocates you, and comparison suffocates you. She held the flower bouquet a little tight and the Scorpion bit her. She dropped it, and naturally she has to learn more powerful cognitions. If you see your body as third person, you will jump full height and land like a feather, and again you will dance. No pain, no fear of pain. You will be just beautiful feather. Understand, whether you want to excel in rope yoga or Kundalini Rajju or Shivastamba. This is fundamental need. Seeing your body as third person.
Productivity of life means multiple times your patterns and mind dying in the same body. Waste of life means carrying the same mind into multiple bodies. Listen. Nothing can equate the truth about life. To experience the truth of life, anything can be sacrificed. Experience this one truth. The more number of times your patterns die, you come to completion in your life is productive. Every night, if you complete with yourself and life, that is the best productivity of your life. Few minutes I'll give you. Take few minutes to pen down all the incompletions right now you remember about you and life. I'll use my powers, manifest Paramashiva from my being into all your being. Through this intense process, spiritual showering, I'll complete you completely and literally burn your past. I will literally burn your past. Once I burn your past, I will take you into Paramashivoham. Sit with your eyes closed. Take a paper and pen. Write with your eyes closed. Because with your eyes closed, you can remember well and go on be writing. Take these few minutes to pick up paper and pen. Sit with your eyes closed and start writing your incompletions. Please listen. If you finished writing, once you finished writing, you can sit. I'll start the process then. But while you are writing, keep your eyes closed. If you finished writing, you can keep your eyes open. If not, keep your eyes closed. There are some people asking, what is incompletion? Everything you feel as a problem in your life is incompletion, right? if people are not listening to you as you want, if things are not going as you want, if the country law is supporting you as you want, whatever you feel as a problem in your life, whether headache or hair fall, our brain itself is falling due to the stress, everything is in completion, pen down. I'm going to manifest the powerful energy of Nataraja, who is the Lord of living enlightenment. Living enlightenment is today's session. Today's session is I am living enlightenment. Nataraja, aspect of Paramashiva, brings complete completion. Actually, he makes incompletions irrelevant. Dakshinamurti brings completion to completion. Incompletions, all your incompletions will become complete by Dakshinamurti. But Nataraja, he just makes your incompletions irrelevant. So listen carefully, intensely. I'm going to manifest intensely Nataraja, Paramashiva's powerful manifestation is Nataraja,
Nithyanandam. Today, all of us learned about how we can awaken the cosmic DNA within us, how we can awaken, manifest the from the Jivatman DNA, harness all the powers and possibilities that we carry. Swamiji has given us these most amazing, profound initiations for all of us to experience and manifest. And now, to every one of you that are sitting here with us, we are going to be getting ready to receive the powerful darshan on this auspicious day of the Pongal celebration. Today, the Pongal marks a celebration. It is one of the most important and a very powerful harvest festival that is celebrated by all the Hindus, and it has different names like Loti in Punjab and Pongal for Tamil Nadu, Makara Sankranti for Karnataka, Sankranti for Andhra Pradesh. Each one celebrates this day as a very, very important day because this marks the Bhagavan Shiva Surya taking the Uttarayana. It is this time that all the seeds that we sow reach the benefits. It is in this time that all the crops that's typically sown gets a harvest. This is the harvest festival. And this marks a lot of auspiciousness, and it's all about sharing and enriching. So to all of you that have that each of you are here, today's whole day, the way you experience, the way the power manifestation will happen, everything will be just, you will experience so much of returns coming back from life. Every step that you take today, life will shower you back. And Bhagavan Shiva Surya is known for the principle that he's known for is intense showering. He goes on giving, 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 giving without any kind of an expectation, without any kind of a, any kind of a negotiation. His whole principle, his whole existence represents this. He burns himself to give life for others. That is Bhagavan Surya. And today we are all having the darshan of Bhagavan Surya himself. Today is going to be very, very special. And I request all the participants to gather and settle down. Please come and be seated in front of the cameras. It is time for all of us to get ready for the darshan. I request all the participants, all the viewers that are sitting here with us, please come and settle down in front of the camera. Nithyananda, Maluhya, Malahandra, Iqbal. I see many of you still not in the camera. Can I please request all the participants to come into the camera and please settle down? Ma Jennifer Joseph and Ma Ramani Devi, Ma Jenny Tran. I request all of you to please settle down. We are going to be entering into a very special darshan, the darshan of Bhagavan Shiva Surya very, very shortly. And this darshan is something that we should not miss at any cost. We should receive this darshan today because Swamiji is going to be initiating us, awakening the cosmic DNA within us. Understand, Bhagavan Surya, who is the nourisher, giver for this whole planet Earth, all the lives to function. The right eye of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Surya. Our day starts with worshipping him. Every day, all of us, every living being is dependent on the sun god. Bhagavan Surya is the sun god. Swamiji reveals a very powerful secret. How? Surya, Bhagavan Surya, is not just the sun that we see. He is the very source of the sun itself. And we did learn about this in the Paramashivoham program. So any of you who had attended, especially the day where we learned about the Navagrahas, the day where we learned about these secrets directly about the cosmos, from the cosmos himself, we learned about these secrets about how there are
various ways in which Paramashiva, who's reflecting into Mahasadashiva, who's reflecting into Sadashiva, is reflecting into Surya, who's the source of our sun. He is the life force. For example, for any processes to happen, even in our body, the growth needs to happen. It's not just for the warmth alone, just for the heat, the warmth, and the light, heat, the sun. It is the very force, the life energy that is being produced by him. So today, in the auspicious day, it is called as Pongal in many parts of the world. It is celebrated as Makara Sankranti in various parts of the world. The entire Hindu diaspora celebrates this auspicious event and rejoice, remember, and worship the sun god for happening for all of us and showering us all with life, life energy, and being the ultimate giver, and giver. Any of you here who have read the Mahabharata, you know about the Mahabharata? Who all have seen Mahabharata, you've heard the story of it. How many of you have heard about Karna in that? Who is the son of Bhagavan Surya? Please put yes in the chat if you have. This happening of Bhagavan Surya, his superconscious mutation, his mutant is who Karna, who represents that principle of like selfless giving and giving. That is Karna. And in the whole Mahabharata, right, this character of Karna is a very unique character. Even if you see him, whatever life throws at him, he goes on. He never stops giving, and giving. He is the embodiment of giving and giving. He is he's a superconscious mutant of Bhagavan Surya. And Bhagavan Surya represents this principle of giving, selfless giving. When he burns himself in life to all of us. That is Bhagavan Surya. And today, when we receive his darshan, any aspect of your life, wherever you are stuck, wherever you feel like, you want to manifest something in life, just ask, pray, connect to this aspect of Swamiji, and you will see how Swamiji will very beautifully shower you with all that auspiciousness in that very aspect. Bhagavan Shiva Surya on this auspicious day of Pongal. Any new start you want to make in life, like typically, whatever you take, make a decision. Like, if, let's say, you want to get into a new relationship, you want to make an investment. Today, with Swamiji's blessings, whatever you start in life will be showered back with prosperity, immense abundance, and bliss. This whole day, right? Whenever you decide to share, to enrich, whatever you decide to share as a gift, whatever you decide to shower others with, you will be showered that back 10 times, 1,000 times more. See, understand, Bhagavan Surya, embodiment of ultimate giving, giving, and giving. He goes on showering upon us, showering upon us. All his grace, his blessings, he goes on showering upon us. Right? So today, anyone decides saying that I too want to be like that, let me also experience that. Today, you have a wonderful opportunity that during darshan, see, today, during the darshan, when you offer anything from the context of simply, I will not expect anything, I am just going to give, give, and give, you will be showered, abundantly showered, the auspicious energy of Bhagavan Surya. I see more and more viewers joining. Yes, happy Pongal to all of you. All of us are here to celebrate this auspicious occasion. Actually, the whole Jayanti Brahmotsavam is continuing, and we are having the celebration of Pongal happening, the Makara Sankranti, Makara Sankranti, Pongal. There are various names with which we call this festival. And I see that smile in all of you. See so many of you grandly dressed, waiting to celebrate this auspicious day with the embodiment of Paramashiva, the Nijavatar of Paramashiva himself. We are going to see how this is going to bring an auspicious new beginning for all of us. Any endeavor that you are going to be starting, you can actually post today during the darshan, in the chat, you can post and receive the blessings from Swamiji. You'll see how all those initiatives, any initiative that you start with, you will just be showered abundantly. And I'm so delighted to have every single one of you here. It is so nice to see so many of you logging in, being here today, because today's auspicious occasion can transform the very outlook you have about life, the very perspective with which you are carrying yourself. And most importantly, today's day, during the darshan, all the aspects of life, areas of life that you are stuck in, wherever you are not experiencing that life flowing through you, during the darshan, ask that area, wherever you would have the breakthrough, ask that to Swamiji. You will see how just by that blessings that Swamiji gives, you will just experience that powerful, tremendous transformation happening in your inner space. And you will see how anything you desire to life today, even if you want to manifest Sarvignya Pita Yajaman, you want to, let's say, manifest a huge breakthrough in your business. Today you take a step, it will come back, showered back so many 100 times more to you. That is a speciality of today. Whatever you sow, you reap that 10 times more. And Bhagavan Surya represents that principle of giving, that selfless giving. So there's no preconditions to it. He just showers. Anything that is sown today, he will shower it back 10 times more tomorrow. That is Bhagavan Surya. His whole existence is that. Look at him, look at the sun. It burns itself to give life to others. That is the principle that Bhagavan Surya represents. That's a principle that Bhagavan Shiva Surya represents. He stands for that. He stands for selfless tyaga, going on, literally like burning itself to shower others with the best of what they can. So today, imbibing this auspiciousness, all of us are going to be celebrating today's darshan, enjoying this auspicious occasion with today's Shiva Surya Bhava Samadhi darshan, where all the impossibilities, feeling stuck, anything old till now, burn all that away. From today, begin a new auspicious start, a reboot to yourself, a restart to your life. A new chapter begins And from today, everything that you do, everything that you touch is going to be auspicious. It is going to be extremely auspicious because you're beginning this. Actually, this is in many of the indigenous traditions in Hinduism. Today is also considered as their new year. Many parts of the world where there are many indigenous traditions, indigenous communities of Hinduism, even have today's day as their auspicious new beginning, their auspicious new start as a new year also. So we just had now we are all celebrating the Jayanti Brahmotsavam. And on top of that, we are celebrating this auspicious Pongal celebrations, the Makara Sankranti. And we are going to be blessed with the powerful, intense energy of Bhagavan Shiva Surya. Let us understand this terminology. Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We all have been receiving darshans every single day. I'm going to request all the participants, viewers that are here with us. May I request all of you to take a moment now and share with us, what do you understand? What do you cognize as Bhava Samadhi Darshan? What do you understand by this term, Bhava Samadhi Darshan?
Can I request every one of you to please go ahead and post me in the chat and in the comment section? The moment you hear the word, every day we hear, right? Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Keshavartha Murti, Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Surya, Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Kalantaka Murti, Kalabhairava Murti. What does Bhava Samadhi Darshan mean according to you? What do you understand is Bhava Samadhi Darshan?
Come on. Ma Iqbal Bano, Ma Vani Goyal, UH Shu Chen, and Ma Jennifer Joseph, Ma Ramani Devi. All of you, please take a moment and share. What do you understand?
When you look up into the night sky, are you curious to know the energy that runs this universe? Paramashiva exists primordially as superconsciousness that pervades our universe as an eternal entity, existing infinitely and persistently throughout the cosmos. He performs the 5 cosmic acts, Panchakritya, of creation, Srishti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Sthiti, rejuvenation, Samhara, delusion, Trobhava, and liberating grace, anugraha, for all living entities. For 4 out of 5 of these actions, Paramashiva does not need a human body. It is only for liberating humanity. Paramashiva must come down into the human realm. Though seemingly intangible, this science of descent is still verifiable and known to Vedic rishis for millennia. According to the Big Bang theory, the creation of the universe began from a single point, where time and space merge and the laws of physics, including gravity and time, cannot operate. This singularity is a black hole, which manifested into a Big Bang, the creation of the universe. Eventually, the entire universe will once again merge back and end in a singularity, a black hole. Astrophysicists do not know what is the exact shape of a black hole. In order to attempt to visualize it, scientists constructed the best model based on the qualities of a black hole and mathematical analysis. It is evident that the uppermost portion of the black hole is the shape of a linga. Therefore, what modern-day scientists understand as a Big Bang theory is just a glimpse of what Hindu rishis have mapped as the happening of the universe and described in the Vedic scriptures. In the Skanda Puranam, Paramashiva describes the linga as everything, and therefore the whole universe has originated from it. The linga is without beginning and end, and it is the eternal Brahman. The linga supports the 3 worlds and holds them up. O best of devotees, one attains the highest goal by realizing the linga. The Arunachala Puranam describes how Paramashiva manifested as the infinite shaft of light to liberate Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. The happening of the Lingodbhava is the creation of the universe. From the pure formlessness, the Nishkala Swarupa space, Paramashiva manifested and continues to manifest everything that exists. From black hole to Big Bang, Avyakta to Vyakta, from unmanifest to manifest, and from Linga to Lingodbhava, the pure cosmic consciousness assumes a form. Ityevam nishkalam proktam param bhavamiti smritam srishtistam lokarakshartam lokasyotpati karanam sadhakanam hitartam tu svechaya grihnate tanuhu. In this way, Shiva, who is Nishkala, without any body parts, who is the ultimate supreme being, who is established in creation, who is the cause of the creation of the universe, assumes a body out of his free will for the protection of the universe and for the welfare of the spiritual seekers and devotees. On the 3rd of January in 1978, as an answer to the prayer of millions in the modern day, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form as the most perfect incarnation, the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This grand descent was the most auspicious happening of the millennia. But how do we know that the ageless soul who landed is indeed Paramashiva himself? The answer to this question lies once again in the records held by the starry night sky. In the constellation Akila, at approximately 12:50 a.m., on the 3rd of January 1978, a supernova appeared. In the universe, 10 million light-years away from Earth, the thermonuclear explosion of a white dwarf star caused the brightest supernovas that happened after 1886. With a peak absolute magnitude of -19.5, this supernova was visible to the naked eye on planet Earth. Designated the name SN 1978A by astrophysicists, the supernova was visible in the night sky from the 3rd of January to January 7th. It took more than 9 months for SN 1978A to reach only its minimum brightness. It was visible for several more months after reaching its peak brightness, making it one of the longest-lasting supernovas as well. The power of this explosion even reached Earth through cosmic radiation. It produced a shock wave of rocketing high-energy particles that traveled close to the speed of light. The impact of this supernova for us on planet Earth had a positive impact with effects that are expected to last for the foreseeable future. The supernova's cosmic
time and again avatars who have descended on planet Earth. From the time of Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, Krishna, thousands of years before them, Paramashiva descended. His very happening, the happening of this universe, happened as Linga and Lingotbhavam. From that time up until now, today, where Paramashiva is walking amongst all of us in his most beautiful, the most compassionate, and in his supreme incarnation as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The ultimate superconsciousness has made itself available to us human beings in a frequency that we can relate to and we can access time and again. And these incarnations, the super consciousness in the human form, they become available, accessible in a frequency that people like you and me can relate to. That form is what we call as incarnation, avatar. The very word avatar means avatarati. Avatarati iti avatar, which means the one who descends. It is not, see, we all learn this Darwin's theory of evolution. For us human beings, evolution works. We think we evolve from one form to another, one form to another. But in incarnation, it's not evolution. He descends. It's a descent. That super consciousness, out of its extreme compassion, assumes the human form, coming to a frequency in which all of us can relate to, connect to, see, understand, interact with. And these incarnations, avatars, they gift the superconscious mutation, raising the consciousness, the collective consciousness of the entire humanity, pushing the whole humanity to the next superconscious breakthrough. For the next complete superconscious breakthrough, manifesting that highest, that supreme, the most powerful superconscious existence in our life. So each of these avatars, when they become accessible to us, they enable us to access various different cosmic energies, bringing that energy, channeling them in a frequency that we all can see, connect to, and relate to. For example, when we have the darshan of Bhagavan Keshavarthamurti, Swamiji manifests that he brings down that energy of Keshavarthamurti, channels it in a way that all of us can receive, ask for boons, prayers. And same way today, during the Bhava Samadhi darshan, Swamiji will be bringing down the energies of Bhagavan Sadanrittamurti, all these various different forms of Paramashiva, and Bhagavan Shiva Surya. And every one of you that are sitting here today, when you connect to Swamiji, when you ask all the prayers today during the darshan, every day understand Swamiji is directly channeling that very divine energy for us to connect to, for us to relate with, for us to come in contact with, for us to see, experience face to face. Today during the darshan, all your prayers, whatever you asked, all the prayers that you ask, whatever you want to request for boons, just post it to Swamiji, and Swamiji will himself be blessing each of us. So you understand? Okay, I do see many of you who have posted your understandings. What exactly is your understanding of Bhava Samadhi Darshan? Okay. Vani has posted connecting with Swamiji and being one with him through devotion. Ma Jennifer, thank you so much. I see Ma Jennifer Joseph, thank you so much for joining. I do see your message saying you're new here. Thank you for joining and welcome, because you're here joining us for the live celebrations of this auspicious day of Makar Sankranti. And glad to have you here because you're here to celebrate directly with Swamiji himself. I see many of you who have posted. And the term I was mentioning about is the term called Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So what exactly does that mean? So see, understand, first and foremost, gods, goddesses are real. They exist. They actually physically exist. How? Paramashiva, the ultimate supreme Godhead, is real. He exists. He exists in the cosmos and he reflects continuously inside of us. Are all of us clear with this? He is existing and he is reflecting inside all of us continuously. There's a unique process through which Sanatana Hindu Dharma has a very, very advanced, a very specialized process to invoke and use our consciousness as an airport to land the divine beings inside us. Literally, we have the power to be able to land these divine beings directly inside us. Our consciousness has an ability to be literally like an airport. For example, you might be from Brazil, but whenever you want to go to, let's say you want to go to the US, you go to the airport, you take your flight and go from Brazil to the US. You want to go from France, let us say to the UK, you take your flight and you go, right? Now here, you've traveled through flight and you go from one place to another. You experience their culture, you experience their place, you experience all of that. Swamiji is giving us an extremely advanced revelation where Swamiji says, hey, it's not just like how you use an airport, you use it externally. There is a possibility for even your consciousness to act like an airport. Here is where you literally have the divine beings landing inside of you. This is possible. There are various indigenous traditions, indigenous communities in Hinduism. Even to this day, they have these principles, practice where they worship God, connecting with nature. They have, if you have read Swamiji's Bhagavad Gita decoded book, Swamiji's an elaborate revelation, Swamiji's own experience of meeting such indigenous communities, of how they invoke the gods into the deities. So we have a process to invoke the gods. Now, this happens in various levels. One, we all go to temples, correct? There's many of you who would have been to the temples. You would have had a lot of good experience in the temples, connected to the deities. Who all have been to temples? Any temple? Please just wave your hands. Okay, great. Wonderful. Actually, we have multiple rooms. Wonderful. I see many of you responding. See, now, all of you that have been to the temple, understand, you saw one level where